Hello! Welcome to a fun little experiment. I downloaded uh like a old Windows emulator and I'm playing a game from like 1997. So hopefully it works properly. I got it working earlier today. The screen is black. One moment I need to like re turn on unpause the emulation. I feel like a scientist. Um I got it to work earlier today, and I clicked around through a couple of screens, and it appeared to work. So let's hope that nothing goes horribly wrong. Okay, video game. Unpause. And if you could appear on screen, that would be lovely. It's not appearing on screen. Okay, there it is. You have the scary monolith. Oh, I've moved the window. Yay! Ah, oh my god, it changed the window move by itself, of its own free will. We have to watch our sick pixelated opening cutscenes. So this is, to my knowledge, a little less of a game and a little more of a learning experience. It's like you occasionally have to solve a puzzle, but mostly you walk around like a museum of strange things and read about strange things and watch videos. The teacher is showing a video tonight. Very spooky. I accidentally skipped this when I first opened up the game and it just dropped me in the middle of a hallway, so I'm hoping I get more context if I actually watch the whole thing. Really giving me little teeny tiny slices of whatever I'm supposed to be seeing in this. Ooh. That looks like a fun area. Lock this monster! They really give everybody a lot of time for their single name card. I'm just glad this appears to be actually working properly. I was a little bit scared. I had to download programs and, like, type in commands. I should stop talking about how happy I am that it worked because I'm gonna summon the technology demons and they're gonna brick my entire computer. And then I'll cry. A bunch of aliens just broing out. You're taking a group photo, that's so cute. Don't tempt fate. I'll try. This is DOSBox X. And then a game that I downloaded from a website that just posts like download links to really old games that are no longer in print. So I went to two scary internet websites, and hopefully I didn't get a former government UFO investigator. Oh boy. We're gonna learn about UFOs. Look at all that space. I like that that's just a job description. They were like coder, programmer, art director, government UFO investigator, normal people to have on your video game. Curator of the Royal Museum of Scotland. We're getting into the interesting job titles. Consulting cryptozoologist. God, I wish that was my job. If anyone's hiring consultant cryptozoologists, please call me. Please email me. We're online. That's a strange creature. DOSBox X is solid. It shouldn't have any issues. Let's hope for the very best. Everybody cross your fingers. It appears to be working. We have a weird bug drone. I feel like it's gonna come find me in real life and shoot me in the back of the head. Weird. He's been lasered. No! Not our bug friend. I was beginning to grow attached. Malfunction. Suggest user investigation. Am I user? Am I investigationing? I think I am. Here's my eyeball. A door? My mouse sensitivity is very high. It's the sound of me knocking on the door. Ah. Oh, I'm not sure I want to go into the spooky dark. What's over here? That's a door again. Ah! I've solved the puzzle. Oh no, a Mist clone? I don't know. Is Mist just an online museum? Well, not online. Video game museum? That's what I believe this is. Alright. Where am I? What direction am I looking in? Oh god, are we in the pool rooms? Oh, the Kraken is in here. Pay no mind to me, sir. What is this? What are you? The expression, "it's raining cats and dogs," is a well-known yet rather strange saying. More accurate perhaps would be a saying, "it's raining fish and frogs," as there have been several occasions throughout history when such bizarre showers really have taken place. Fishfall at East Ham, London, May 1984. Those are some messed up looking fish. Poor guys. Yay, reading! Most common of all the strange showers, or fafroskis, as they are sometimes referred to, would be the fishfall, which has been written of for well over 1,000 years. Athenaeus was one of the first to chronicle such occurrences, writing of a fish shower in the Chersonesus district of Greece that lasted for 3 whole days. In 1833, at Futtapur, India, nearly 4,000 dried fish were said to have fallen from the sky, remarkably all of the same species. India seems to have been particularly blessed with such occurrences, as the Journal and Proceedings of the Asiatic Society of Bengal reported a case where a tennis court was completely covered by a white sheet of fish in a shower near Muzaffarpur. I can't say Indian names. Numerous other such showers have been reported all over the world, though particularly in the US, India, Germany, Australia, and Britain. The most ardent researcher of this strange phenomenon was writer Charles Fort, the inspiration for the excellent Fortean Times. He suggested that there was a super-geographical pond in the atmosphere, which occasionally leaked its fishy contents into our world. That makes perfect sense. More common is the theory that such falls are a result of whirlwinds that have scooped up fish from the sea and emptied their loads over the land when their power waned. This theory does not take into account all the cases which have occurred so far away from any sea areas or from clear skies. Nor does it explain the selective nature of the showers, as they usually only contain one type of animal, such as a particular species of fish or frog. Intriguing. Do all these tell me different facts? I think they might. Oh. Okay. Ah. Oh, so many things are happening without my consent. Oh god, not the fish. Okay. What about the dragon? Ah! Sea serpents. With all the reports of mysterious beasts lurking in relatively tiny lakes all over the world, it should come as no surprise typo in the video game, that there have been so many sightings of unidentified creatures in the vast expanses of sea that exist. We're still discovering many life forms in these seas, such as the coelacanth, which was previously believed to be long extinct, or the recently recognized megamouth shark, which no one even knew existed. It's fair to assume, then, that there are still many more zoological discoveries to be made at sea. Reports of sea serpents have been with us for centuries, often from numerous respectable witnesses. Why does this have to move so much? Way back in the 16th century, Archbishop Olaus Magnus published a book that described a huge sea serpent that was black with a mane. This mention of a horse-like quality recurs on several occasions. A well-known encounter with another maned serpent was recorded in 1848 in the South Atlantic by the crew of HMS Daedalus. Once some of them saw a snake-like creature estimated at over 60 feet long, traveling alongside them at great speed for about 20 minutes. Captain Peter McCuey's, that's a horrible last name, account was published in the London Times and aroused much interest from the Admiralty. A horse-like head was attributed to a 100-foot-long serpent in Gloucester Bay, England, in the early 19th century. What is that? Is that the underside of a ice pod? I think that might be an isopod. This dark brown beast was described as having about 30 humps, far more than your average lake monster, and the Gloucester Telegraph told of how one boatman actually took a shot at it. Another brush with a mysterious sea beast took place more recently in 1959, the recent year of 1959. Tex Geddes and James Gavin were in a fishing boat off a small island near Scotland when they saw what one of them described as a hellish monster of prehistoric times, coming towards them with a reptilian head and a large red mouth. Fortunately, they escaped unscathed, as did another group who had such a close encounter. In 1983, a construction crew was working near Stinson Beach, USA, when one of them noticed a huge eel-like thing, about 100 feet long, hurtling towards them through the water. It got so close that Safety Inspector Marlene Martin could see its teeth. She described it as a snake-like dinosaur with red eyes. Her recollection that it undulated up and down rather than sideways like a snake is another common factor in many descriptions. Sadly, none of the team got a chance to take a picture, as is usually the case in sightings since the advent of photography. Photographic evidence could help explain many sightings. Suggestions that the crew of Daedalus might really have seen a long string of seaweed, or that Geddes and Gavin had seen a giant sea turtle, could then either be confirmed or discounted. In 1964, however, a very impressive photograph of what looked like a sea monster did appear, taken by Frenchman Robert Lesserec in Stonehaven Bay, Australia. He claimed that Henk de Jong, these people have such crazy names, and himself had gotten to within 20 feet of the beast when it attacked. Experts have unfortunately expressed some doubts about the authenticity of the photo, however, largely due to the claim that Lesserec had tried to finance his journey by mentioning the huge monetary rewards that would be an offer by investing in a trip that could be associated with the discovery of a sea serpent. It is the lack of truly authentic evidence of such sea serpents that has made them so fascinating to so many for such a long time. After all, we know there are huge creatures alive in the sea, whales being the largest mammals on Earth, and we know that the most bizarre beasts imaginable, and then some, exist in the oceans. Who would believe in the existence of such an unusual creature as the octopus without the physical evidence that we have at our disposal? Like so many mystery animals, it would be almost disappointing if we do someday solve the question, do they or don't they exist? Cool, thanks, dragon. That's how I get back down. Are we gonna... Can we learn about the Kraken over there? Wait, what is that anything? Oh, I need to go closer. No, stop! Stop! I'm trapped! Okay. What are you? What is this? Is it just a sponge? SpongeBob? Wah! Most unlikely of flesh-eating creatures, a sponge, has been discovered in a cave deep beneath the Mediterranean. Reports suggest that cases of skinny dipping in the area have strangely decreased. Okay. SpongeBob eats people, and that's all the information I'm gonna get. Okay. Let's look at the Kraken. Can I please walk forward, video game? Can I not? How do I move around in this place? I guess I'm not allowed to walk directly towards the Kraken. I have to take the long way. Oh my god. Pain and suffering. Oh, it's raining crosses as well. I guess that's what we learn about in the cross section of the merry-go-round. Is that anything? Okay, we have to go to the Kraken first. Ah! Every time I think I know what page they're gonna show me, they do a new PowerPoint effect. Norwegian legends of the Middle Ages told of a giant sea beast known as the Kraken that was so huge it would sometimes fall asleep and be mistaken for an island, leading unsuspecting sailors to climb upon it, only to drown when the beast awoke and returned to the deep. Many old accounts of the Kraken attacking ships still exist, largely due to the work of French naturalist Pierre-Denis de Montfort, whose personal crusade was to prove to the world that such creatures really did exist. In the late 18th century, Captain Jean Magnus Dens told of how some of his crew were actually dragged to their doom by a creature he claimed had tentacles 35 to 40 feet long that snatched them as they were cleaning the side of the ship. De Montfort also recorded the case of a creature seen along the West African coast, where a sailing ship was said to have been attacked by a monstrous cuttlefish that slung its arms about two of the masts until the ship had nearly capsized. Only the gallant efforts of the crew and the power of prayer were said to have saved them all from certain death. That's what the Rain of Crosses was for. A picture depicting the event was painted and kept in the chapel at St. Malo, France. Later in the 19th century, the crew of the steamer named Strathwin claimed to witness a 150-ton schooner, the Pearl, being capsized by a similar beast. They told of seeing a giant tentacle almost casually pulling it over, killing all of its crew. The men of the French gunboat Alecton were luckier when they encountered a large tentacled creature in 1861. They actually managed to kill it with a harpoon, but its body broke up before they could get it ashore. Classic. Long ago, the existence of the Kraken was taken so seriously it had been given its own classification, Sepia microcosmos, by the pioneer of such classifications, Linnaeus. Many scientists now, however, are rather more dubious of the existence of the massive Kraken of legend. Many zoologists believe that the legendary beast, said to be a mile and a half across, was actually a giant squid of the genus Architeuthis, which can grow to about 50 feet long. They are frightening enough, with long tentacles bearing powerful sucker cups and retractable talons, and huge sharp beaks concealing rows of teeth with which they voraciously eat meat. Scary animals eating! One of the largest was discovered lying beached at a place called Thimble Tickle in 1878. It had a body 20 feet long, tentacles 35 feet long, eyes that were a massive 18 inches across, and suckers that were 4 inches in diameter. What size then would be the beast that left sucker marks 18 inches in diameter on the skin of the whales seen by naturalist Ivan Sanderson? Many other whales have been found covered with sucker marks, a legacy of battles between the two arch enemies, and it is this enmity that experts believe may be responsible for the reports of some boats being attacked. It has been suggested that the giant squids— responsible for what? Such attacks may have mistaken the boats for sperm whales. Why do I have a... Ooh, I can see actually just a picture. Look at that squid. Gross. So, are the scientists correct? Was the island-sized Kraken of legend really a giant squid? The discrepancies in size are certainly huge, but there are enough tantalizing morsels of evidence to suggest that there may well be such creatures under the sea, larger than we can dream of. They're just gonna make it look at pictures of, like, sad dead squid. Let's see, what other sad dead squid pictures do we get? Okay, well that's just a drawing. That's not interesting. Lame. Yeah, that's where it's at. Oh, why is it not a... Wasn't it a GIF? Can't believe they took full screen GIF away from me. Thank you, the Kraken. I don't know what that is, but it looks icky. They're using up every effect they can possibly get. Psychokinesis, alright. Sudden. I thought we were talking about water. The ability to influence objects with the power of the mind has been taken very seriously by some parts of the American military establishment. In the 1970s and 80s, they conducted several experiments to gauge the effect of psychokinesis as a potential military application. And in the mid-1970s, a group called the United States Psychotronics Association was set up as a reaction to fears that Russia was trying to use psychotronic warfare against the U.S. Lieutenant Colonel Thomas E. Bearden believed that the lost at sea of the nuclear submarine Thresher was caused by a Soviet experiment with a device that could amplify this mental power. It's also raining coins. Is the merry-go-round just about, like, weird rain? How many different flavors of weird rain are there? Can I go directly up to it? I don't think I can. I gotta go back around. You gotta take it around town. What are you? What is this? Ah! Bala Lake, the largest natural lake in Wales, is a place of many legends, most notably that of the old town lying submerged beneath it. It is also said to have a most interesting resident, the lake monster known as Teggy. That doesn't fit the usual, like, lake monster naming rule. It was cited in the 1970s when lake warden David Bowen saw a gray crocodile-like beast about 8 feet long. A more recent sighting, however, described it as looking more like the Loch Ness Monster. Of course. Every creature is the Loch Ness Monster now, because she's marketable. Can we go back to the merry-go-round? How do I get back there? I didn't finish reading about all of the weird rain. Fish rain. How do I get back there? I need to see all that the museum has to offer. I can't skip. Oh my god. The CIA and the Army, I think, collabed on trying to see if remote viewing was possible and thought it was for a time. Classic. Classic US government activity. What is cross rain? The phenomenon of crosses that rain from the sky many centuries ago is difficult to assess because of the possible allegorical interpretation that could be given. Certainly, the fact that the crosses that were said to have fallen in 1094 landed on the robes of priests suggests either a religious fable or miracle rather than a natural phenomenon, as does the report of crosses falling in Germany and Belgium significantly just before Easter. Sadly, meteorologists suggest a rather more mundane explanation for crosses falling from the sky when they point to the natural formation of cross-shaped hailstones, which, when falling, could give the impression of a rather more spiritual shower. I didn't know hail could do that. That's actually quite interesting. We gotta get in our cross rain. Frog rain, frog rain! Either there's an unknown breed of super frog that can leap for miles, usually with several hundred friends, or the weather has a peculiar habit of occasionally raining frogs down on an unsuspecting public. Reports of frogs appearing from the sky have been reported by both historical and contemporary writers. Well over 1,000 years ago, Athenaeus wrote in the that's a horrible word. Dapnosophists, of a rain of frogs that was so heavy that some people could not get out of their doors. In 1969, newspaper columnist Veronica Papworth told how her home had been caught in a deluge of thousands of tiny live frogs raining in through her open windows when a sudden storm appeared. As is usually the case, the frogs discovered in the fall tended to be small and very young. Poor baby frogs. Such large quantities are not that rare. In 1939, the London Times reported a shower of live frogs in Wiltshire that was so heavy that people could not walk through the streets without treading on them. A more bizarre frog fall occurred in Gloucestershire, or is it just Gloucester? Who knows? British people and their excessive letters and names that you don't pronounce. In 1987, when a shower of several pink frogs came down to Earth, later discovered to be native to the African desert. Sand from the Sahara discovered in surrounding areas suggested that the frogs had been swept across the world by freak winds. Pink is not the only unusual color to have adorned such falling frogs, as a shower of almost white frogs was reported in Birmingham, England in 1892. England loves their frogs. Frogs? Frogs? Frogs from the sky? No frogs? No frogs for me? Lame. Okay, rocks. Eels, presumably. Bottles of healing potion. I don't know if it was a deliberate misdirection like how the Air Force will say UFOs are real to conceal what that mysterious light actually is, or if they really are that diluted. I mean, there was a point in time where they were just doing literally anything to like throwing stuff at the wall to see what sticks. They were just feeding everyone LSD because like maybe it'll give them superpowers. Incidents involving mysterious showers of stones raining down on people don't fit so exclusively into the category of falls from the skies as do fish or frogs. Opinion is divided as to whether these disturbing occurrences are quirks caused by freak weather conditions or some form of poltergeist activity, largely due to the fact that they appear to be more targeted than other strange showers. Possibly the most famous case of the stone shower occurred at Thornton Road in Birmingham, England. Why is things are always raining from the sky in England? The universe does not want Englanders to live. 5 houses in the street were mysteriously bombarded with stones over a period of over a year between 1981 and 2, yet despite intensive efforts by the police force, nobody was ever caught throwing the stones, an amazing feat if it was the work of human hands, considering the vast amount of surveillance the houses were put under, including the use of infrared scopes and automatic cameras. Chief Inspector Turley confessed to being completely baffled by the case, which took up over 3,500 hours of his men's time investigating it. When the stoning eventually stopped, nobody was any the wiser as to the reason or method of the stoning. This was no new phenomenon, however. A similar case was recorded as long ago as AD 858, when a small German town called Bingen was exposed to a similar ordeal, and the peace was similarly interrupted in 1821 in Truro, Cornwall, when a house in Carlow Street became the focus of another stoning. The London Times recorded that the heavy stones fell from straight above and were not fired from any side. The showers continued for several days, despite the close observation of the local militia. Such occurrences are clearly not confined to the past. Oh no, the rocks! Has the recent case in Saralesti, Romania. Okay, shows. Here again, stones inexplicably rain down on the roof and windows of houses in the town, leaving the local policemen completely baffled. Hey, man, free rocks! Don't complain. The very idea of being caught up in a shower of dead eels is enough to make the skin crawl, but such showers really do happen, according to witnesses at Hendon, Sunderland, England. In 1918, they saw a shower of 3-inch-long sand eels that lasted for 10 whole minutes. They subsequently discovered the eels to be quite rigid, suggesting they had been dead for some time. A similar bizarre event had been experienced by the people of Colberg, Alabama in 1892. America got a turn. What on earth is this one? Blood! Okay. It's not a healing potion. There have been several historical reports of rains of blood falling, mainly related as some form of religious sign. Some supposed rains of blood, however, have rather more down-to-earth explanations. In 1608, locals at Aix-en-Provence attributed the appearance of several red spots in their houses to the blood of the devil that must have rained down on them as some form of curse. Monsieur de Peresque was not so sure, and after investigating the phenomenon, he concluded that the marks were indeed the secretions of a huge quantity of large tortoiseshell butterflies that had flown overhead at that time. Oh no, that's almost worse. Such rains of blood were known to spread panic among those witnessing them. In Mongolia, in 1928, such rain coincided with an outbreak of dysentery, and was taken as a sign of displeasure from the heavens by the local folk who fled in terror. It was in fact caused by red fly being sucked up by a cyclone and then tinting the rain as it fell. Most cases of red rain have been given similar natural explanations, such as the rains that fell in England and Wales in 1968, which were tinted red by the presence of sand that had been blown from the Sahara. The Sahara really loves to attack England. Not all such reports are so easy to explain, however. In 1876, many people saw what turned out to be flakes of meat falling in a field in Kentucky, and in 1968, Brazilian newspapers carried reports of meat and blood inexplicably falling near Cocava. Equally puzzling was the discovery of red rain at Messinati, Calabria in 1890. Experts studied it and subsequently declared it to be the blood of birds. Their theory that the birds had been torn apart by a violent wind seemed dubious, as there had been no such wind recorded at the time, and no other remains found. Just blood. Spooky. Okay, we're on our last weird rain. Don't worry, we're almost free of weird rain. Forget pennies from heaven. Thousands of thousand-franc notes showered onto the ground at Bourges, France in 1957, and in 1976, the Bath Chronicle told of two clergymen who discovered thousands of German marks fluttering down from the skies. A veritable windfall indeed. The guy writing this one really wanted to get all his puns out. Money falling from the clouds must be everyone's dream, yet there have been several cases of such dreams coming through, though unfortunately not usually in significant quantities, and in a way more likely to cause a nasty gash than a life of luxury. On the 28th of May, 1981, visitors to St. Elizabeth's Church, Reddish, in England, might have been startled by the gentle tinkle of several coins that mysteriously fell from nowhere. No practical explanation could be found for the strange bounty, although, interestingly, some were found to be embedded in the ground, a feat that could only have been achieved if they had come from a great height. A similar incident occurred some years later in another churchyard in England. Forget Las Vegas, better visit your local church instead. They were really getting out all their jokes. Hello? Oh, we get to watch it go around again. Whee! Thank you, cutscene. You have to show me every single one of them. Gotta make sure I really know all about Weird Rain. Okay. Is that the escape? Is that the escape pod? Yeah, I came in through here. Okay. I've learned so much about strange water. I feel so knowledgeable. Get me out. I want more information about the sponge that eats people. They said nothing to me about that. Just, just like 2 sentences. There's a man-eating sponge. Nobody skinny dips there anymore. Something, please? Where's the Wikipedia article? Give me a link. I would like to learn more. I need to know further about this. Ah. Okay. Spooky. What do we have here? Oh, scary dark hallway. My favorite kind. Ooh. Ah, what are you?
In 1795, when
Oh my
young
god, voice
Daniel
acting.
Guinness stumbled upon a strange indentation on the ground of Oak Island, he could have had no idea that what he had just uncovered would turn out to be one of the most baffling of mysteries. A
Hmm.
mystery that would remain unsolved to this very day.
Ooh.
For many years, there had been numerous.
Oh no! I clicked! Well, there had been numerous something, who knows? Oh, what is all this? Wait, get me out of here. I wanna listen to her spiel.
In 1795,
Sorry for cutting you off,
when
lady.
young Daniel
I'm
McGinnis
ready to learn.
stumbled upon a strange indentation on the ground of Oak Island, he could have had no idea that what he had just uncovered would turn out to be one of the most baffling of mysteries.
My hands are off
That
my
would remain
mouse.
unsolved to this very day. For many years, there had been numerous stories about Oak Island, the sort of stories that were bound to
Quiet.
tickle the natural
Let's see,
inquisitive
wait.
impulses of the young and curious. Eerie stories of mysterious lights seen burning through the fog.
Pause. Let me turn it up a bit. Okay, I've turned up my OBS sound thing. Let's see.
Dogs that so
Unpause.
frequently descended upon the area. Ideal conditions to mask the illicit activities of the pirates that were believed to have used the island for their own nefarious ends.
When I move the window, it shuts itself up.
Youngsters nearby were deterred from visiting the island
That's good. Okay,
by spooky tales of phantom pirate watchmen.
Somebody found something spooky in the ground is the
left behind to guard
general
their
idea.
booty, and the chilling howls of the ghostly black hounds also said to roam the isle. Anxious parents would stress that two fishermen who had been foolish enough to investigate these sights and sounds were never to be seen again. Almost
you can really tell this game is old because they're not stimulating my brain further with animation while she talks.
Of an old block and tackle swinging from a dark oak tree alerted him to the disturbed ground that marked the spot. Nothing so plain as a cross marked the spot there. The pick marks in the hard clay ground and the stone of a kind that was alien to the island were the first telltale signs that this was an enigma fashioned by strange foreign hands. And the layers of carefully laid coconut matting, another substance foreign to the isle, and putty were to suggest handiwork more akin to that of regal Egypt than the rough-hewn hands of drunken pirates.
I don't want to be mean to them. Are you done? Are we done? Okay. I think we're good. What's in the pirate hole? Or the alien hole? Oak Island. There it is. Welcome to the Money Pit, an ancient gateway to untold treasure that has claimed the lives of many who've tried to recover its fortune. Do we even know there's money down there? Are we just guessing? Situated on Oak Island off the southern coast of Nova Scotia, this marvel of engineering continues to frustrate the most ardent efforts to get to its bottom and unearth the treasure chests that many believe lie there. Source? What made you think this? Sure is a hole in the ground. Nobody knows who is responsible for building the shaft, but the complex nature of its defenses suggests it must have taken some considerable time and effort to achieve. Okay, not the sort of task that would have been undertaken without good cause. Fire it! Captain Kidd. That's a real photograph of Captain Kidd. The oldest theories claim that it's most likely architects were pirates who built the shaft to conceal their booty. The infamous Captain Kidd himself has been put forward as a prime contender. Kidd was the most successful pirate and must have amassed a quite considerable fortune before eventually being found guilty of piracy and subsequently hanged in London in 1701. We have yet another map. It's like alien laser beam sound. Charts found in an old chest that he had once owned led some to believe that he had buried his treasure on a small island that could well have been Oak Island. One man, Gilbert Hedden, used the charts to try and find Kidd's treasure. Following the directions led him to an unusual boulder that had been drilled through, possibly some form of marker. This subsequently led him to a stone triangle which pointed toward the money pit. Detailed investigation into the history of the charts suggested that the discovery of the markers and pit must have been just an extraordinary coincidence, but can that really have been the case? Well, that's fun. Did they find that in the pit? One expert has stated that such a complex creation as the money pit would have been beyond mere pirates, and suggested it could have been the work of British naval engineers to store funds for their campaign during the American Revolutionary War, while the enigmatic Knights Templar or even the Incas are also candidates, according to other theories. Why on earth would the Incas go to Nova Scotia? René Le Chateau by Lionel and Patricia Fanthorpe. It's Mysteries and Secrets, a challenging new guide to the investigation's facts and theories. Ooh, there's pages and everything. Can I actually see that? I can! René Le Chateau is one of the most mysterious places on Earth. Buried treasure and unsolved murders, hints of dark supernatural powers, codes and ciphers on parchments and ancient tombstones, ingenious clues concealed in statues and paintings, enigmatic priests who controlled immense wealth. This is a really long list. Suggestions of strange secret societies whose members may still keep their sinister watch among the dense forests and limestone caves of Razes. At least one knowledgeable investigator believes that René conceals a doorway to the invisible. Others think that its unique geography and topography may indicate some timeless cosmic enigma. In and around Rennes Chateau are Visigothic churches and Cathar castles, Templar fortresses, and Roman gold mines. There are persistent legends of great antiquity, which link Rennes Chateau with Mary Magdalene, with Lazarus, with Joseph of Arimathea, and the Holy Grail. There are also tenuous but significant links between the legendary treasures of Rennes Chateau and the mysterious money pit on Oak Island, just off Chester, Nova Scotia. In fact, there are so many fascinating ideas to explore, and such a plethora of twisting passages complicating the labyrinth, that while the authors do offer their own conclusion, they are equally happy to lay a wide range of possibilities before the reader and invite him, or her, to bring in the verdict. Aw, look at them, they're so happy. The Reverend Lyle Fanthorpe, BA, FBIM, FCP, was lecturing on unexplained phenomena for Cambridge University's Board of Extramural Studies in 1975 when he and Patricia made their first exploratory visit to Rennes-le-Chateau. My brain does not want to say that word. After 7 years' study and research, their first book on the subject, The Holy Grail Revealed, was published first by Newcastle Press and then by Borgo Press of California. Further 8 years of research have gone into the present volume. Price $9.95. Ah, the good old days. Wonder what the UPC code is actually for. I mean, it could very well just be, like, from an actual book. I can't imagine that they would make something up. The Oak Island Mystery. Secret of the World's Greatest Treasure Hunt. There they are again. It began innocently enough. In 1795, 3 boys discovered the top of an ancient shaft on uninhabited Oak Island in Mahone Bay, Nova Scotia. The boys began to dig, and what they uncovered started the world's greatest and strangest treasure hunt. 200 years of courage, backbreaking effort, ingenuity, and engineering skill have so far failed to retrieve what is concealed there. Just dig, idiots! The Oak Island Curse prophesies that the treasure will not be found until 7 men are dead and the last oak has fallen. The last oak has already gone, and over the years, 6 treasure hunters have been killed. What can the treasure be? Just bring a criminal there and kill him on sight. Theories include Drake's plate and jewels, Captain Kidd's blood-stained pirate gold, an army payroll left there for safety by French or British military engineers, boring, priceless ancient manuscripts, the body of an Arif or other religious refugee leader, the lost treasure of the Templars, and part of the ancient semi-legendary Arcadian treasure linked to the mystery of Closel and Rennes-le-Chateau in France. These guys do not know how to write just a nice, easy list of, like, 3 to 4 things. They've had so many theories. After years of research, the authors have finally solved the sinister riddle of Oak Island, but their answer is a challenging, controversial, and disturbing. Something beyond price still lies waiting in the labyrinth. There's Lionel, there's Patricia. Aren't they cute? They're so good at researching. Okay. Can we watch a video? There he is! It's Lionel!
I think we've got to go back a very long way for this. And I also think that it has possibly been done by a group of people acting over the years, one after the other. We may be going back 1,000 years BC to Phoenician times, when the earliest sailors managed to cross the Atlantic, came through the Mediterranean. I also think that there's a lot of mileage in the Welsh gold mines theory, that the Welsh, the early Celts, were known to have crossed the Atlantic, and there was a mine at a place called the
Guys, being this for the real life book. See, they would never lie to you. It's all real.
It was mined by the Romano Welsh in the 5th century. When the Roman Empire collapsed in Britain, it's possible that a group of Romano Welsh miners went across and did the work on Oak Island, or at least did the foundations of the work. The reason that we suggest that is that the Pimp Saint Mine...
I feel like you're just like watching a History Channel show.
Has got a watercourse which has been cut 7 miles through a mountain, and it also has tunnels which miners can walk through, triangular tunnels, standing on the apex, so the flat base is to the top. So that a man could walk through those tunnels, carrying a yoke on his shoulders with gold ore in that yoke. Men who can do that sort of work could have cut Oak Island. Roman discipline, Celtic courage, and you've got the Oak Island labyrinth.
Thank you, sir. Respected author Lionel Fanthorpe has suggested that it may have been the work of many different hands at different times, all building on the work done by previous visitors. If this really was the case, then the pit could be the home of not just one, but many treasures. Oh boy! And we get another video as well. Look at that diagram. Put the hiding spot down here. Okay. The only thing not in doubt is that it truly is a masterpiece of engineering that has frustrated all attempts to conquer it since it was discovered in 1795. 3 lads set about the task, digging at the disturbed earth beneath an oak tree from which a rope had clearly once been tied. Having dug through a layer of flagstones, they came across the first of many oak panels that were eventually to be discovered. These oak-log platforms were laid across the shaft at 10-foot intervals, perhaps to try and trick people that they had reached the bottom of the mysterious shaft, or to make access further down more difficult. They moved this, but couldn't dig no further until they had enlisted more help. Tell me more, video.
There are so many possibilities.
Please back
for
up a
what
bit,
actually lies
cameraman.
below the money pit. A fragment of parchment came up bearing the mysterious letters VI. It is possible, one school of thought believes that it's Bacon's original manuscripts proving that he wrote Shakespeare's plays. The Baconian Society are very keen on that one. Certainly there's a possibility that it contains ancient jewels. I don't think it's pirate treasure. I think the whole thing is far too elaborate and difficult for pirates to have done it. It may contain part of the mysterious and ancient treasure which Templars salvaged from Rennes-le-Château
What does this guy have
when
against
the
pirates?
Order of Templars was destroyed by Philip le Bel in 1307. They were befriended by Prince Henry of Orkney. He, we know, went across to Nova Scotia. Did he take Templars with him? And did the Templars bury some of the treasure from Rennes-le-Château? In which case it is something
It's
that's
Rennes-le-Château. Okay.
older than Egypt
No
and
S.
of
I hate French.
possibly unknown power.
Unknown power. There's there's like super powered crystals down there. I wonder now. I want to like go on like real life current year Wikipedia and see if anybody's managed to dig to the bottom of this shaft yet. Oh, I moved something. What does this say? A syndicate was eventually formed some years later, and they managed to shift the mud that had accumulated in the pit and remove more of the oak barriers until they reached the 9th such barrier, which was covered by a black stone slab bearing a coded inscription. This was removed and studied. It was not until several years later that a translation of the message was made. It was believed to state that 2 million pounds were lying beneath it, but there are many doubts as to the authenticity of this, as the original stone went missing for some time, and this message was later used to acquire funding for further exploration. It was beneath the stone that what could have the most significance of discoveries was made. About 100 feet from the surface, they could feel a hard object below, presumed to be a chest. They retired for the night, excited by the prospect of examining the contents of the supposed chest the next day. People never investigate enough, I feel. Nobody takes a photo of, like, the scary monster that they saw in the woods. These guys are like, wow, oh my god, we found an object that could be a chest. Let's take our eyes off of it and go to bed for 6 to 8 hours, and then come back later. Surely nobody will steal. When they returned in the morning, they discovered that the shaft had been flooded. No matter how much water they pumped out, the water level wouldn't drop. The following year, they set about digging a second tunnel that they could burrow into the money pit to drain the water. Unfortunately, this flooded too, almost drowning the unfortunate treasure seekers. This was the last straw, and they gave up their attempts, exhausted both physically and financially. Shouldn't have gone to bed. Nothing good ever happens when you go to sleep.
Well, the scale of the operation was so vast that, assuming that they only had simple hand tools, we're looking at a group of well-disciplined and skillful people working there for anything between 10 months and a year. The problem is that there's a limit to the number of people you can have operating simultaneously in a confined space. So we can't hypothesize an infinite number of workers. We can only say, okay, the work face being the size it was, we can have men working in shifts for XYZ hours. And I base my calculations on limited work area and the tools that would have been available at the time. And I don't think it could have been done in less than 12 months, and I don't think it could have been done by less than, let's say, 50 to 100 men.
You disparage pirates
had
again.
to be well-disciplined, well-organized. It's a stupendous undertaking.
I'm surprised you didn't say, unlike pirates. A book or a chest? Possibly a chest. It looks like it's made of wood. Many years later, in 1849, another group known as the Truro Syndicate, what is this noise, set out to discover what was in the pit. After their initial efforts had also been thwarted by flooding, they set up a special drill which would send up samples of whatever it was boring through, telling them what was really down there. When the drill reached the level that the earlier syndicate had believed contained a chest, the drill hit oak, then metal, then oak again, then more metal, and oak again. This suggested the discovery of 2 chests full of metal. Another attempt to dig an alternative tunnel and burrow into the money pit was met with similar flooding. People never learned. It was then that the most amazing discovery was made. This water was seawater, and an intensive search of the island found that the builders of the money pit had actually made 2 tunnels that extracted water from the sea through a complicated system of stone-built drains, and a staggering display of ingenuity and effort. The floods that had consistently foiled the plans of the treasure hunters had been no accident. They were part of the pit's defenses, designed for just such a purpose. The water flow was governed by the tide and pressure of earth in the tunnel. If the earth was removed as far as the chest, the water would rise up from the flood tunnel and fill the pit. V.I.I.A. Who knows? After numerous unsuccessful attempts, another interesting discovery was made at the end of the 19th century by Frederick Blair. He and his associates managed to get a drill even further down the pit, and at a depth of over 150 feet, samples of cement, metal, and parchment bearing the letters V and I were brought up. They had discovered another vault. Much frantic effort ensued, and many more shafts were dug before they too had to admit defeat. Just dig up the whole island at this point. Over the years, attempt after attempt has been made to get the better of the pit's ingenious defenses, but always they have ended with failure or worse. In 1861, one man was scalded to death when a boiler burst. Another man later died after falling from a pulley, and in 1963, 4 others lost their lives when they were overcome by fumes. 6 lives and millions of dollars have been lost in this money pit, but still, even 200 years after its discovery, it attracts people like a magnet, despite the old curse which prophesied that the treasure would not be found until the last oak had fallen, which it now has, and 7 men had died. You're so close! Just kill one more guy! Oh no, the liquid. Okay. Dan Blankenship had devoted the last 30 years of his life to solving the mystery and came very close to being that 7th casualty. In November 1976, he was 150 feet down a shaft known as Borehole 10X, a hole that had been drilled in 1970 by Blankenship and the Triton Alliance, when he heard a rumble, followed by something heavy hitting some steel above his head. He signaled to his son above to winch him up as quickly as he could as the rumbling sounds grew louder and louder. Heavy steel tubing then collapsed inward, leaving the shaft where he had been just seconds earlier completely crushed. Some 5 years earlier, an underwater television camera had been lowered down the borehole and brought back pictures of what appeared to be a well-preserved human corpse. Was this the 7th victim that the curse referred to, or must still one more die before the money pit gives up its secrets? Only time will tell. Can you show me the corpse? Where's the body? Show me the body. This is a game from the 90s. They wouldn't have censored that, right? Were they censoring games in the 90s?
Continue to reveal the pit's secrets. A frightening thought occurs. Whatever is down there, the pit was made in such a way as to render it nigh impossible to recover.
What are they hiding from me?
Who put it there? What if the marvelously complex work of engineering was made not to prevent mankind getting to it, but to prevent it getting to mankind?
Monster, 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 monster.
Of such unspeakable danger or evil that it was decided it must be hidden away in such an intricate manner that nobody, even the architects themselves, would be able to gain access to it.
The Minotaur is down there.
Perhaps at the bottom of the pit lies a Pandora's box that would be best left unopened for all our sakes.
Oh. The window keeps, like, moving. Whenever they start playing an actual animated cutscene, the window just, like, jerks around my screen. It's scary. No, please. Let me in. Stop. I want to see what's in the hole. I can't believe it. I don't even get to see what's inside the hole. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna Google the money pit. Pause. I'm Googling the money pit. I want to see, has anybody found what's inside the money pit? This is now an internet adventure. The money pit. Oak Island Mystery, says Wikipedia. Where is it? Where is it? Oh my god, this is a long page. This is such a long page. Wikipedia, have they dug down? Tell me, Wikipedia, please. Anything. Anything at all. Wikipedia, you're worthless. I skimmed and I didn't see anything. Let's go to Reddit. Surely Reddit will know. The Oak Island Money Pit. Why has no one solved this 200-year-old mystery? I don't know. I don't think they're trying very hard, actually. The real treasure is all the money that charlatans have made off this hoax. This is only a year ago. This isn't like crazy old. Modern technology would have dug this hole decades ago. This has always been so stupid to me. There's no treasure. There's no bottom. If there ever was treasure, it rotted away. Well, I guess nobody's found what's inside the money pit. Okay, fine. Should we go on a class field trip to the money pit? I kind of want to go on a class field trip to the money pit. Everybody, please, uh, donate to my Patreon that doesn't exist, so that I can. What on earth are you? So that I can fund a trip to Nova Scotia to go into the money pit and drown live on stream.
14 Times is a magazine published in London every month. It's been going now for about 23 years. It's named after an American writer called Charles Fort, who flourished at the turn of the century. And he was the first man to gather together and write down stories of strange phenomena in a coherent way. He spent a lifetime, in fact, trawling through the scientific literature of two continents in the British Library, the New York Public Library, and came up with what are now recognised as the first modern tales of UFOs, for example. Gathered together hundreds of examples of frogs that have fallen from the sky, fishes that have come down. He also wrote about what he called wild talents, what we now call psychical phenomena, psychokinesis, poltergeist, and so on. But the key thing which he did was he wrote it all down with an open mind and a sense of humour, and that's what 14 Times is still dedicated to doing now. So the magazine doesn't accept absolutely anything that it writes. We don't believe it firmly. We try to exclude known hoaxes, but we don't have the resources or the knowledge to check out everything that we publish, and by definition anything that comes within our purview is likely to have insufficient evidence for it to be proven one way or the other. And that gives us an open-mindedness, hopefully, because the problem with the unexplained is that as soon as you start to adopt a single theory and you believe it firmly, you then exclude evidence that doesn't fit your theory, and that starts making you close-minded, and eventually it turns you into a crank. 14 Times we have the freedom to publish all sorts of material without believing it firmly, and that means that we can publish stuff which is sounds fairly unbelievable, and we don't have to endorse it. So, for example, recently we've had stories.
I think this might be a thinly veiled advertisement for his magazine.
There's a panic over there about vanishing wedding tackle. It's believed that a group of sorcerers are going around stealing people's genitals for use in.
Wait, I stopped paying attention. We're talking about dongle stealing wizards.
A widespread refusal to shake hands with strangers in Uganda at the moment, and those people who are daring to do it are then selfishly going to a corner, sticking their hands in their pockets and just sort of checking that everything is still as it should be. Over on the other side of the country, in Nigeria recently, there was a bizarre case of a serial killer called Alfred John, who claimed that he was a transvestite water goddess. He was possessed by this Mami Water, a sort of mermaid spirit.
There's a whole lot of stuff happening right now.
Kill and suck the blood of about 200 people. We've also had stories from the forests of Central Africa about a madman who's been going to the forest there with a tranquilizer dart gun, shooting gorillas with it, and then while they're out cold, he dresses them in clown suits and releases them back into the wild. We could tell similar stories from any continent in the world, really. I mean, Russia is an area where there are a lot of strange things going on at the moment. We had a case recently of a psychic called Alexei Frenkel, who claimed to be the world's greatest psychokinetic. He could move and stop things with the power of his mind, and one day he decided to demonstrate this by walking along a railway track and stopping the Omsk Diesel Express with his brain power.
And then he got hit and died?
By the train and killed.
Yeah.
His assistant apologised to the waiting media and said that sadly Alexei just didn't believe strongly enough. Britain, of course, is also full of strange phenomena. We cover everything in the UK from the Loch Ness Monster in the north down to the Beast Bombing in the south, and also tales of strange human behaviour. We cover ghosts, miracles, weeping and moving statues, for example.
I really want to go back to the dongle stealing wizards.
We've had cases
I feel like I didn't hear enough about that.
Weep, shed tears, menstruate in one case from Chile. And also visions of the Virgin Mary in places like Ireland, Romania and Australia recently have been reported. And all this seems to be tied in with what we call PMT, premillennial tension, as people start worrying about the end of the world, the prophecies of Nostradamus and so on. So really, at the moment, interest levels in reports of strange phenomena are at an all-time high, and it's a great time to be publishing 14 times.
Thanks. Thank you, sir. I hope they have a section about the dongle stealing wizard. Now that's the only thing I'm gonna be able to think about the entire rest of the time I'm playing this game. Alright, what's upstairs? Hello? Are we in fog hell? What on earth is this? Feels though I'm in danger. There's a creature. Hello? I thought there was something. That's just the hole I came out of. X. Frosty the Snowman is here also. What are you? What? Ninth and Arch Museum. Caught! And here! Alive! The Leeds Devil. Captured Friday after a terrible struggle. Swims, flies, gallops. A living dragon. 10 cents admits to all. The legend of the Jersey Devil is a bizarre and old one, dating back to the 18th century. Over the years, the descriptions of it have changed quite considerably, but it started out as a weird conglomeration of animals, consisting of the wings of a bird, the head of a ram, and a set of cloven hooves. The alternative name by which it is sometimes known, the Leeds Devil, refers back to the 1730s when there was a tale of a devil child being born to a Mrs. Leeds. The result of her 13th pregnancy, it was said to have escaped via her chimney. It probably became most famous during 1909, when it was said to have been seen in over 30 towns. John McOwen saw it and described it as being like a hopping eagle, and patrolman James Sackville told of its terrible scream, often said to resemble that of a human. Several sets of hoof prints were spotted in the snow, leading to many hunting parties being formed, but none were successful in tracking the beast down. There have been several alleged sightings of it over the years, many bearing such little resemblance to the earlier sightings that it would appear that the name of the Jersey Devil is used to account for any unusual happenings in the region. There he is. That is not my. That is hashtag not my Jersey Devil. Oh, we can actually read. Well, not really. It's very small. Wait, what does that say? Exhibited exclusively here at $1,000 a week. Are you paying him? Does he get a salary? Okay. I always thought that the Jersey Devil was like a weird, deformed horse-looking creature. Okay, what's with Frosty the Snowman? How do I get to my man Frosty? Big X. What? 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 What are we doing here? Okay. On a mortuary slab somewhere in the Ukraine in 1978, a very strange thing happened. The body lying on the slab in question suddenly started moving when the autopsy began. It was alive! The reviving figure was that of Miss Yulia Vorobyeva, who had died of an electric shock, yet had suddenly revived at the very last opportunity. Yet the strangest aspect of the story was yet to manifest itself. Having fully recovered from her ordeal, she suddenly became aware that she had acquired an amazing talent. She had X-ray vision! The Ukrainian newspaper Izvestia reported that she discovered her power when she left her house one day and nonchalantly looked across the street at a woman. She recalled, "I was paralyzed with horror. I could see her intestines and straight through her." When she had grown more accustomed to this ability, she started putting it to good use and was regularly employed by the hospital at Donetsk to help diagnose rare diseases, soon acquiring a reputation for infallibility. Good for her! That's what the X is for. Big X for X-ray. Okay. How do I get to my man Frosty? Do I have to take the long way around? To my boy Frosty? We have orbs. Look at those rocks! Those are some high-quality rocks. When the United Fruit Company decided to clear large expanses of jungle in the Diquis Delta, they had no idea they were about to be responsible for the discovery of some of the most puzzling objects ever found. La Bolas Grandes, or the giant balls of Costa Rica. Since the 1930s, when the clearance began, hundreds or possibly thousands of stone balls, many perfectly round, have been discovered, ranging from a few inches to 8 feet in diameter and weighing up to 16 tons. Whatever the reason for their manufacture, it must have been very important, as the amount of work involved in shaping these balls from hard granite and rubbing them smooth was truly great. The simple fact is that nobody really has any idea why they were made, although almost inevitably there are theories that they may have been used as models of the solar system. Sadly, most of them these days are used as glorified garden ornaments, a purpose for which they most definitely weren't intended all those years ago. Why not? Sometimes people just like a nicely shaped rock. Is that a boomerang? Ah, no, not the boomerang, please. No! I keep bleeding like 1 pixel off from where I'm supposed to. Please, I need to learn about this boomerang so bad. What on earth are you? Hello? Vast expanses of uninhabited land in Australia would make an ideal environment for a man-beast to carry on an existence unhindered by mankind. The creature known as the Yowie, or Yahoo, is reported to be doing just that. It is said to be similar in many ways to Bigfoot, its counterpart in North America, with its skunk-like ability to emit dreadful smells, feet with 4 toes, and complete lack of a neck. Most sightings, and there have been over 3,000 of them, describe it as being between 6 and 7 feet tall, covered with black hair, and having big yellow eyes. The sightings of the beast go back as far as the 19th century, predominantly in New South Wales and Queensland, although Aborigines claim to have known about it for a lot longer. At the turn of the century, 2 men said that they had shot at a hairy man-beast that had bellowed at them as it emerged from some bushes, and in 1912, the Sydney Morning Herald published an account of the sighting by George Summerall, when he claimed to have seen one drinking at a creek near Bamboka, New South Wales. I know that by drinking, they mean drinking water out of the creek, but my first mental image was him just cracking open a beer. His story was backed up by the discovery of distinctive 4-toed footprints at the creek. He was just trying to hang out. He was just chilling. What? A Yowie can't chill in his own home? What are you? You're a cutscene, I see. Scary. Sorry, man. I gotta go talk to Frosty real quick. I can't jump down this hole right now. I'm busy. Bye. Where's Frosty? Is it closing again? I watched that for nothing. No! Now I have to watch it twice. There's a pile of dirt. It's a scary looking image. People really do eat the strangest things sometimes, but Francis Battaglia took the biscuit, or rather the stone, for he was known as the Stone Eater. From his birth in the 17th century, he refused to eat any conventional foods, preferring the dubious dubious pleasures offered by stones, a legacy of him being discovered holding such unlikely objects in his tiny hands even when he was born, by all accounts. Why do I have to listen to him make eating noise? I'm just trying to read. He would eat several stones each day, to the extent that he could sometimes be heard rattling as he walked along. Without going into too much detail on the subject, it was claimed that once every 3 weeks he would void a great quantity of sand to make more space for his strange cravings. Unusual though Francis's diet may have been, the experiences of John Cummings in 1799 provide a timely cautionary tale for those thinking of partaking in unusual and dangerous feasts. I hate this. While somewhat the worse for drink one day, he was goaded into swallowing a knife, and having achieved that successfully, another 3 followed. Astonishingly, he survived this exercise, passing 3 of the knives over the following 2 days, and was seemingly none the worse for wear. 6 years later, however, while again under the influence of drink, he decided to show off his knife-eating prowess once more, downing a total of 14 over a 2-day period. He was drunk the whole time? He came to regret this when seized by agonizing stomach pains. Yeah, but astonishingly he survived the experience, though the passing of such a cluster of cutlery could have been no fun at all. Yet still he hadn't learned his lesson, and on another occasion went on to consume a further 13 knives. There's something deeply wrong with that man's brain. Unsurprisingly, this time 13 proved to be a very unlucky number, and after several trips to Guy's Hospital in London, he eventually expired. So don't try that at home, kids. Great. Get me out of here. It's a long, hard road to say hello to Frosty the Snowman. Ghosts! The tiny town of Silver Cliff, Colorado, sits an eerie little graveyard with a fascinating mystery. The ghostly lights of the Silver Cliff Cemetery have been seen by far too many people since 1880 to doubt their existence, especially since they have featured in no lesser a journal than the New York Times. But what causes them? There is no shortage of theories as to what those glowing blue spots that hover over the tombstones might be, but the belief that they are the helmet lamps of ghostly miners still searching for the silver that used to be so abundant there is as good as any. It's nice, short, sweet. I don't have to listen to somebody burping and chewing and swallowing. What? Okay. There can be few more forbidding areas of the world than the Himalayas. Cold and remote with the icy winds ripping through you, it is easy to imagine how simple it would be to envisage a menacing Hulk watching over you as you struggle through the thick carpet of snow. Why is this a happy little snowman, and now they're making me think about the scary one? The Abominable Snowman is a dramatic, though inaccurate name that has echoed through all walks of fiction, and this creature, if it exists, would indeed be a dramatic sight to encounter on your travels, if eyewitness accounts are anything to go by. Descriptions seem to vary, with heights between 5 and 15 feet being claimed, and body hair of either reddish-brown or gray. In 1974, a poor Nepalese girl claimed to be attacked by one of the smaller variety while she was watching over a herd of yaks high in the mountain near Everest. She said that it killed some of her yaks in the attack, but she survived to tell her tale, leading police to the scene where they discovered strange footprints to back up her story. There have been few actual sightings by Western eyes, but Don Willens claimed to have seen the rare beast twice in the Annapurna Sanctuary in 1970, describing it as being very ape-like. Experts believe, however, that this high snowbound terrain is probably not where they generally dwell, the reason being that it is unlikely that a descendant of Gigantopithecus, which many believe it could be, live in such conditions. This suggests that they more than likely live in the forested regions lower in the valleys, occasionally traveling across the snowy higher areas and leaving the large 14-inch footprints that remain the best physical evidence of their existence. These have been seen by many respected mountaineers, including Eric Shipton in 1951, Edmund Hillary in 1953, and more recently Lord Hunt. It was Hillary's discovery of prints that was to lead to a flurry of treks organized in search of the beast, but little was to come of any of them. He returned from a further expedition in 1960 with a scalp said to be made from the head of an abominable snowman, or Yeti as it is otherwise known. Sadly, scientific analysis suggested that it had been made from the hair of a local goat rather than anything more exciting. This led to a large shadow of doubt being cast over its existence at the time. Some zoologists believe that most sightings could possibly be cases of mistaken identity, with langur monkeys or even the extremely rare Tibetan blue bear being the most likely of causes. These theories, however, fail to address the excellent photographic evidence of strange and unidentified footprints in the snow, which still point to the existence of some unknown creature roaming those vast Himalayan slopes. Thank you, Frosty. Is that something that I can touch, or is that perfect? Is this... Okay, no, I think that's just part of the building. Yeah. Okay. I guess we'll go... the lightning. I found a secret! There have been many cases of people who have discovered that their bodies contain unusual electrical fields. That's a not very electric sounding noise, often with uncomfortable or even tragic consequences. Jenny Moran of Sedalia, Missouri was so highly charged with electricity that anyone who touched her was likely to be knocked senseless in an instant. Her pet cat fared even worse. It was killed by her power when she innocently picked it up. An even more tragic case was that of a baby that was born in France in 1869 with similarly shocking powers, but with the additional attribute of projecting luminous rays from his fingers. When he died, not yet a year old, his body was said to glow. Strange. Is this also something? Ah, I believe it is.
One of the most disturbing of puzzles that has confounded experts for well over a century occurred in the unlikely paradise of Barbados. In the graveyard of Christ Church sat a vault which had housed the earthly remains of the Chase family since the beginning of the 19th century. The bizarre events within this vault began in 1812, when the body of Thomas Chase was about to be placed inside. Inexplicably, 2 coffins of previous occupants were found to have moved across the vault.
Spooky.
4 years later, a similar occurrence was discovered, and less than 2 months later, they were found to be disturbed yet again, even though each time they had been returned to their correct positions, and the vault sealed.
Why am I in the void? Okay.
The entrance was secured by a huge slab, which would have needed at least 6 men to have moved it. Over 2.5 years later, in 1819, Thomas Clark was to be buried there, but again the coffins were in disarray. No mean feat, as the heaviest coffin, made of lead, would take 8 men to move it. Strangely, the lighter wooden coffin of Mrs. Thomasina Goddard had remained unmoved. The governor of Barbados, Lord Combermere, was disturbed by the fuss now being caused by these events, and all the talk of ghosts, and decided to investigate the vault. When it was opened, he could clearly see that the coffins had been disturbed, by comparing their positions with a diagram showing the positions that they had been previously left in. It would clearly have taken many hands to cause such disruption, and theories that they could have been disturbed by earth tremors were ruled out, due to the lack of any movement of the much lighter contents in there. Lord Combermere had the floor, roof and walls examined with a fine-tooth comb to confirm that there were no hidden entrances, then had the coffins replaced, covering the floor with a fine sand which would expose any unwelcome footprints should anyone enter after the vault was closed. Then, when it was resealed, he made his personal imprints in the cement, so it could not be replaced without clearly showing signs of tampering. Rather like a child unable to wait for Christmas before opening his presents, Lord Combermere found that he couldn't wait for another burial before seeing if his efforts had solved the
He was
long-standing
just so
mystery.
excited about the coffins.
The following year he returned to the vault and carefully inspected the cement around the gateway, declaring it to be the correct seal with his personal markings. All in attendance gasped as the slab was, with unusual effort, moved to reveal a coffin standing on its head with the end resting against the door. Other coffins had clearly been thrown around the vault, and yet the fine sand on the floor had remained completely undisturbed. This was too much to bear for all concerned.
Why does
and
this
the
one have to
coffins
stay
were
there?
removed and buried separately, the tomb never to be used again, as, after all, what use is a resting place for the dead where the dead will not rest?
He just put me in a strobe light haunted house ride and then made me stare at some guy's mouth for like 30 whole seconds. Okay. Let's go and watch our statue cutscene again. Or not. Now we can watch our statue cutscene again. Oh, Mr. Statue. Give me a second, I'm getting there. I'm not close enough. Oh, no I am. Open sesame. Oh boy, another dark hallway. Hey, my favorite. Anything cool on the walls? No? Okay. We've returned to the hallway, I think. Unless this is a similar, identical hallway. How far down can we go? Oh, there's a lot of doors in here. Oh no, it's spooky. Oh, they won't allow me to go down that far. Can't believe it. How about here? Okay, that's locked. How about this one? Aha! Ooh. Scan me. Ouch, the light. Oh god. Oh, I don't like this. I don't like the vibe this is giving me. Why am I high up? Hello? I don't know, I think they're gonna make me do a puzzle. Wait. What is... Oh, okay. You can't just stay open? You couldn't have made one more screen where they're just open behind me? What am I doing here? Okay, they won't allow me to walk off the edge at least. Okay. Yay, pressing buttons. Okay, I think I have to make a path, presumably from the green onto the red. So, like... Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Sideways. This might be a press buttons until I get the right solution situation. Okay. This is a take my headphones off type of thing. Uh-uh. What the orientation of the black and white matters? I don't think so. I don't know, there's not really any indication of anything. I do have the game manual that came with the download for this, but I don't know if that will actually give me information. Let's see. Oh, game manual. Where is that? Here it is. We have a section on puzzle help. Contents, about, installation, exploration. Uh, Puzzles on page 12. Where's this one? The Pillars of Infinity. Sometimes getting from A to B can be very tricky. Rotating the bridges is the easy part. Be very careful. When you cross, it's a long way down. Okay. Well, it doesn't say anything about the black and white. I think I do have to just move uh, the line parts. It's not, they didn't give me much information. It's like 2 sentences, like 1.5 sentences, really. Please! Why does the audio, like, reset every time I press the buttons? Maybe if I make it go, like, downwards? I don't think so. I can follow this down. Can I move this? No, that only goes, this one only goes 2 directions. I think, do they all only go 2 directions? No, they do not. Okay. Go down across like this. That one only goes 2 ways, so that doesn't help me. I have to go, I guess, up. No, my brain! Will it reset if I leave? I think it does. They're turning. Okay. let's start fresh. I need to know what interesting facts are they hiding behind this puzzle. Okay. So this can only really go this way. Around like this and to the side. And maybe not. How does this work? Okay, I think this one has to be pointing this way. Because that's the only way that it actually leads directly to the red one. Okay, so we have one thing in probably the right place. I assume that this will light up if I get it correct. Okay. Let me follow from this way. Around this way, this way, this way. Oh god. My brain. Oh, okay, sure. Oh, so you had to go across all of them. I was trying to find like an efficient short route. That works. Yay! And that was totally my own intelligent brain work and not just clicking buttons until something happened. I love puzzles. Scary. Eek eek. This kind of reminds me of Myst. There has been previous mention of Myst in the chat. Probably just because it's a game from the 90s. I think they were all kind of like that.
1993 to
UFOs!
1994, I was involved in writing a book on British abductions with a colleague of mine called Carl Negatis. We called the book Without Consent. Got the title from the dictionary basically. We looked up the word abduction and it said, you know, taken blah 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 without consent. And one of the things we tried to do during the research for the book was to ask the abductees that question: what do you believe happened to you? We asked 15 abductees in the UK. 2 said definitely aliens from space. Don't know where in space, but from space. 2 said it was some kind of spiritual experience. One young man we interviewed down in Wales, the only way he could rationalise with it initially was he thought it was the Russians. But 10 of the 15 said, I just don't know. I've had this most bizarre experience or experiences, the likes of which I've never had before, and no interest in UFOs, flying saucers, call them what you will, and they come to people like myself or my colleagues looking for an answer. And one of the reasons that they've actually gone public at times is in the hope that by telling their story, they'll have a greater chance of getting to the bottom of it, to find that answer.
Thank you, floating television. Okay. Hello? What? Hello? Oh no. Have I broken the game after solving the puzzle? Wait, I'm trying to like pause, unpause. That will help. I'm No! Game, no! I just solved a puzzle! I just felt really good about myself. Wait. Oh no. Oh no. Please, no, I solved a puzzle and everything! I'm afraid to like press any of the buttons that I'm looking at the settings right now. I don't know if they're showing up. I'm like afraid to press any of the buttons on the like menu because I feel like I'll have to start all over. Oh no. File. Then let's see. Will that, like, reset maybe? I don't know. Okay, wait. Exit? Okay. I guess we'll see if I reopen it. Will that save file thing still be there? I mean, this isn't like a game where... Okay, this isn't a game where there's like objectives and it keeps track of them, I don't think. Like, it's just an exploration of an interesting area type of game. Let's see. File, open. Okay, the position file is still there. Will that work? Ah! Oh, I think it might have worked. Okay. Improvise, adapt, overcome. I don't know which direction I'm going in, though. Is this the same one that I just watched?
There
Oh,
was a
different guy.
fascinating wave of sightings that occurred in Belgium over
Fixed
a
it.
period of several months, beginning in 1989, but culminating on one night in 1990, where about 2,700 people reported sighting a UFO. Now, at the same time, the Belgian Air Force had radar returns from their ground radar stations, and they scrambled two F-16 fighter interceptors to try and intercept the object. The F-16 then acquired the UFO on its airborne radar, tried to intercept it, locked on to the object 7 or 8 times, but the object repeatedly broke the lock, which was fascinating because it showed the craft was under some sort of intelligent control. It was reacting to what the Belgian Air Force were trying to do. Now, when that case was assessed afterwards, the Belgian Air Force simply said that the object was capable of moving from a virtual hover to speeds of several thousand miles an hour in a matter of seconds, and they came to the conclusion that the object was real, but that they had no explanation for it.
Spooky. Okay. It appears we are no longer trapped. Everything is fine. I've solved the puzzle. Teleporting again. I learned 2 things about aliens and now I get teleported. Oh no, wait. New area? We have not returned to our old place. Are we
World
in
War
a
II was a
spaceship?
time when life could never be taken for granted, especially for those whose daily task it was to risk their lives fighting for their country. The men stationed at RAF Shalufa in Egypt knew that each day might be their last, but none expected to gaze upon the face of death before it happened. Yet that is exactly what happened to Wing Commander George Potter. One
He
night,
turned
while
into a
drinking
mummy.
in the mess with his friend, Flying Officer Reg Lamb, his attention was diverted across the room to where one of his colleagues was sitting. His blood went cold, for in place of the handsome features he expected to see was a horrific skull-like apparition sinking into a blue-black murk. He was transfixed by this stomach-churning vision until Lamb broke the spell by tugging at him and asking what was wrong. George Potter shakily explained that he had seen the mark of death on his comrade. The following night his ill-starred colleague went on a mission as scheduled, but, as Potter had half expected, he did not return. His plane had been shot down over the Mediterranean Sea. The deathly vision being swallowed by the depths had become a reality.
Well, that's not about aliens. That's just kind of sad. Okay, there's a little teleportation box. Untitled 2. Okay. Oh, noise. I summoned the aliens by saving. Delights. There have been intriguing reports of people having a very unusual ability to make streetlights turn off simply by walking or driving past them. One man claimed to have darkened the streets over 100 times over a 5-year period. And another gentleman added a twist to the phenomenon by claiming that he had switched some lights on as well as off in this manner. Thanks. Some of these little informational bits are like so long, and the other ones are like, hey, this weird thing happened, isn't that crazy? Anyway, continue. What is this, like, futuristic blue shape? A hand. A skeleton. A man in China was remarkable for having skin so transparent that you could clearly see his internal organs through it. However, this did not stop him from leading a near-normal life. No further information will be given. What was his name? I want to Google him. I feel like I'm not getting the whole story. They're hiding things from me. In the spooky mystery video game. How could they? Flowers. Would it be possible, do you think, for someone to live without taking any sustenance other than the scent of flowers? Unlikely though it seems, such a claim was made by E. Fleigen of Germany, who was said to exist on just such a diet for some years. It may not be quite as unique as it sounds, though, as centuries ago Pliny told of an East Indian tribe known as the Astomi, who, having been born with no mouths, lived off the smell of various roots and flowers. That's all. I was expecting more alien talk. What is that, Stonehenge? Hello? Okay. It didn't freeze, don't worry.
The mysteries of the distinctive formation of stones that make up Stonehenge have been discussed by more experts than almost any other man-made structure. Like many such structures, it was engineered to be in a specific place in relation to the sun, so that at the significant time of midsummer, the sun would rise in line with the heelstone if you were within the circle. Though very much a focal point of the Druids, the stone enigma on Salisbury Plain, England, was almost certainly built by unknown people, long before Druidic times. Stonehenge itself evolved through various stages over a period of about 1,000 years, beginning around 2000.
Scribbled over this image in black marker.
The most baffling puzzle probably being the question of why its builders should have transported bluestones from a sacred ring all the way from Wales, about 135 miles. It would have been a truly massive task, using only the most primitive forms of transport, and bearing in mind the difficulty of travel and lack of communication systems, one wonders how they would have been aware of the existence of such stones so far away. Many theories abound as to its placing on the network of lays, a mysterious system of underground lines, which are said to run across the world and act as channels of great natural power, with structures such as Stonehenge acting as giant forceps. Other theories have suggested that it was built as a kind of astrological computer, a temple, or as a focal point for the many burial grounds in the region. The absence of any written explanation from its makers themselves as to why they should go to the incredible efforts that they did leaves us only our own science and imagination to explain the building of Stonehenge.
Thank you for the Stonehenge facts. Why does Stonehenge get a whole cutscene devoted to it? I want to know more about the guy with transparent skin. Okay, what are you? What is this? Crop circles! Finally, aliens! Hello? They're loading up all the crop circles. Oh, we get buttons to press? Oh boy. Okay. Let's do our intro first. Good place to start. That's
Each
cool
year,
looking crop
these
circle.
strangely beautiful patterns, 'appear in the fields and cause a fresh round of controversy. 'Cause of 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 fresh round of controvers Since 1978, over 2,000 have been sighted in southern England alone.
It's a very
Reports
England-centric
of
game.
others have been made in more than a dozen countries, such as the United
Somebody
States,
just did that for Halloween.
Canada, Japan and Australia. Are they the result of a higher intelligence, leaving us cryptic mathematical clues to a brighter future? Are UFOs somehow responsible? Governments practicing with top-secret particle beam weapons? A previously unseen force of nature related to tornadoes? Or simply inebriated students hoping to make page 2 of the local newspaper? Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be a definitive answer, and although a lot of circles are confessed hoaxes, there is no doubt that other formations exhibit features impossible to fake, and no single theory seems to fit all the available evidence.
Aliens. Scientific evidence. Is there any real scientific evidence to suggest that there may be something more to crop circles than just one person's desire to hoodwink another? Some circles have features that are impossible to hoax. For example, elaborately interwoven patterns where individual stalks are delicately linked with each other in layers up to 6 deep, as opposed to just flattened as they are in hoax circles. Others appear in fields of oilseed rape, which would appear to be impossible to hoax in as the stalks snap when you try to flatten them. Other circles show a complete and measurable lack of static electricity, which can then be seen to slowly return to the crops over the next few days. Dr. W.C. Levengood has studied samples from many sites around the world and is convinced that whatever causes the phenomenon releases intense, rapid, high-energy bursts, possibly similar to microwaves, which actually cause measurable cellular changes. He has found crops where the leaves are rippled along one edge as if exposed to rapid heating from only one direction. Some samples exhibited a complete lack of seed growth, whilst others germinated and grew 45% faster than normal. Dr. Levengood concludes, for those who have said the formations are hoaxed, the hoaxer would have to explain in detail how all the biophysical and biochemical changes are brought about in the plants, including 1. The type of energy and method of application needed to produce node swelling, node bending, and severe lateral node splitting that is uniformly expressed within plants covering a sharply defined circular area at least 110 feet in diameter, as in the Kennewick case. 2. Reduction in embryo growth and development. Reduced seed weight in a uniform manner and over a large area without affecting the developing somatic non-reproductive tissue or outward appearance of the plant. 3. Increased growth rate and development from those seeds that have reduced weights and characteristics of low viability. 4. More rapid seedling development, even under stressful light and nutrient conditions from formation seeds. So, whilst it would seem relatively easy to hoax a circle that would fool most people, it would appear difficult, if not impossible, to perform a hoax that would fool the more dedicated cerealologists. I know that's like a real thing, like the study of cereal grains, but that's just kind of funny. Crop circle investigators or cerealologists. Okay, so they just made that up? It sounds scientific. Although the explanations for their appearance are numerous, the most popular theory is that all crop circles are hoaxes, especially after the notorious duo Doug Bauer and Dave Chorley claimed responsibility for many of the formations in southern England. They revealed how they had made dozens of circles over the years using nothing more complex than a plank and a length of rope. However, the mystery of the circles can be traced as far back as the Middle Ages, long before Doug and Dave's hoaxes appeared. You don't know. They might know how time travel. Studying my Lucky Charms every morning. You're just like telling the future by the formation of like marshmallows in your Lucky Charms. Most crop circle investigators or cerealologists accept that the majority of crop circles are indeed hoaxes. It's difficult to deny this in view of the numbers of people claiming to be hoaxers and the fact that the numbers of crop circles appearing grew in response to media coverage. Correspondingly, as the media has lost interest, the numbers of circles appearing each year has decreased. However, investigators such as Jenny Randles and Paul Fuller conclude that there may be a real phenomenon hidden in amongst the many hoaxes. At least 1 in 10 circles seem to include features that cannot be satisfactorily explained away. Beautiful symmetry. During the late 1970s and throughout the 1980s, the formations tended to be simple, plain circles, but from 1990 onwards, they evolved into complex formations, including rectangles, triangles, and combinations of shapes, some as large as football fields. The theories for this seem to be as numerous as the circles themselves. Some believe the symbols to be part of a universal language, and as such, they spell out messages to us from the stars, or perhaps another dimension in time. The Twilight Zone. Others believe them to contain coded mathematical secrets. Astronomer and mathematician Gerald Hawkins, co-author of Stonehenge Decoded, believes this coded message to be musical in nature. Geometry has on occasion been called frozen music, because like pure harmony, perfect mathematical accuracy is the nature and beauty of a theorem. He goes on to say, as a careful scientist, I'm not saying the patterns are musical, only that the sizes follow the same mathematical law as the intervals of Western music. The creators seem to know of these fractions, taking care to encode them into shapes so that they could be retrieved by someone studying aerial photographs. Used to watch as new crop circles came out, really crazy ones back in the early 2000s. Sadly, back in the early 2000s, I did not have the wherewithal to be paying attention to crop circles. I was too busy watching Hannah Montana on the Disney Channel. UFOs. Okay, one of the most popular theories surrounding the formation of crop circles is that UFOs are somehow involved, and there is no denying that the appearance of the circles seems to go hand in hand with increased reports of UFO activity and strange lights in the sky. Some people even claim to have photographic and video evidence of glowing spheres skipping in and out of the corn above the site of new formations, but like most such evidence, the pictures are not conclusive. In the early days, it was simply thought that the circles represented the impressions left by a spacecraft when it landed in a field. However, as the shapes have become more complex, so have the theories. Are alien beings trying to communicate with us via these strange pictograms? If so, then surely creatures that have mastered intergalactic travel will learn to spell and leave us a message we can understand. What if they're slowly trying to open our minds to the possibility of their existence by leaving increasingly complex and therefore difficult to fake symbols until we finally realize that someone must be trying to communicate? Now, I haven't actually seen many crop circle pictures. I kind of want to look at pictures of crop circles. They're all cool looking. I don't even care if most of them are fake. Okay, some subscribers to this theory regularly camp out in fields during the summer and attempt to channel their mental energies into communicating with the circle creators. Some even claim a degree of success and believe that circles have appeared in answer to their summons. Ooh. Well, at least we got some alien activity in the alien box that I've been transported to. A lot of the ones that they showed in that little, like, slideshow were quite pretty. I love a nice shape. Okay, I saw Invisible Skin Man. That's people that turn off lights when they walk past them. Is there more over here? Is that a brain? That might be a brain. Okay, that's the crop circle one. Crop circle, but it's just a big picture of Island. Aliens, please, if you're out there, please advertise my YouTube channel. Oh no, scary red.
There is a tribe in East Africa, the
Ah.
Algayo, that always used to make a point of donning straw helmets when they went hunting. Why? To protect themselves from a beast known as the chemosit, which had a particular fondness for the taste of human brains. This nocturnal bear-like creature is well known for its fearsome wail, which has been heard by visiting zoologists as well as the local tribespeople. An engineer named MacDonald claimed to have been actually attacked by the beast in his hut in Kenya, and footprints 4 times larger than a man's were found outside. He described it as being 7 feet tall, with a mouth that seemed to give off a red glow.
You're just showing me
which
like
ties
one
in with
close-up
descriptions
of
local
a like a
legends.
wolf with different effects on it. Man, it's a good thing I don't have to worry about things that eat human brains. I'm not human and I don't have a brain. I'm safe. I do still have to stare at the red brain for a minute longer, though. Am I gonna be free of red brain? Oh, I saw a loading shape. Are we loading? Hello? I'm about to reload it. Wait, what do you mean? What about my Untitled 2? Oh no. Oh, an error has occurred in my application. Oh, okay. No! I mean, I saved during the walk on the pillars puzzle, so we're not, like, too far away. File, open. I saved the other one, though, and that was strange that it didn't appear to work. Okay. Let's see. We're not too far away, at least. I don't know why Untitled 2 didn't work. Aliens.psn. Okay. Just so that I don't have to walk across the thing again. Alright. That is really hard to see. That just looks like a strawberry. I know that I clicked on that one, but very difficult to tell what it is. Okay, don't teleport me again. You mustn't teleport. That's, eating flower. Eating flower smells. What's this? Stonehenge. At least my computer hasn't broken yet. What is this one? Musique. Long ago, any Indian crossing Lake Okanagan in British Columbia would carry a chicken or dog with him as a sacrifice in case an approach was made by the creature now known as Ogopogo. Indian legend claimed that the lake beast they call the Remorseful One was once human who was transformed into a monster for committing murder. Sightings of the beast in the 80 miles of water that make up the lake go back well into the last century, though the legend became popularized with a sudden massive sightings in the 1920s. At this time, its fame was so widespread that they even sang of it in London musicals. I'm looking for the Ogopogo, the funny little Ogopogo. His mother was an earwig, his father was a whale. I'm going to put a little bit of salt on his tail. That's a guy that murdered people. You know, he's just a funny little dude. One of the many hundreds of sightings was made in 1949 by the Watson family. They described its body as being about 30 feet long, containing 5 undulations and a forked tail. The forked tail was again mentioned some years later, in what must surely be one of the closest of encounters, that of a Mrs. Clark who was swimming in the lake when she felt something bump her leg. She rushed to her raft, and from there saw an 8-foot-long coil moving through the water, ending in a forked whale-like tail. She estimated the creature, which was dark gray, to be about 30 feet long. Other people have described it as being like a long eel, or alternatively, a 50-foot-long olive-green beast with a long neck and flippers. Dr. Roy Mackle has studied the descriptions and believes that it may well be a thriving zeuglodon that entered the lake from the Pacific Ocean with which it is linked. Alternatively, it could be some form of primitive whale of the Basilosauridae family, which could account for the whale-like tail that is often mentioned by those that claim to have seen it. There have been numerous attempts to find Ogopogo. At one time, 60 scuba divers searched the lake with cameras and powerful lights, and in 1991, a Japanese television company sent a submersible craft down to investigate, but the huge reward that was once offered for proof of its existence was never claimed. The best film evidence was taken in 1968 by Art Holden. He was driving along a road high above the lake when he saw a large shape in the water. Fortunately, he had been filming his family earlier and had his 8mm Cine camera with its telephoto lens with him, so he stopped the car and started filming the thing in the lake. The resulting film showed an object that was about 60 feet long and moving very quickly. Although opinions are divided, the film is regarded as probably the best evidence so far of the existence of the Remorseful One. And they won't even let me watch the video. What a travesty. What is this red thing? Okay, I can look at that, apparently. Is there something here? That's the music note. Okay, that's like a futuristic door. What's the red thing? What are you? Flames! Okay. It was a strange enough occurrence when young Amy Kirby was discovered enveloped in flames just 2 minutes after her mother had left her to get some water. No sign could be found of any cause of such a fierce blaze. Then a truly remarkable thing happened. As her distraught mother hurried across the valley to tell her husband of the terrible news, she met an equally distraught messenger who was rushing to tell her that her other daughter had just been discovered burnt to near death. Though a mile apart at the time, her daughters had both inexplicably caught fire simultaneously at 11 a.m. Sadly, neither lived long enough to explain this most disturbing of puzzles. Sometimes they tell me about a weird, crazy, like, pseudoscience phenomena, and then other times, like, somebody got set on fire and died. Oh, that's scary. I don't like that. I don't like this normal door. Hello? What on earth is that? People in the 90s were really ahead of their time. They were making backrooms games before 4chan even invented the backrooms. There's the Titanic! Okay, what is this one? Easter Island? Okay, for a second I was worried it froze again. Safe.
On isolated Easter Island, nearly 1,000 miles from the nearest land, sit the enigmatic statues that have aroused more interest than almost any other man-made figures. The island was first brought to the attention of a wider world in the 18th century by Dutch explorer Jacob Roggeveen, when he discovered the island on Easter Day, resulting in its unusual name. Hewn from volcanic rock, the mysterious figures that decorate the island stand about 25 feet tall and weigh in at around 18 tons each. Local legend tells that the rock figures, or moe, walk to their places themselves, and certainly the shortage of trees with which to have made rollers to have moved them makes it puzzling as to how local craftsmen could have done so. This mystery was highlighted in the writings of Eric von Daniken, who claimed that they must have been carved by visiting spacemen, also suggesting that their red stone headpieces, known as pakeo, represented helmets that would have been worn by these unearthly visitors. Experts suggest more earthly explanations of such puzzles. They point to the fact that local islanders happen to have red hair themselves, and suggest that the lack of trees was caused by them all being used up to move the statues, resulting in the production of said statues ceasing when their timber was exhausted.
They must not have had that many trees in the first
A timely
place.
warning, perhaps, of the consequences of failing to replenish natural resources. Despite all the theories, however, nobody knows for certain why so many of these statues should have been made, or why they should be carved in such unusual forms.
You really want me to reflect on the Moai statues? Is that the Hindenburg? Is this whole area just gonna be like horrible disasters? The Titanic. Okay, we'll wait to go up to the middle part. What spooky thing happened on the Titanic? Oh, hello? The problem with most cases of precognition is one of corroborating the fact that they really were made before an event occurred, which is usually reliant on a few friends or acquaintances. One case of an astonishing prediction, or perhaps coincidence, that relates to the Titanic disaster leaves no doubt as to its authenticity, as it was published in a book several years before the event. Oh, I remember this book, Titan. 14 years before the Titanic sank, a book titled Futility by Morgan Robertson was published. It told the story of a great liner called the SS Titan, that was believed to be unsinkable, but, like its near namesake, on its maiden voyage hit an iceberg in the Atlantic in April and sank. Many of its passengers died due to the fact that it carried an insufficient quantity of lifeboats for the number of people aboard, only 24 for 3,000 passengers. The ill-fated casualties of the real Titanic disaster died because there were only 20 lifeboats for its capacity of around 3,000, that was only two-thirds full at the time. Journalist and editor W.T. Stead also wrote a prophetic article in the London Review of Reviews some years before the disaster. It told of an ocean liner sinking mid-Atlantic because of an iceberg, and he subsequently campaigned for sufficient quantities of lifeboats to be installed on all ships. Despite this, he decided to take part in the maiden voyage of the Titanic, even though he had received several warnings not to, including one by a palmist who told him not to travel by water in that month. Along with over 1,000 other passengers, he duly perished aboard the tragic liner. There are several recorded cases of bad feelings about the ship's maiden voyage. A 7-year-old girl named Eva Hart was saved from the watery doom aboard the vessel thanks to the premonition of her mother. She had believed all along that the ship was doomed, and despite pleading with her husband that none of them should travel on it, she reluctantly boarded with both he and Eva. When she felt the very slight bump of the iceberg, she instantly knew that what would normally have gone relatively unnoticed was in fact the beginning of the end for the ship, and insisted young Eva should don her coat and prepare for the worst. They both survived, thanks, they believed, to this prompt realization of the seriousness of events and the foreboding of Eva's mother. These fears were also shared by several others due to travel, and many people canceled their tickets rather than embark on what they sensed would be a one-way ride. It is reasonable to assume that many such fears were not unusual, especially with the media giving the fate-tempting name of the Unsinkable to the Titanic. But the similarities between the novel about the SS Titan and the actual disaster, even down to the likeness of the name, is truly inexplicable. Even relatively recently, the strange coincidences that have permeated the short history of the ship continued. In 1975, the Daily Mail published a story about a family in Dunstable, England, who were watching a TV show about the Titanic when a huge block of ice crashed through their roof, just as the iceberg was about to hit the ship on the television. Where did the ice come from? They keep telling me all these wacky, crazy things. And then they don't tell me anymore. How did that happen? I'm just imagining like a big cartoon ice cube. Who is making giant cartoon ice cubes above their house? Okay. Where is this? What pyramid? Who are you? What is this? Who's this future character? Margaret McAvoy was born in Liverpool, England in 1800 and was to develop the most unusual of abilities. At the age of 16, she became totally blind, but soon after discovered that she could read text just by running her fingers over a printed page and even feel colors of material or glass. Many people put this ability to the test, but even in a dark room lit only by a fire in the grate which she sat away from with her back towards, she could read passages that had been given to her. Skeptics, ever dubious of such powers, made her wear an assortment of blindfolds, but her ability remained unhampered. Sadly, she died just a few years after discovering her gift, leaving the source of her powers undiscovered. I guess that's supposed to be her wearing a blindfold. It looked like some sort of like future Tron character. What is this one? I cannot fathom what the shape is supposed to be. Okay, it's an iron. There are a number of people who have an unusual and somewhat inexplicable ability. They can make metal objects, sometimes as heavy as an iron, stick magnetically to their skin. These magnetic people often seem to make a show of their powers. Indeed, over 300 people turned up when a contest was organized in Bulgaria to discover the person who was most magnetic. Interestingly, it has been suggested by some skeptics that these magnetic powers may be the result of swallowing powerful magnets, a concept which seems even more bizarre than the actual phenomenon. And depending on the powerfulness level of the magnet, it could probably, like, burst through your stomach and severely injure or kill you. Okay. Did anybody have those, like, little buckyball magnets? And there was, like, oh, that's scary. And there was a warning on them not to swallow them because they would be attracted to each other inside of your guts, and then you would have like perforated guts. I still have some of those. Every once in a while I look at them and I like have intrusive thoughts about, but what if you just shove them in your mouth? Famous medium Eileen Garrett claimed to have been contacted by the spirit of aviator Captain W.R. Hinchcliffe, who had disappeared a few weeks earlier whilst trying to fly across the Atlantic. He pleaded with her to warn his old comrade, Squadron Leader Johnston, navigator on the new airship, the R-101, that the new vessel would not stand the strain. Not long after, in 1930, the airship crashed into a hill, killing 46 people in a tragic inferno. Delightful. That's not really even that spooky. That's just everybody got into a horrible accident and died. Oh no. Okay. Wait. Let's save this as Scary Hole. Check again to make sure. It didn't. Why does it only save it sometimes? What about just Hole? Was Scary Hole too long? Okay. Maybe Scary Hole was too long. Let's go into the Scary Hole. Or not? Wait, am I not allowed to go into the... What? They're not letting me in. Let me in! Am I not allowed in the Scary Hole? Okay. The way that these screens are set up is a bit confusing. Atlas walks back and forth confusedly for 10 to 20 minutes. Okay. If I go around the other way, does that matter? Why they was a spooky hole? I can't do anything about it. Is it just to look down and be like, wow, scary? Maybe. Okay, I guess. Ah, the light! Is that something I can zoom in on? Or is that just for style? I think it might just be for style. Is there another door somewhere? I don't think so. I think I just must return from whence I came. Alright, bye. I kind of wanted to fall down the spooky hole. I'm a little disappointed. Like, back through the normal door, I guess. Is there another way out anywhere? I cannot investigate that pillar. Maybe the area just like broke slightly. I'm gonna try and go back. No, don't turn around. Let me in. No, you just look up and down into the scary hole, I guess. Alright. I guess I need to return from whence I came for real. I don't think there was any other door. Yeah, there's nothing there. My teleport box. No other door. Alrighty. Bye-bye, spaceship. I'm like, I'm not in any danger because this is not real, and also I have a save. But like, walking across this is freaking me out. We're really high up, man. I don't like it. Spooky. Is there a button around here to release me? I guess not. Okay, well then I gotta go all the way back. What happens if I just fall here? Oh, that's such a good sound effect. I'm so glad I did that. I have no regrets. I'm so glad I fell to my death. Yeah. Good. I've heard that exact sound effect in many a YouTube video. He has such a long and storied history. Okay, well, since it appears that maybe the whole thing was actually a slight glitch, perhaps now that I've died, I can return and it'll work. Either that or I'm stuck here forever. Actually, would there be another door secretly behind me that they're hiding? No, it's a wall. Okay. Let's see. Let's see if that works. Please, oh please. I want to fall down the hole so bad. Maybe it's that only one of them actually works and I just have to randomly find out which one it is. I don't remember which ones I've been up. Okay, well, that's just a look up and down button. Moving through screens. Oh no, look away. Okay. Oh, okay. That one worked. What on earth are you? Hello? Oh, a puzzle. What? Hello? Is that okay? That works. Oh no. Oh no, it's one of the stack puzzles. Like in the alligator game. I wasn't very good at that. Brain power, brain power, brain power. I need to be putting it. Is there a bug on this? Okay. I feel like I've bungled it. I thought I was doing well, but now I'm not so sure. Um, am I getting it? Oh god. Mhm. I made a little traffic cone. Oh god. Oh, this is way worse than the other one because I don't think this is brute forceable. Uh, oh, puzzle. This is Alice has fun reading books to you, interspersed with Oh my god, puzzle, please make it stop. Oh, I feel like I was so close. I was so close for a second, and then I moved something around, and now I've, like, permanently ruined it. Wait, do I see the light at the end of the tunnel? Am I getting it? Maybe? I got 2 pieces. That's the important part. I'm getting there. Okay, I think I have it. I think I have the idea. I think I got it. Master of Puzzles probably could have been done in significantly fewer moves. Yes! I have the power. It's loading. Please don't freeze. Thank you! Oh, if the game froze and I had to do that again, I think I would have had a stroke. Yay! And I get a nice, comfortable chair. And some text as a reward. When famous author Nathaniel Hawthorne entered the Athenaeum Library and sat to read, he paid no notice to the figure of the Reverend Dr. Harris reading a newspaper in his usual chair by the fireplace, until, that is, he heard the news that the Reverend had died the previous day. His astonishment, however, paled into insignificance when he next entered the library and saw him still sitting there, large as life, reading a newspaper. So stunned was Hawthorne that he never tried to question or approach the dead man, even on the many other occasions when he saw him there. He never discovered if the vision appeared only to himself or to the others in the room as well, but he later felt that he must have been spellbound by the spirit. Oh, and now I sit in the chair and descend into space, I guess. Whee! Everybody put your hands up, it's a roller coaster. Whee! Alrighty. Let's see if that saved. It did. Okay. I cannot look around, I can only go forward. Oh boy. Oh, we got a whole lot of stuff here. What are you? Ah, the flames! Ah, spontaneous human combustion! Oh boy, my favorite! Spontaneous human combustion lives in my brain rent-free because I read a book about it when I was a little kid. And now it's just always there in the back of my head, waiting.
The very concept that any one of us could be sitting watching the television, or walking along a street and suddenly burst into flames, becoming just a heap of ashes and a memory, is too horrible to contemplate.
No, I contemplate it so often.
There is an alarming quantity of evidence to suggest that this dreadful fate could indeed befall any one of us at any time, with the frightening phenomenon known as spontaneous human combustion.
What an introduction. Cases. Though still not established as fact, reports of the particularly unpleasant phenomenon known as spontaneous human combustion, where people seem to inexplicably burst into flames, are not new. Such venerated authors as Emile Zola and Charles Dickens wrote about it in the 19th century, and stories exist of cases as far back as the 17th century. A most unpleasant early description of the phenomenon came in 1745, when the remains of Countess Cornelia Bandy were discovered. Her maid recalls, 4 feet distance from the bed there was a heap of ashes, 2 legs untouched from the foot to the knee, with their stockings on. Between them was the lady's head, whose brains, half of the back part of the skull, and the whole chin were burnt to ashes, among which was found 3 fingers blackened. All the rest was ashes. Similar sights have greeted firemen all over the world, most significantly of all, perhaps, Jack Stacy. When he arrived at the scene of a reported fire, he discovered a man with a blue flame coming from a gash in his stomach, with a sound like a blowtorch. He actually inserted the hose into the gash, as it was clear to him that the fire was coming from inside the man's body. It is not, however, a demise exclusive to those relaxing at home. Dancing seems to be a dangerous pastime for those prone to SHC. In 1938, Phyllis Newcomb burst into flames in a ballroom, dying later in hospital, and 19-year-old Maybelle Andrews fell victim in a similar way when flames suddenly burst from her back while dancing. More recently, 19-year-old Vicky Gilmore burst into flames in a disco. Though very badly burnt, she survived her ordeal, but tests on her clothes could find no logical explanation for her high inflammability. Another rare case of a possible survivor of this phenomenon was Paul Hayes, or Castle as he is sometimes referred to. In 1985, he was walking along a street and suddenly burst into flames for no apparent reason. He recalled feeling intense heat and pain from his waist up, leading him to believe that he could actually hear his brains bubbling. About 30 seconds later, almost as suddenly and inexplicably as it had begun, the fire ceased. He staggered to a nearby hospital and was successfully treated for his injuries, but could offer no possible explanation of why it should have happened. A more typical result of SHC would be that of John Irving Bentley, a retired medical practitioner in Pennsylvania. All that was left of his body when it was discovered by Don Gosnell, who had gone to read his gas meter, was the bottom of a leg and some ashes scattered around a hole that had burned through the floor. What suggests that it was no ordinary fire was the localization of the burnt area, as there had clearly been a fire of tremendous intensity, yet the rest of the apartment was hardly damaged at all. This particular case suggests a genuine occurrence of SHC, rather than just an inexplicable fire wrongly attributed to the phenomenon, of which there are many, because of the near-total destruction of the bones. Even the incredible heat used during cremation of bodies over a relatively prolonged period does not reduce bones to ash in the same way as SHC cases. In fact, they will only be turned brittle at best and then ground down for insertion into the urn. The coroner, John Deck, was not the first man in his profession to be confronted by such a strange case, confessed to being baffled by it. Another well-documented case was that of Mary Reeser in Florida in 1951. Inside a black circle about 4 feet in diameter, her few mortal remains, nestling in a small halo of ash, betrayed a fiery death as unnatural as Dr. Bentley's. Strangely, the bottom of one of her legs remained undamaged, very much like the Bentley case, echoing the fact that these weird fires sometimes leave the limbs untouched. Why should a fire be so phenomenally powerful as to carbonize most of a body, and yet stop dead at such extremities in surrounding environments? Coroner Dr. Gavin Thurston, although a firm disbeliever in SHC, wrote in 1961 that there are undisputed instances where the body has burned in its own substance without external fuel, and in which there has been a remarkable absence of damage to surrounding inflammable objects. One of this phenomenon is caused by the same tech used in crop circles. The aliens are sending beams down to do weird stuff to our corn and burst us into flames. Can't they just be normal and give us a phone call or something? We've sent up beams into space. Say hello, respond to our beams. Actually, 2 of these were in the book that I read, or the section of the book that I read about spontaneous human combustion, which is the lady where her, legs and socks were still there. And, then, which other one was it? Yeah, the leg and then, a hole. Those 2 were both in the book. There's also another one where it was, an old lady, and she, her head shrunk. It was her skull had turned into ashes, inside of her head, and, the skin was left, and it shrunken-headed her. And I used to have in my bedroom, a little teapot, a little novelty teapot that was shaped like a strawberry that my mom got for me because I thought it was cute. And it sat on a shelf in my room, and sometimes at night I would look up at it and I would hallucinate the lady's, shrunken head on my shelf. It wasn't a great time to be me. Okay, there have been many such cases where very little peripheral damage was caused, particularly instances where even the clothing around a burnt body escaped almost undamaged, surely the most convincing evidence that the fire started within the body itself. The New York Sun in 1930 quoted the coroner on the case of Mrs. Stanley Lake as saying, although her body was severely burned, her clothing was not even scorched. In 1908, in Whitley Bay, England, the charred body of Wilhelmina Dewar was discovered in bed, yet her bedclothes remained unburnt. There was even a case recorded in the British Medical Journal where a lady's legs were carbonized while inside her stockings, yet the aforementioned hosiery remained intact. Thank you for awing over my past childhood misfortune. Oh, this is people cleaning up after... I keep forgetting that I can zoom in on some of the images. That's people cleaning up after a spontaneous combustion. I think this image was literally in the book, which was a crazy image to put in a book that was marketed towards children. But I recognize that foot. The good old days. Okay, that's theories. Scientists who believe in the existence of spontaneous human combustion have come up with many and varied theories to explain why some people may just simply burst into flames. The well-recorded instances of people with high levels of electricity present in their bodies could relate in some way to victims of this tragic fate. A 4-year-old Chinese boy named Tong quite recently was found to generate unusually high levels of electric current, and this led to him inadvertently setting his underpants alight. Maybe he was just being a big fat liar at the time. and subsequently igniting various parts of his anatomy. This effect seemed to be triggered by great stress and suggests that such fire-starting cases could be caused by unnatural excesses of natural chemicals. Some experts have indeed claimed that an unusual buildup of phosphagens in muscle tissue, particularly the vitamin B10, could cause some people's bodies to become particularly combustible. Everybody remember to not take your vitamins. The emotional element involved, stress in Tong's case, is echoed in other quite different theories. Michael Harrison observed a large number of cases among either excited dancers, desperately lonely widows, or potential suicide cases. He concluded that such extreme feelings experienced at such times could unleash otherwise latent forces from within in much the same way as adolescent girls are believed to cause poltergeists with the turmoil of their heightened emotions. So, could it be caused by getting dramatically overexcited or by some self-fulfilling death wish made by people tired of life? Research by Livingston Gerhardt into the relationship between incidences of SHC and high geomagnetic fields suggests a more external cause. Using data from the U.S. National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration in Boulder, Colorado, he discovered that each of the cases he looked into coincided with very high readings of magnetic field intensity. Quite how this natural magnetism could trigger such a devastating effect and why it should be so selective is hard to understand, but the human body is clearly affected in numerous ways by other forces of nature, so there could be something in it. Then again, one can never overlook the wonders of coincidence or the fallibility of figures. If we look for comparisons in the world of minerals and flora, we can see cases where naturally occurring fermentation can cause large fires. Could some bizarre mixture of naturally occurring chemicals within us sometimes conspire to turn us into walking Molotov cocktails? Certainly the presence of large quantities of alcohol were attributed to any cases of SHC during Dickens' era or earlier. Add the inflammable nature of large quantities of alcohol to the proximity of fire and smoke from cigarettes, a smidge of naturally occurring human gas, and who knows, a particularly lethal curry might just be the catalyst for a very unpleasant chain reaction. People died, video game. Don't be so flippant about it. There was also actually another portion of that book where they were talking about like people with psychic abilities, and one of them was like 13 or 14-year-old girl that accidentally set her kitchen on fire because she just like got really mad one day and her kitchen became on fire. So that's semi-related. What is with all these doors? Let's put in another save file. I mean, actually, I probably shouldn't. I did just come into this room. If the game freezes up again, I can just literally click on one door and be here. We don't have to do that. A diploma! I win! Oh. The credits? Is this the end? Or is... No, that can't be, because there were like 10 more doors in that one hallway. The credits can be reduced thanks to sources and further reading. Oh boy. Look at all those sources. That's a whole bunch of sources. I'm assuming there must be more to the game just because there's sources that appear to not be related to what we're looking at. What is behind door number 2? A file cabinet. Oh, that's hard to read. Maybe one of those has the info about the Chinese guy with transparent skin. Maybe. I'm gonna have to do some studying later. Such is the belief in the power of premonition that in 1957 or 67, I don't know, I can't tell, Dr. John Barker set up the British Premonitions Bureau to help anticipate and avert disasters. They filed over 1,000 premonitions in the first year. A year later, the American Central Premonitions Registry was set up by Robert D. Nelson and Stanley Krippner. Unfortunately, they were to achieve only very limited success, but then they probably knew that before they started. Ha ha ha. Door number 3. Rocks. There have been reports for over 350 years of an unusual creature lurking in Lake Storsjön in Sweden. The beast, known as Storsjöret, okay, has been described in many varying ways, but possibly the most common description is that of a large worm-like creature with a long undulating neck. Also, through my like month of Duolingo Swedish that I've been taking for fun, Djuret, I believe, means animal. So it's just the the animal in Lake Storsjön. What a name. Okay, in the 19th century, a giant trap was set using some pigs as bait, and with a harpoonist at the ready should it appear. It didn't. Probably the most dramatic sighting came in the 1970s when a local fisheries conservation officer, I can't read anymore, saw it near his boat and hit it with his oar, resulting in him being hurled into the air by the backlash of its tail. He described it as being 18 feet long and brown. In 1985, a family of 3 reported seeing the humps of the beast, which was about 40 feet long. Why do they all have humps? Local legend states that the monster is trapped there until someone can decipher the inscription on the runestone on Frozen Island, which is in the lake. There's the stone. Ah, hello?
Well, the
Cryptozoologist!
or the Storsjöodjuret, as they call it, is in some ways a very typical lake monster, but apart from one very, very strange characteristics, the monster has ears. Some of the sightings, some of the people who have seen this says that it has very large, pale or whitish ears, and it's variously described as looking like fins or sails or like big pale bat wings. And the funny thing is that these sightings are all from late summer, early autumn, sometimes in the beginning of winter as well. And that makes me wonder that this is the time where the moose, the antlers of the local moose are out of velvet, and they're looking like very big, pale, whitish, bat-like things. So I think that what these people have seen are, in fact, swimming moose. Moose are very common around the lake, so most people know them, but even the people around there, and I've spoke to a lot of them, they don't know that moose are actually extremely good swimmers. Some of them swim from Sweden to Denmark every now and then, which is a swim of at least 6-7 miles through very strong currents. They're very good divers. They can dive down to about 5 or 6 meters, 15-18 feet, and stay underwater for 1 or 2 minutes. And I'm
They're
quite
so
certain that if
talented.
you're walking by the lake and you see this moose come crashing off of the water, you get scared, and it's suddenly much bigger than it really is, and you've seen a lake monster. Or if you're out in a canoe or a small boat fishing, and suddenly this moose comes up from the bottom of the lake with water, aquatic plants hanging all over the place. Well, you've seen a lake monster.
Lake monsters is moose. We had a monster in the lake in my hometown, which is called the Lake Worst Monster, so animal kind of works too. Animal is just like a less threatening word. My town never had any cool cryptid urban legends. I think we just had like a couple of spooky murderers. The Winchester Mystery House. I know about you. Sarah Winchester was a woman haunted. She was haunted by the deaths of her husband, William, and her daughter, Annie. Most of all, she was haunted by the spirits of those killed by her family's invention, the Winchester rifle. When she consulted a medium after her bereavements, the suggestion was made that her loved ones' deaths may have been brought about by these vengeful spirits, and that the same spirits would haunt her for the rest of her life unless she was to build a house that would accommodate good spirits, who in turn would protect her from any ghosts that may be seeking vengeance. As long as she continued expanding the house to the spirits' instructions, she would be spared from death. In 1884, Mrs. Winchester set about the task of satisfying those spirits in the most emphatic manner imaginable. She purchased an 8-roomed farmhouse in San Jose, California, and using her inheritance of $20 million, set about the task of rebuilding it in just the way the spirits told her to. She had no plan for the house. She issued the workmen with their daily tasks when the spirits had spoken to her in the special seance room she had built, a room that only she was permitted to enter. Those spirits must have had a mischievous sense of humor, as the resulting structure, now known as the Winchester Mystery House, must be one of the most bizarre yet fascinating houses ever built. It's so purple. It's from all the ghosts. Almost every yard of it contains some strange, inexplicable feature, including stairs that lead to nowhere but ceilings, a room that contains a skylight in its floor, and doors that open to 8 feet drops or plain brick walls. Why should a chimney rise 4 stories, yet stop short of the ceiling, rendering it completely useless? Why should cupboard doors open but contain no cupboards? Why did she build a staircase that has 7 flights and 44 steps, yet covers a distance of only 9 feet? Were they put in to confuse any evil spirits? Only Sarah or her spirit guides could tell. The eerie bell tower situated on top of the mansion does, however, have a simple explanation. She had it constructed so she could summon the spirits to her at midnight each night for her instructions, and then toll the bell 2 hours later to signal their departure. Obvious, really. There was a logical reason also for her obsession with the number 13, which manifests itself in numerous ways all around the house. Based on the old belief that 13 was an unlucky number for evildoers, she filled the place with a kind of protective shield based around this number. She had 13 bathrooms built, 13 windows in the 13th bathroom, and 13 stairs leading into it, 13 hooks in the seance room, 13 drain holes put into an ornate sink, 13 glass cupolas in the greenhouse. The list goes on and on. She even added an additional gas jet to a chandelier in the ballroom to take its number to her magic total, and signed her will 13 times. When an earthquake struck the house in 1906, she was near mortified by the belief that the evil spirits had come for her. That same earthquake reduced the house from its original 7 stories down to just 4. Undeterred, she insisted that the construction must continue. Year after year, for 38 years, the house grew and grew, the sound of hammers beating a constant rhythm till her death in 1922. She left behind a massive memorial containing 160 rooms, which, according to those who have seen the mysterious lights or heard the inexplicable noises, still provides a home for numerous mischievous spirits. Several people who have worked at the house have had eerie experiences there. Former caretaker Brent Miller once entered a room and, in the unearthly silence of such a vast, empty place, heard someone breathing. There was no one there. He also heard phantom footsteps in the house at other times, an occurrence shared by many others. Tour guide Chris Landrum told how one night he saw a doorknob turning on the 3rd floor, even though all the doors there are kept locked. And tour supervisor Mike Bray heard a voice whisper his name in a corridor, even though he was the last person remaining. Alan Wenzel, director of food merchandise for the house, discovered his desk, chair, and floor soaked with water one morning, even though walls and the ceiling above were not watermarked in any way. The most chilling experience, however, happened to Roger LaFountain, the director of tour operations. He took a psychic, Warren Kapling, radio personality Buddy Hatton, and Mystery House employee Brett Chisesi along to the bedroom where Mrs. Winchester had eventually died. The medium soon claimed to hear the sounds of organ music and a dog barking, although everyone else could hear nothing but silence. Then the psychic told everyone to look over their shoulders, and there before them was an eerie glowing light that floated across the room, paused momentarily at the bed where Mrs. Winchester's body had been found, and then disappeared. They put a lot of spooky editing on these photos. Do we have... oh, pictures. Are we gonna get a little slideshow?
Here we can see an aerial view of the magnificent Winchester Mystery House,
Thank you,
sprawling
ma'am.
over 4 acres in San Jose. It is easy to see why it has been an architectural landmark since the turn of the century. The 4th-story balcony provides a bird's-eye view of the outlying buildings, interior.
I don't care if there's
courtyard,
ghosts, I would live there.
including the unusual crescent-shaped boxwood hedge that held strange spiritualistic significance for Sarah Winchester. Can anyone guess what dark mysteries are concealed in the obscure Shakespearean quotes found in the Ground Palace Ballroom's art glass windows? The intricate design work here shows the care and dedication that went into making the interior as striking as the exterior. The elaborate inlaid floors and Tiffany doors emphasizes attention to detail as soon as you enter the entrance hall.
This is a very nice house.
Here we see the main bedroom, where Sarah Winchester would eventually lose her fight for eternal life. And its impressive bed, a luxurious enough surrounding for anyone's demise. This oriental dressing room and its adjoining bedroom were the only rooms on the first 2 floors used by someone other than Mrs. Winchester, her niece.
It's like a really weird short mirror over there on the left. It's a mirror for the dog. Unused building materials, which were valued at nearly $25,000 back in 1922.
This storeroom, containing Tiffany doors, embellished by rock quartz and crystals, and inlaid with German silver, bronze, and lead, illustrates that Sarah Winchester still had many more grand plans for the house.
Guys, do you want to go to the Winchester house and steal their stained glass?
The front parlour continues the display of quality, with its interlocking diamond parquet floor, rare scalloped French Lincrusta wall covering, and Victorian-era furnishing. The bizarre stairs to the ceiling show that what goes up doesn't necessarily always come down. The European influence in the house can be seen in the Grand Ballroom, where the silver chandelier came from Germany, and even the wallpaper was imported from France. The distinctive bell tower was used to call servants during the day and other more mysterious visitors at night.
I wonder if it would be an interesting PvP map. Lots of places to like hide to ambush
Hope you
people.
enjoyed your brief tour of the Winchester Mystery House. If you're ever in San Jose, try and pay a visit yourself. Who knows, you may even be greeted by the sound of unearthly hammers.
That's like a whole town. That's big. I think that there was, like, more recently, in the 21st century, an earthquake that kind of messed up the house pretty severely. Because I remember back when BuzzFeed Unsolved was a thing, they went into the Winchester Mystery House, and a bunch of it was kind of, like, mangled. Which is sad. There's a lot of cool glass in there that probably got broken. Winchester Mystery House is located in San Jose, California, on Winchester Boulevard, between Interstate 280 and Stevens Creek Boulevard. If I ever go back, I gotta make a trip, I guess. This probably just all leads to the slideshow that we— oh, the bullets! I wasn't expecting that. Goodbye, Miss Winchester. Do you think that the Winchester rifle ghosts would be angry at you if you made the mystery house into, like, a shooting game map? Do you think they would come after you? That looks very precarious. Whoa!
American seeress Jean Dixon is probably best known for her prediction of the death of President Kennedy. In 1956, she prophesied in Parade magazine that the 1960 election would be won by a Democrat who would be assassinated or
As long as
die
they
in
got on the map,
office.
they wouldn't mind.
John F. Kennedy won the election, and as we know, was indeed assassinated in 1963. She may well have been anticipating
It just ended up
the
getting lost.
continuance of the bizarre
It would add some
history
extra flavor.
that since 1840, every president
You have to fight the
elected
other
at
players and
28
also every
months
once in a while a
had either
ghost.
been assassinated or died in office. A few years later, during a convention at the Ambassador Hotel, she stated that his brother Robert would never be president because of a tragedy that would occur at that very hotel. Just a week later, he was shot dead at the Ambassador Hotel, as she had predicted.
That was significantly less information than the Winchester Mystery. There's a whole bunch of doors in here. Oh, that leads out to another outside spot. Okay. A skull! One of the most eerie cases of mass premonition occurred near Port Talbot, Wales, at the Morpho Colliery. Legend has it that a sickly sweet scent pervaded the mine, followed by frightening wails and mysterious lights. It is said that the miners believed the smell was the scent of death flowers and the lights came from corpse candles. These alarming portents, combined with the appearance of a pack of wild dogs known as the Red Dogs of Morpha, led to almost half the morning shift staying away the next day. They were the lucky ones, for on that dark day of March 10th, 1890, 87 miners were killed in an explosion. Well, that sucks. Anyway, more toys. Postcard for correspondence. The intriguing story of the Angels of Mons illustrates how clearly the fine line between fantasy and reality can become blurred. During World War I, journalist Arthur Machen wrote an account published by the London Evening News and subsequently a book called The Bowmen about a number of ghostly archers known as the Angels of Mons, who appeared on the battlefield to aid the British soldiers in their fight against the German army in Belgium. While intended only as a work of morale-boosting fiction, it resulted in a flood of correspondence, which included several eyewitness accounts from men who had been at Mons, stating that they really had seen such spectral soldiers, assumed to be either angels sent from God, the ghost of St. George, or the spirits of the victorious English at Agincourt, fighting on their side. The more Machen asserted that he had made up the whole story of these ghostly soldiers, the more bullish became the claims of their existence, even to the point of a book being written by Harold Begbie, is that a G? Begbie? Criticizing Machen for his assertion that he had made the whole thing up, when there were so many accounts to corroborate their existence. Some made even before he had written his original article. An endless stream of stories, some from high-ranking officers, filled the book with supposedly real sightings of angels, ghostly armies, and even spooky squadrons of cavalry at the scene of battle. So did Machen's story convince shell-shocked soldiers— there's too many S's in in this area— that there had been ghostly allies out there with them, or did they really have assistance from another plane? There have been several other cases of soldiers believing that they received aid from ghostly or heavenly hands in the heat of battle. Indeed, a Russian army colonel insisted that he had seen a vision of the Virgin Mary before marching on to victory at Augustovo. Such were the horrors of war, often over prolonged periods, that it is not difficult to imagine how easy it would be for hallucinations to occur, especially ones that could give some comfort in such dreadful conditions. So the most haunted place I went was either New Orleans, French Quarter, where Marie Laveau, or the hanging room of the old jail in my hometown. You got a scary jail in your hometown? I've always kind of wanted to go to New Orleans because of all the spooky ghosts, but many times my parents have been like, that is a really horrible idea, you really shouldn't do that, it's very dangerous there. Wah! Feathers? If you were to travel on the South China Seas and find your neighbor burning a bag of feathers, you needn't worry, for it is a traditional Chinese method of warding off the dreaded Hai Ho Shang. This giant creature, possibly akin to the giant squid, was believed to drag junks underwater unless either a special dance was performed to calm it, or a bag of feathers burnt as the beast was repulsed by the resulting smell. I think anybody would be. If burning feathers smell anything like burning hair, that's really icky. I lived in New Orleans for a little while, would not recommend. Well, I guess I'll just have to read obsessively about all their ghosts. I forget what door I'm at now. Which one was... Okay, that's feathers. Door number X. That's not what I expected. Limey lime juice. Ah, cool! Could men with wings, some bizarre crossbreed between mankind and who knows what, be found roaming freely on some isolated regions of the earth? A report in an 1896 edition of the respected Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal would seem to suggest so, and a very horrific combination it appears, too. The article, written by E.F. Sketchley, tells an encounter he had with a group of winged men known as Burbalangs while visiting the island of Cagayan Sulu, near Malaysia. He heard a series of weird groans nearby and getting nearer, so he hid in the grass and was shocked at the creatures that came into view. There before him were a band of savage-looking men with sparkling cat-like eyes and wings. He knew instantly that he had witnessed the dreaded Burbalangs spoken of in local legend. The legends told of these terrible winged creatures that ate human flesh, usually clawed up from the local graves, which were mostly dug near to the homes of the islanders. They traditionally sprinkled these graves with juice from fresh lime, as the Burbalangs were believed to shy away from this particular liquid. It all sounds rather incredible, but I, for one, wouldn't visit the island of Cagayan Sulu without copious amounts of the green stuff, and I don't mean dollars. Okay, bye. I like the cartoon lime juice is what they chose to represent that. The weird thing about the hangar was that the building didn't have AC, but when we went in the middle of summer to clean it up, it was cold in there. Ooh. From the ghouls. Or if it was, like, made out of rocks and somewhere undergroundish, it might have also been chilly, but that's not important. The important thing is the ghouls. Has the game mentioned Admiral Byrd yet? I don't think so. Oh, rats. Rat kings. The animal world is full of fascinating enigmas, but the rat king must be one of the most unusual. What is a rat king, you may ask? It is a bizarre formation usually consisting of between 5 and 12 live black rats, all tied together by the tips of their tails. X-rays have shown that many of the bones in the tails are fractured and have been entwined for quite some time. I can't read this font. Bottingen? Zoological Museum, Germany. Okay, Göttingen. Zoological Museum, Germany. A fine example of this phenomenon, discovered in Kutterhausen in 1907, is on display. They are not common, an average of only one every 7 years or so are discovered, but nobody can explain how they occur. Actually, I've read that they get poop stuck to each other, and they get stuck to each other with poop around their tail. Which is really actually quite sad and horrible. Rat King found in 1907 in Ruderhausen, near the Harz Mountains, South Saxony, Germany, now in Göttingen Zoological Museum in Germany. Here's a picture. That looks like worms. Rat King, 13th July 1748, found by Johann Heinrich Jäger in a mill under the Kamrath, fallen between two stones, from Denmark's Veterinære Bibliotek, Copenhagen. Rat Kings are like a cool, like, spooky horror concept, but when you think about the fact that it's just a bunch of, like, sad dead rats, it's less fun. Okay, well that's the last door. Which was the one that led outwards? Was it IX? No. To the side. X, perhaps. X marks the spot. No. Where was it? Forget. Okay. Excuse me while I get lost for a minute. Okay, that's the Rat King one. Lime juice. I'm getting lost! Not that. Okay, I'm just gonna have to go back through every single door, I think. Because I do not remember where it was. Skeleton. Okay, I think it might have been right before the skull one. There it is! Okay, let's save again. Door. Okay, door. Oh, here we are. Back in the hall. Okay. Are you playing horror noises at me? Okay, that's the teleport thing. What's this one? Oh, it's locked. What about you? Aha, new area. Okay. What is this one? Ooh, a bone? A skeleton of a sea serpent was put on exhibit in New York in 1845 by Albert C. Koch. His claims of authenticity were, however, exposed as being untrue when it was discovered that it had been constructed of several bones taken from many extinct Zeuglodon. Okay. Oh, what is that? Esther Cox, you are mine to kill. Oh. Where am I right now? Okay, wait. Let's look at a spooky mirror and hairbrush, comb. Seashells. Mermaid. Oh boy. Ah, that's less pretty. I don't like that one. Okay, we have to click on the text this time. You just don't expect to see mermaids, do you? I mean, surely they were just creatures of myth, like unicorns and trolls and little goblins, never really meant to be taken seriously. That seems to be the general impression that people have of mermaids today, but that was not always the case, and some still believe that there may really have been such creatures. There have certainly been enough sightings over the centuries to justify a more open mind. The traditional mermaid is generally portrayed as a beautiful woman from head to waist, sometimes with hair of green seaweed, and from the waist down has the body of a fish down to its tail. Legend usually tells of them carrying a mirror and comb, the mirror being a symbol of their association with the moon. They were not known as benign creatures, as they usually would be said to lure sailors to a watery death in a siren-like manner. They were often seen as a sign of ill omen. Many countries have their own versions of mermaids. Germany had the Nixies, which were believed to be capable of taking the form of old women to travel on land. Brittany had a particularly dangerous breed they called Morgans, and Finland had the intriguing Naki, who had white bodies and breasts so long they could throw them over their shoulders. Gross! These, though, are probably more myth than reality, but what of supposedly genuine sightings? A mermaid was said to have been captured at Edam, Holland in 1403, living for 15 years in Haarlem before dying and being given a Christian burial. And in 1560, fishermen in what was then known as Ceylon claimed to have caught and dissected several of them. One of the most credible descriptions, however, came from respected explorer Henry Hudson's log in 1608. He was sailing near Novaya Zemlya, north of Russia, when his men saw some mermaids, describing one as, from the navel upward, her back and breasts were like a woman, her body as big as one of us, her skin very white, and long hair hanging down behind, of color black. And her going down, they saw her tail, which was like the tail of a porpoise, and speckled like a mackerel. Hudson was just one of many explorers to refer to such sightings, Christopher Columbus being another notable example, who claimed to have seen 3 of them near Guyana. Such was the level of belief in mermaids in the 18th century that in 1723 a royal commission was set up by Denmark to examine the phenomenon. To everyone's astonishment, they actually found one. Well, nearly. They actually discovered a merman, the male of the species, sporting a long black beard which surfaced just to the side of their boat. The Empoina district of Borneo became the center of much mermaid activity over 200 years ago when 50 people witnessed one swimming with its mate. On another occasion, one was captured but died after only 4 days in captivity. It was said to be 59 inches long and spent its captivity in a water-filled barrel. An illustration of this particular mermaid, supposedly drawn from life, was published in 1717. The 19th century was the peak period for interest in mermaids, with numerous sightings. In 1803, the London Times carried a letter from a teacher who claimed that while he was walking along the shore at Sandside Head, Scotland, he saw a ruddy-faced mermaid, in true tradition, combing its hair. He stated that many other people in those parts had claimed to have seen it. In 1830, the Hebrides played host to an encounter when the people of Benbecula saw a young specimen at sea. She eluded attempts of the local men to catch her, but was discovered dead some days later, washed up on the shore, having been hit by a stone thrown by a young boy during the earlier sighting. Rude. Why are people always throwing rocks at, mysterious creatures? A crowd gathered to witness the amazing scene where, after close examination, the poor mermaid was laid to rest. It was described as having the body of a 3 or 4-year-old girl with the exception of large breasts, but with a lower body like a salmon, but curiously without scales. The Hebrides was to become the scene for another sighting in 1947, when a fisherman believed he saw another example in the act of combing her hair. I think that's where the UFOs in the ocean come from. Everything is UFOs. It's all aliens, every single one of them. I'm sure we could come up with an explanation for any of the spooky mythological things of this game that's just aliens. History Channel is a very long-running series about everything being aliens. Okay, this interest in mermaid has been heightened by many examples, purporting to be genuine, of mermaids being put on display or touring in shows. As early as 1565, a mermaid's skin was exhibited at the Red Sea port of Thora, and in 1795, the queen of the sea fishes that had been caught in the Gulf of Stancio was displayed in the Spring Gardens in London. It was said to be 3 feet long, with a woman's body down to the waist, with the bottom half being that of a fish. Why are they all so small? Famous American showman P.T. Barnum had seen a sorry-looking specimen on display in the Turf Coffee House, London, and subsequently bought it up and included it in his show, though his publicity posters depicting 3 beautiful, frolicking mermaids bore little resemblance to the ugly object itself. This Fiji mermaid, originally bought for the huge sum of $5,000 in Java in the belief that it had been caught by a Chinese fisherman, went on to be exhibited at the American Museum, where a poster stated it had been seen by hundreds of naturalists and other scientific persons whose doubts regarding the existence of such an extraordinary creation have been entirely removed. This wasn't exactly the truth, as experts that examined it proclaimed it to be made from an orangutan and a salmon. Mermaid. She's beautiful. Oh, we get a video.
I've examined a number of fake mermaids. Some of them
we can actually see this
X-ray,
guy's whole head.
and
It's crazy.
know some of the details of how they are constructed. They seem to be based on a wooden core, and there's probably papier-mâché or cloth,
Papier-mâché.
probably impregnated with resin, moulded at the front end. A little bit of wire supporting the fingers. But many of the details will only be revealed when we actually take one to pieces. And I have a specimen which I would like to do that with sometime, and that probably will give a lot of clues about the method of manufacture and possibly even the place of manufacture. I've also seen a superb specimen in a private collection in England, larger than the others, obviously a professional taxidermist's job, not just some native workmanship, which is so superbly made, even with shoulder blades, the features looking very human, and I've examined this under a lens. I can't even see the join. I suspect that the back of it is made not from fish skin, but from snake skin. But beyond that, I'm still baffled as to how that one has been put together.
Maybe it's a real mermaid, Dave. You don't know. Okay. Ew. Ew, gross. The London Royal Aquarium went one better in 1886 when it displayed a living mermaid submerged in a glass tank with live fish, and a pair of stuffed mermaids were kept at the Royal College of Surgeons until it was bombed during World War II. Objects known as Jenny Hanovers are a particularly unusual and distinctive form of the fake mermaid. These grotesque objects are carved into human form from razor skates, although their descriptions as mermaids is being updated nowadays as general interest in mermaids wanes, and dead alien tags are being put on them, a far more saleable commodity at the moment. Sightings in the 20th century have been more scarce, but do exist. In 1959, Eric Bischoff wrote of a very close encounter a sailor colleague had. They were both traveling on a raft between Tahiti and Chile when he heard excited sounds coming from the sailor in question. Upon investigation, the sailor, with arms covered in scales, claimed to have tried to grab a mermaid. So we have an alien connection. Alien or mermaid, who's to say? Perhaps both.
The origin of the name
Oh, they've
Jenny
zoomed right back into his
Hanovers
face.
is rather unknown. It doesn't seem to have appeared in print until about 1928. It doesn't appear in any dictionary, and it's the name that the people that sell them use, and it has been suggested that it comes from Anvers in Belgium, the French name for Antwerp. Certainly some of these were made in France, Holland and Belgium last century, and even before that in Italy up to 300 years ago. Most of them now seem to be made in Mexico and are traded to this country. Previously, they were made in various forms. Sometimes legs were added and they were made to look like flying dragons, basilisks, or in the type that we still make, rather humanoid. The ones we have now tend to be vertical and look like some strange demon.
Yeah, that's a good description. This is a horrifying creature. Oh. That's a continuation of this. Okay, the sailor claimed to have tried to grab a quote-unquote mermaid that had leapt on deck. Interestingly, he stated that it stood upright on its tail end, an uncommon pose for a sighting. More recently, in 1977, the South African Pretoria News reported the discovery of a mermaid in a storm drain in Lusaka, and a year later, a Filipino fisherman named Jacinto Fatalvero claimed that another mermaid had helped him catch fish one night. Experts, always willing to pour cold water on anything with a hint of mystery, have put forward many and varied theories to explain such accounts. Valdemar Lane believes that many sightings can be attributed to mirages of some sort, where the effect of the sun could elongate such a commonplace object as a rock or even a walrus, deceiving the viewer. Tom Williams recently investigated supposed sightings of mermaids at Papua New Guinea, only to discover that they were really only dugongs, which along with manatee are believed to be responsible for most mermaid sightings. These sea cows, though, would have to be seen either from some great distance, or by a relative of Mr. Magoo, to be confused with the beautiful mermaids of legend, as they are essentially ugly critters. That's rude. They're not that bad, and to the best of my knowledge are not known to spend too much time combing their hair or looking in mirrors. Can we zoom in? Whoa, pretty lady! Quick, zoom in on her butt. Okay. That's less pretty. A typical mermaid pieced together from dead fish, monkeys, etc. Bring me the pretty lady again. Ew! A small, approximately 3-inch high example of a Jenny Hanover fake mermaid. They're all so icky. Another Jenny Hanover. Zoom in on its face as well. Zoom in even further. Gross, gross, gross. Okay. Ick! I didn't need to see that 3 whole times. Okay. What else do we have? In this hallway. Is that where I came from, or is that... Hello? Okay, maybe... How is this set up? Okay. Esther Cox, you are mine to kill is the weird thing to put on this door. Let's go back around, I guess. Okay. Is that related to anything that's in here? Or is that, like, just for fun? Who's Esther? Is there lore? Okay. What else do we got? A spooky hand? There are so many fonts in this game. Okay, the village of Cervera de... Is that a B or an R? Buitrago in Spain was once famed for containing a unique collection of inhabitants. The bizarre feature that these people had in common was the quantity of digits that nearly all of them had. The average villager had 7 fingers on each hand, and some even more. Such unusual quantities of bodily parts are not, however, limited to European countries. We see here an example of an Arab with a similar quantity of digits, and a certain tribe in Africa is well known as the ostrich people, for having feet bearing just 2 or 3 huge toes, not dissimilar in appearance to the feet of an ostrich. There have been some fascinating cases of people being doubly blessed, anatomically speaking. Great. Back in 8955, the governor of Shanxi, Liu Cheng, had 2 pupils in each eye, and the remarkable Giuseppe de Mai of Naples must have had an extraordinary capacity for loving, as he had 2 hearts. Pity, though, the unfortunate Gretel Meyer, who was born with 2 tongues, but could not speak. Alright. What else? What else? What is on the other side? Having 2 tongues would suck. That's so much space taken up in your mouth. What is this spooky mail? Professor Hans Bender of Freiburg's Institute of Paranormal Research uncovered a chilling letter, which he stated was written in 1914 by a Bavarian soldier named Andreas Rill. The letter transcribed a prediction made by a Frenchman that World War I would end in defeat for Germany, resulting in revolution, inflation, and the rise to power of a man, which would lead to another war in 1939, only to end in another defeat for Germany in 1945. Don't panic, but he also predicted another world war involving China before 2000 AD. Don't worry, video game from 1997. Everything's fine. Oh no, a plunger! I think. The extraordinary fish known as the remora is only about a foot long, but was believed to have supernatural strength. The astonishing feature of this creature was that it had a large sucker near its head, with which it was said it could attach itself to any passing ship and then prevent the vessel from going any further until it so wished. Mark Antony's flagship was just one of many vessels said to have fallen foul of this sucking fish, and tales of its power persisted for many centuries, probably cultivated by sailors arriving back late from their travels. If I zoom in when it's flashing, it'll do something. Okay. It won't. The mermaid one did. What's on the other side? What else we got? Spooky mask. Great. Everyone's favorite. This is a cutscene situation. Hello?
Everyone knows about reincarnation, where a departed soul returns in the body of a new life, rather like some spiritual revolving door. But a somewhat less well-known phenomenon is that of the transmigration of the soul, where a departed spirit returns in the body of someone who has just died. An interesting example of this occurred in 1985, when a girl named Sumitra died, only to return to life with a completely new identity, that of a girl insisting that her name was not Sumitra at all, but Shiva. She claimed to have no memory of her life as Sumitra or her family, but could clearly recollect the life and family of the girl named Shiva who, it transpired, had died 2 months earlier. As if her knowledge of Shiva's friends, family and life in general were not proof enough,
Don't look at me like
she
that.
also revealed aspects of her death that only the police knew, and even more amazingly, wrote using Shiva's handwriting, a feat made even more remarkable by the fact that Sumitra, whose body she now inhabited, could not write at all. The question remains, however, as to the fate of Sumitra's soul.
I'm sure she's fine. She just got her corpse possessed by a ghost. Stop staring at me, you're freaking me out. Go away, end the cutscene.
And the more I study reincarnation, the more I realise that you can't generalise. The periods between death and rebirth vary enormously from case to case. And in fact, it isn't even necessary for a person to be reborn into a body while it's still an embryo. There are some cases where an individual lives a normal life to a certain age and then suddenly their personality changes completely. One case I read about recently concerned a woman in India who just woke up one day and she was a different person speaking Bengali, which was not the language she would normally be speaking, and nor was it a language any of the villagers understood, and they had to wait quite a long time before they could find a Bengali-speaking person to come and find out what she was saying. When they spoke to her, it transpired she was now remembering a life in the 19th century when she died from a snake bite. So she seems to have been in some limbo for quite a long time, and then suddenly, for reasons I can't explain, just turned up into the body of this woman who I can only imagine perhaps died that night, nobody realised, but was a nice warm body to reincarnate in.
Gross, that makes it sound really gross. Imagine getting bitten by a snake and then you wake up in the 90s. Okay, we got plunger, now we got plastic fork. What on earth could our plastic fork cutscene be? Oh, bending spoons, of course. There aren't too many household names in the world of the paranormal, but one man who definitely overcame that is Uri Geller, who captured the general public's imagination and sparked controversy among many experts in his field. Isn't he the guy that got really mad at Pokemon for the Abras? I think that's the only thing I know him from. His most famous demonstrations of psychokinesis, the ability to affect matter with the power of the mind, involve bending metal, often in the form of cutlery or keys, just by rubbing them very gently and concentrating. But he has also influenced many other objects, such as compasses and even thermometers, to display higher readings just by looking at them. When visiting a large publishing house in Germany, he managed to stop the mainframe's tape drive at will, leaving the screen message "mag tape failure" in his wake. Under test conditions at Stanford Research Institute, he correctly identified 12 times out of 14 which of several aluminum cans was the one that concealed a small object. Over the years, he has become very wealthy through his powers, even using them to detect minerals for corporations such as Rio Tinto Zinc at no inconsiderable cost. He would fly over certain areas and sense with his hands if there were strong mineral deposits in the land below. Not everyone, though, has been so impressed by his achievements. Magician Randy has been his chief critic, the Joker to Keller's Batman, if you will, for almost as long as he has been in the public eye. He has published many works devoted to exposing fraudulent claims of psychic powers, even going to the lengths of carrying a check for $10,000 payable to anyone who can perform a single demonstration of a paranormal, supernatural, or occult nature under properly observed conditions. He has successfully demonstrated most of Geller's feats by using non-paranormal means, and succeeded in convincing many of those impressed by Geller that he himself had such powers, until revealing that they had been tricked. Much to his dismay, though, he has never successfully proven Geller to be a fraud, and is unlikely now that he ever will. Did he die? Never knew that about Geller, but it sounds about right. I think, because it was like the Japanese names of Abra and Kadabra, etc., were just like mutations of Uri Geller's actual real name. And so he was like, you're infringing on my copyright of my name by calling them that. I don't think Pokemon changed the names, though. But are we reading tea leaves? What's happening here? The wiggling. Are you gonna stop? Are you gonna... Okay, thank you. Mrs. packet just could not shake off the unnatural sense of foreboding that had enveloped her since she awoke. Tea, she thought that might help, and scuttled off to the pantry. Only it didn't, for there in the pantry was the image of her brother Ed, toppling over the side of the tugboat on which he worked. She had barely had time to ponder on the bizarre reenactment in her pantry before the reason for her disturbing vision became apparent. News reached her that her brother Ed had fallen from a tugboat in Chicago's harbor and drowned 6 hours earlier. And he showed up in her cupboard as a tiny little ghost. Just to spook her out about it, because it's not like she had time to save him. Internet is telling me it was about the spoon bending. Ah, who's dropping metal pipes? It could very well have also been the spoon bending, but spoon bending is kind of like just a generic psychic powers thing at this point. Maybe it wasn't when they actually made the Pokemon. Who was that? Is that Bigfoot again? How many big feet do we have? Video?
One of the greatest criticisms of cryptozoology
this is a good video.
comes from people who say, but why don't we ever find the dead bodies of
He's
these
properly
animals?
framed and there are creatures.
Surely if we don't find the dead bodies, it means they don't exist. The cynics amongst you may agree with them. But I'd like to point out that during my career as a Fortean zoologist, I have interviewed a number of people who were game wardens in parts of Africa under colonial rule, and I have never yet found a game warden who's been able to tell me that he has managed to find ever the corpse of an elephant that died of natural causes. And you must remember that most of these animals live in very, very isolated places.
Alrighty. How many things can we zoom into on here? Like, how many different zooms are there? Theories. Grover Krantz of Washington State University believes that there is definitely something large and unknown in the forests of North America. He is one of the numerous experts who feels that Bigfoot is most likely a descendant of the extinct primate Gigantopithecus. Having studied many of the tracks that have been found, he believes they are too convincing to be the work of pranksters. Other people have suggested a more extraterrestrial origin, and point to a number of UFO sightings that have coincided with Bigfoot appearances. Bigfoot is aliens! What are these pictures? Ah! Hi, Bigfoot. Hello, Mr. Foot. Are you crashing my game? Okay.
There have been infrequent sightings of the large man-beast known as Bigfoot in several states in America, but it is generally believed that they live in the coniferous mountain forests of North America, between California and British Columbia. Much of this land is very isolated, as people tend not to stray too far from the roads that are carved through the dense forests. Away from this main area, though, most other sightings have come from right across the continent. In Florida, where it is known as the
Skunk Cape.
The vast expanses of swampland there would make it an ideal hiding place for such a shy beast.
I'm playing scary alien noises in my ear. Okay. I took like a long time to fade back in. It kind of scared. I don't even remember what I clicked on to make that happen. Ooh. Material evidence. By far the most impressive evidence of Bigfoot's existence came in the form of some famous film shot at Bluff Creek, Northern California, in 1967 by Roger Patterson, slides 1 and 2. This film shows what appears to be a large-breasted female Bigfoot, loping towards the forest, and at one point seeming to actually look at the cameraman. The film was given a boost as to its authenticity when other investigators rushed to the scene of the sighting soon afterwards and found some large footprints, slide 5, showing the stride to be over 42 inches long. Professor Dmitry Donskoy, professor of biomechanics in Moscow, and Professor Grover Krantz of Washington State University, analyzed the film and stated that the movements of the figure would almost certainly be impossible for a human to make. Not all experts, however, are so convinced of the authenticity of the film. Lauren Coleman believes the ape-like figure resembles a fake costume that may have been used by Ray Wallace in 1958 to slow down the building of a road. He feels that much of the more modern-day interest may have stemmed from Wallace's hoax. Footprints, though, have been the main evidence that points to the existence of Bigfoot, as there have been thousands of these four-toed prints found over the years. Most impressive were the set known as the Bossberg prints, slide 6, which contained over 1,000 footprints covering some distance and clearly imprinted with some considerable weight. Casts of such prints have been the subject of much study in institutions in America and Canada, with the average print being about 16 inches long, and based on the depth of the prints, the creatures would have a weight of around 300 to 500 pounds. Droppings believed to have come from a Bigfoot were discovered in Idanha, Oregon in 1992. Analysis of the contents revealed that what appear to be beetles' wings and hairs from small rodents, which would tie in with accounts from people claiming to have seen Big Feet eating such rodents. I don't know why Big Feet is so funny to me as a plural of Bigfoot. Like, it makes sense. But my brain wants it to be Bigfoots. And Big Feet sounds very silly. The discovery of such droppings makes one wonder why there have never been any bodily remains found of such creatures, in common with all the other mysterious beasts are concerned as well. Frame from a movie film of Bigfoot taken by Roger Patterson, 20th October 1967 at Bluff Creek. And zoom in even further. Zoom enhance! How far can I... Okay, you can zoom enhance like 4 times on the Big Feets. That's another frame from the same movie, zoom enhance. Look at her boobs! I think it's extra funny that Bigfoot has boobs. The best Bigfoot video that anyone has. It's a stacked lady Bigfoot. Possible Bigfoot photographed by Dwayne Freeman at Mill Creek Watershed near Walla Walla, Washington. That sure is a shape. What's this one? It's sideways. White Bigfoot, seen around Fort Worth, Texas, July-November 1969. That just looks like something on fire. That doesn't even look like an alive creature shape. That just looks... I thought that was something on fire. We have feet compared to normal foot. Why is everything sideways? Man's foot compared with a cast of Bigfoot footprint. Found in Bluff Creek, California after sighting and filming of Bigfoot by Roger Patterson. One more. More sideways text. The Bigfoot footprint in snow, 16.5 inches long and deformed. One of over 1,000 prints found at Bossburg, Washington State in 1969. Lovely. Did I click on this? I did not. Sightings. The North American man-beast, called Bigfoot, or Sasquatch, hairy man, as it is known in Canada, has been sighted across large areas of America and Canada, suggesting that there are more than one of them. Stories of their existence go back some way among the American Indians, who had many tales to tell about them, but the first sign of their existence to be seen by a non-Indian was made in 1811 by trader David Thompson, who came across a huge 4-toed footprints while crossing the Rockies. A rather more tangible encounter was made some years later when a Sasquatch was said to have been actually captured in 1884 and subsequently sold to Barnum and Bailey Circus. We have 2 mentions of P.D. Barnum now. Black gorilla-type creature had been captured by a team of railwaymen who had seen it near Yale and had locked it into a guard's van. It is believed that it died in transit on the way to the circus, but not before it had been displayed to many people in Yale. Reports earlier this century suggested that Big Feet were far from docile and were likely to attack people, on one occasion being blamed for the decapitation of 2 prospectors in the Nahanni Valley, later to become known as Headless Valley, and on another occasion in 1924, a pack of them were said to have attacked some coal miners at Ape Canyon. Was it named after the Bigfoots, or was it already called that? Apparently the men were held under siege as the gang of the Ape Men hurled boulders at their cabin. Investigators later discovered the cabin to be in a sorry state and surrounded by huge footprints. That same year, a lumberman named Albert Austin claimed to have been kidnapped by one and taken back to its camp, where a whole family of them were waiting. He was trapped there for 6 days before he finally managed to escape by feeding the largest one with snuff. Drugged him. A few years earlier, a report in the Seattle Times quoted an eyewitness who had also been attacked, who claimed that the 8-foot-tall beast could hypnotize people and make themselves invisible. Reports of such powers are extremely rare. For the most part, the descriptions are more down-to-earth, with the beast described as being over 7 feet tall, ape-like, covered in reddish-brown hair with a cone-shaped head and no neck. The presence of a nauseating smell is also often mentioned in association with the beast. A good account was given in the New York Times in June 1976, which reported an encounter between 2 loggers and a Bigfoot in Oregon, near to where a colleague of theirs had seen it the previous day. They chased after the monster, threw stones at it, of course, and claimed it fled upright on 2 legs. Investigators found 3 sets of tracks in the area, 2 belonging to the men, and the other to a very large, unidentifiable source. The question remains as to what they generally eat. Various witnesses claimed to have seen the creature eating a variety of things, ranging from rodents to an elk. Most bizarre, though, was the occasion in 1958, when a construction worker discovered that they may even have a sweet tooth, as one ran off with his chocolate bar. A thief! Oh my god, what is all this? There's more! I don't even know what I clicked to make that happen. Malaysian trekkers find fresh Bigfoot tracks on 6th day of hunt. Tribesmen hope to evict creature they link to evil. Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, as the hunt for a massive hairy creature called Bigfoot entered its 6th day, Thursday, Malaysian trekkers stumbled upon fresh footprints, indicating they were close to its hideout, investigators said. Army and police units, wildlife experts, and jungle tribes joined the search dubbed Operasi Kaki Besar in Malay, or Operation Bigfoot. They combed several thousand square miles of dense jungle surrounding Tanjung Piai in Johore, the southernmost state of the Malaysian peninsula, where reports of sightings were first received. Tension mounted when superstitious villagers and jungle tribes feared that the fresh footprints could belong to another Bigfoot, despite government efforts to assure them that there was only one Bigfoot. I like that the government wasn't trying to convince them that there was no Bigfoot, but that don't worry, there's not two of them. We only have to deal with one Bigfoot. Tribesmen burned twigs and dried leaves, banged tin cans and gongs, performed ritual dances, and kept a 24-hour vigil with spears in attempts to drive away the creature, which they said had been sent to Malaysia by evil forces. The 8-foot-tall creature's fresh footprints, found in dense undergrowth, measure about 1.5 feet long and display only 4 toes. It was sent to Malaysia by evil forces. Those evil forces were definitely the government. The government definitely imported a scary Bigfoot. How else would they know that there was only one of them? I've cracked the code. I've solved the puzzle. Okay, researchers to explore near springs for Bigfoot by Dick Foster. Green Mountains Falls. Some believe he's a primitive subhuman, others think he's an alien with strange powers. Either way, Bigfoot has obsessed and eluded a handful of spectators, 2 of whom hope to find clues in Green Mountain Falls. It was in Green Mountain Falls, a mountainside community west of Colorado Springs, that a brown-haired creature was seen by some residents March 28, 1987. That's almost my birthday! In a second incident last August, a creature shoved a hairy forearm through a cabin screen door, leaving hairs behind. Analysis at a national laboratory in San Francisco showed the hair to be primate, but could not define it further. He just got mad and punched through someone's door. No reason. We don't get any backstory. The incidents have prompted 2 Bigfoot researchers to plan trips to the area this spring in hopes of gathering more evidence. Bob Branzo, an English teacher from Omaha? It's very crunchy text. Omaha, Nebraska, and Eric Beckchard, operator of the Cryptozoology Museum in Malibu, California, have different theories and are not associated, but both men are attracted by the solitary creatures who have been sighted throughout the world, yet whose bodies or skeletal remains never have been found. This is speculation, but these may be extraterrestrials operating on some kind of a different physical system than we are, said Beckchard. That's a weird name. Those letters are not in the right place. I've dug up about 500 reports of shootings of Bigfoot, and not one of them has ever resulted in a dead body, because they teleport away. I've been talking too much, my throat hurts. Brianzo, who has tracked the creature since 1967, is convinced that Bigfoot exists. However, he labels Beckchard's theory the product of a small fringe element. It's hard enough to prove that an unknown primate is alive in North America. Whatever people might be willing to listen to you and give your viewpoints about validity, you're going to lose them when you say that it's coming from a UFO or something, said Brianzo. He admits, however, that things about Bigfoot are unearthly. The thing that sounds unbelievable is the weight. He can speculate from the body mass of bears and gorillas and reports of sightings that the weight of a bipedal animal of the build people have seen would be 300 to 600 pounds, and in some cases over 800. I've been out after a winter night where the outside temperature dropped to 40 below, chasing tracks that go for miles, and these tracks are in frozen ground an inch deep. The weight it would take on that foot to sink like that in frozen ground is enormous, too heavy to be normal. The tracks also take Bigfoot out of the realm of hoaxes, he says. No hoaxer is going to be out there on stilts at 40 below, carrying 2 tons of lead on his back, making tracks. Brianzo is not disturbed that no bodies have been found. The creature is undoubtedly rare, it lives in remote locations, and may, like many primitive species, have burial customs, he said. Could those footprints mean Bigfoot? They got a lot of Bigfoot information in this game. Everything else gets like a few paragraphs. Bigfoot, we get like 10 different things to click on. It seems that one of America's best-known legends is causing quite a stir right here in Champaign County. Bigfoot, a large hairy creature that walks upright, reportedly has been seen recently in the country on several occasions. The sightings and numerous phone calls to the Champaign County Sheriff's Department has prompted Sheriff Paul Williams to look into the situation. I assume that's the sheriff. Hello, Mr. Williams. In all my years with the Sheriff's Department, never have we had so many calls about Bigfoot sightings. It's really a peculiar thing, to say the least. Sergeant Chuck Stroud of the Sheriff's Department recently investigated some footprints near the outskirts of Urbana off State Route 29. I've never seen Bigfoot tracks before, so I really don't know if these can be classified as that. They would be extremely large footprints for any type of animal. Paul Reuter, game protector, said he also has received an unusual influx of telephone calls recently. I've had calls from Terre Haute, St. Paris, Rosewood, and even from people living on the outskirts of Urbana. The reports are all similar in the description of the animal, he said. A compilation of the reports showed the animal to be over 8 feet tall with light brown fur, walking upright and emitting a foul body odor. They always have to comment on his smell. Like, he lives out in the woods. He doesn't have deodorant. You don't have to bully him about it. Reuter said he did not want to speculate at this time whether the reported sightings indicate a Bigfoot. He did say that if the sightings persist, he will call the National Bigfoot Commission in Seattle. Oh, America's a wonderful place. From reports gathered so far, there have been no incidents involving the animal in question with humans or other livestock. No one has reported missing livestock or damaged property as a result of what could be a Bigfoot, Williams said. Although a woman in Westville did report a large amount of fruit stockpiled in an outdoor shelter taken recently. From what information Reuter said he has gathered so far, he said a Bigfoot is harmless and not carnivorous, but he cautions against trying to track it. A Bigfoot is an extremely powerful animal. When it is scared or backed in a corner, who knows how the animal will act, he said. Fortunately, the Bigfoot sightings only occur around April 1st of each year. It has not been determined whether the number of sightings bears any relation to the general gullibility quotient of newspaper reporters. Stroud points out, Sergeant Chuck Stroud points out, so this is not the guy. This is Chuck. Sorry, Chuck. Points out a mysterious oversized footprint, which is believed to be that of Bigfoot. Sightings of the man-beast in Champaign County have been reported, but not confirmed. Bigfoot still stalks the woods of Oregon. I received this letter from Lureen Davis in Oregon City, Oregon, who gave me permission to reprint it. I received your letter about Bigfoot. Yes, we had quite an experience last year in October, which is our deer hunting time in Oregon. We camped over at Sisters, about 150 miles east of Portland. When I say we, that is my husband of 48 years, my oldest son of 47, another son of 40, his girl, 11, and my daughter of 32 years. We've camped out in the wilderness far more than 45 years, and we've experienced some strange noises. As we know wild animal sounds, these howls were much different and like nothing I've ever heard before. We camped 13 days. Every night, our camp would be invaded by moaning sounds, heavy walking, and large footprints 12 inches long and 8 inches across, barefoot tracks. These animals would make a gibbering sound. Our son and his daughter saw the critter behind a tree. The sun was shining on it, and it had an auburn color on its hair. It scared the dickens out of our son and his girl. We have never experienced anything quite like this before. We saw these large footprints going across a tank of dirt? What does that mean? Bank? Perhaps. We got some plaster and made a cast of them. Bigfoot researcher Ray Crow has a copy of the right foot and the left foot. When we were taking the plaster cast, we heard some pounding on a tree. My husband followed the tracks up a hill and across logs and into a game trail that led into a rock bluff. We left the area and we're happy to leave. We have intentions on going back this year again. My husband will hunt, and I will go and watch out for Bigfoot. I'm sure you can take him. Billy, this creature is very real. We are very straight people. We don't drink and don't take drugs, so we know what we saw was the real thing. 2 weeks ago, my husband and I made a trip to Estacada, and while driving about 45 miles from the town, this thing ran across the road 50 feet in front of us. It was about 5 feet tall, black and hairy, and it moved so fast that it was like a blur. We were looking for a lost person, so to stop and look for tracks wasn't important at that time. Oh yes, when we camped at Sisters, my daughter had her 2 black Labradors with her in the tent. The dogs would growl and bark, but would not go outside at night. They both weigh about 140 pounds. Someone told us if we made the dogs go outside, these creatures would rip them. I will keep in touch with you and keep you informed of any more experiences. Oh boy. Okay. Is that all of them? Is there more? Oh, did I accidentally skip past this one when I clicked on the Malaysia thing? Perhaps? There's so much of these! Okay, wildlife experts see Sasquatch, Victoria, British Columbia. Massive footprints found in the snow. A whoop-whoop-whoop call heard in the woods. Must be a Sasquatch! At least that's what a wildlife biologist on Vancouver Island believes. John Bindernagel, 52, of Courtenay, said he began his Sasquatch hunt years ago, but kept it quiet for fear of being branded a crackpot. I only sort of came out of the closet about a year ago and started talking to other people about it, he said Thursday. His evidence includes 16-inch human-like footprints found in Strathcona Provincial Park while on a hiking trip in 1988. You have to see them to appreciate how massive they really are, he said. In addition, Bindernagel said he heard a strange ape-like call at a friend's cabin near Comox Lake in 1992. The only thing which I have ever heard which is similar is a chimpanzee in Uganda. It was sort of a whoop-whoop-whoop. He said his friend told him he has heard this cry often, always in spring and always at dusk. Bindernagel said he knows of no other creature in North America which makes such a call, and believes it was a Sasquatch trying to communicate with his own kind. The mysterious ape-like creature, also known as Bigfoot, is said to inhabit remote regions of the Pacific Northwest. Bindernagel, who has a doctorate in wildlife biology from the University of Guelph in Ontario, worked for 20 years conducting wildlife research for the United Nations around the world. He works now as a consultant. Ian McTaggart-Cohen, regarded as the father of wildlife biology in British Columbia, says he doubts that Sasquatch exists, but holds no disrespect for anyone who believes otherwise. People believe in these things because they like to believe in them, and it keeps on going because people like it. And why not? It's a charming story. My attitude is just show me, that's all. Okay. There's all of our Bigfoot sightings. That's so many of them. There's so much Bigfoot. This is the most Bigfoot ever. That was my cousin Daryl. He worked in a nuclear power plant, became a mutant. He's got massive kickers now. Can you tell him to take a shower? Apparently he smells really bad. Is that back? Okay, no, that's forward. That was a long Bigfoot section, my god. Oh, what is this one? Ah! On the morning of June 1st, 1974, Leslie Brennan was watching a film on a television when it was interrupted by a news bulletin. The bulletin told of a big explosion at a chemical plant in Flixborough, England, in which many people were killed. Just after midday, she had lunch with some friends, Janice and Peter East, and mentioned the tragic event, but they hadn't yet heard about it. Later that evening, she settled down to watch the news, and they were dead. Sure enough, there was a report about the incident, but it did not happen until 4:53 p.m. Okay, they weren't dead the whole time. She premonitioned the news report. Approximately 5 hours after she had seen the report on television. Spooky. That was a nice short one after all the big feet. We have a sad bear. On October 21st, 1966, an avalanche of coal caused by incessant rain tumbled down a mountain and engulfed a school at Aberfan in Wales, killing 144 people, mostly school children. Apart from the unusual manner of the disaster itself, what was particularly strange about this tragic event was the amount of people believed to have foreseen it. In Plymouth, England, for example, a woman told 6 witnesses the day before the disaster that whilst in a trance, she had seen an avalanche of coal sliding towards a child in a Welsh village. Dr. J.C. Barker and Peter Fairley were so fascinated by these reports that they appealed in the Evening Standard for anyone who claimed to have foreseen this disaster to contact them. So overwhelmed were they by their response, over 20 cases being subsequently confirmed by other witnesses, that they set up the British Premonitions Bureau to try and avert such disasters in the future. Most poignant of all the premonitions, however, came from a 9-year-old girl, Earl Mai Jones. She awoke in the middle of the previous night, startled by a vivid dream. In the morning, she told her mother of how, according to this dream, she had gone to her school, but the school was no longer there. Something black had come down all over it. She went to school that morning, never to return, for it was her school, the Pantglass Junior School, that was destroyed, and she was to become one of the victims. Well, that's just sad. I spent all that time reading about Bigfoot, and now I'm just sad. Video games, stop. Stop mood whiplashing me. I came here to learn about fun aliens. We have another skull. Sometimes they can't think of what to put, and they just put a skeleton in there. In 1971, the famous rock band The Grateful Dead conducted a huge experiment involving ESP. The audiences at 6 of their concerts were asked to concentrate on an image shown to them during the shows and mentally transmit the image to a psychic sleeping under supervision many miles away. When he awoke, he was asked to describe the image, and on 4 of the 6 occasions, his descriptions were remarkably similar. How similar? Give me more information. What on earth is this? Oh, that's a bottle. Okay. Scotch whiskey. One of the strangest creatures that has ever been said to exist must surely be the wild beast of Barrysdale. It is claimed that in 1880, a crofter on the edge of Loch Corn, Scotland, saw it scampering towards him. Scampering may well be the best word to use, as it was said that the beast had 2 legs at the front, but just 1 at the back. Oh, and wings! Local legend suggested that it was equally comfortable on either land or water. Delightful. Is that related at all to the alcohol? They just couldn't think of anywhere else to put it. They were like, I don't know, Scotland whiskey. What is this? A reward for a sea creature. When Sandra Manzi went to spend the day at Lake Champlain, it's Champ, a 100-mile-long lake on the border between Canada and the United States, with her fiancé and 2 children, she expected a pleasant, quiet time, soaking up the grandeur of that tranquil beauty spot. What she didn't expect was to be greeted by a vision that was to affect the rest of her life. It was 1977, and she was sitting on a rock by the shore of the north end of the lake when she saw something stirring in the water ahead. At first she thought it was a shoal of fish, but then, rising almost gracefully out of the water, came a large head, followed by a long neck reminiscent of a dinosaur. She knew she had just encountered Champ, the legendary beast of Lake Champlain. The fiancé gathered the children away from the water's edge, fearing for their safety, but Sandra grabbed the camera and took a shot just before the creature disappeared back under the water. The photo was to become famous as the best evidence of the existence of Champ, although at first she was reticent to show it to anyone, destroying the negative for fear of ridicule, an act that was to arouse much suspicion among skeptics. It was 2 years later that the picture finally reached the experts at the University of Arizona for inspection, but after careful analysis, they declared the photo to be genuine. This was just one of the many reported sightings of the creature since Samuel de Champlain discovered the lake back in 1609 and claimed he saw a strange beast. Experts suggest that he may have actually seen a garfish. In 1819, some settlers and a boatman claimed to have seen a long worm-like beast with several humps. Always the humps. In the 1870s, there was a further spate of sightings which led famous showman P.T. Barnum to put a report of 50,000 on its head. Much as he would have loved to have exhibited such a monster in his show, nobody succeeded in claiming the massive bounty. The best view of Champ, though, must surely have gone to Captain Nathan Mooney, the sheriff of Clinton County, in 1883, when he saw the 25-foot-long creature rise out of the water in front of him, so close that he could see white spots inside the beast's mouth. Strange. Oh god, is this a slide puzzle? I feel like this is a slide puzzle. What are you? I'm afraid of you. Oh, Simon says okay. Oh my god. No! Oh my god. Oh, I bungled it. Is that a new one? Oh my god, how long did they make you do this? Excuse me. That went on for so long. I'm gonna have a mental breakdown. I'm forgetting. Oh my god. I gotta get out of here. How long is that thing? Why is that so long? There's no way to go anywhere. I just have to do it. Get me out of here. Wait, no, get me out of here, though. Release me. I'm gonna have to get paper. Why does that last so long? Usually they don't last that long, right? Simon says it should not be that long. I don't have that long of a memory. I feel like I'm going insane. Don't yell at me! You don't have to shout at me! Okay. Let me get paper. This is our first paper of the game. It's been so long. Stop making scary noise. You're freaking me out. Get me out of here. I can't even leave, can I? Okay, I can close the door. I feel unsafe. Okay. I'm gonna save. Not that it really means anything, but... Simon. Or Simon says. Did that save? It did. Okay. Oh, I don't like this. They've made me do, like, 3 puzzles. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, wait. My paper. Okay. Down, up, side, middle, middle, side, other side, middle. Oh, why is this so long? Okay. This is horrible. I hate the 90s. Okay. Oh, good lord. Okay. Down, up, side, middle, middle, side, side, middle, up. Oh, thank God. I hope that's the sound that indicates that I did it. Are we done? My God! How many permutations was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 of them! 11 of them. That's evil. I hate that. Okay. I'm saving again out of this. I don't want to do that twice. Success. Okay, success is saved. Where are we? I just wanted to read fun facts. What are you? I have no idea what this is.
The shrinking of a vanquished foe's head by certain tribes in South America
Oh boy,
was
shrunken
common
head.
practice until not so long ago. Yet the method used had always been a closely guarded secret until relatively recently. Although methods vary from tribe to tribe, it is believed that once a head is detached from the body, the scalp is slit so that the skull can be removed and the skin peeled off. The skin is then placed over a wooden handle and boiled to shrink it slightly. This is followed by a ring of vine being sewn around the bottom of the neck to keep it open, and then hot stones being inserted. The head is then filled with constantly agitated hot sand, which is reheated when cool, until the head gradually dries and shrinks. After some careful resculpting of the features and a bit of stitching,
The 90s were a
the
crazy time
gruesome
for video
trophy
games.
is complete and probably ready to sell to some curious tourist.
Surely the stream is long enough that YouTube won't notice that there are literal dead corpses on my screen. Okay. What is this? Communism! We're gonna learn about commies! Get your foot out of here, commie! Okay, if you were wandering around the Caucasian mountains and your dogs were to flee in terror at the sight of a pair of glowing red eyes, then you would probably have just encountered the Russian hominid known as the Alma or Almas. Is this just a Bigfoot again? It is claimed to have been seen as far back as 1879 around the regions of Siberia and the Caucasian Mountains, and respected scientists such as Professor Porchnov of the Moscow Academy of Sciences and Professor Rinchin of Ulaanbaatar University have collated I have brain damage. Numerous reported sightings of the beast. A factory chief named Kolpachnikov claimed to have actually seen the bodies of a pair of them, shot accidentally during the war in 1937. He described them as being roughly the same height as man, but covered with red hair. Crazy. In 1992, Anatoly Dobrenko claimed to have seen one whilst walking his dog in the Dimitrov district of Moscow. People that subsequently went to investigate discovered large footprints, nearly 20 inches long, in the mud there. Other people that have seen them state that they discharge an unpleasant odor, in common with descriptions of other man-beasts around the world, and can run extremely quickly. Why did they put the hammer and sickle as the indication of, like, our sixth Bigfoot? Guts and bones. Animal mutilation. The unfortunate horse, Lady, as she was discovered on the morning of September 8th, 1967. I don't know, that's scary. Reports of animal mutilations occurring have been made since the first known attack in 1967. Do I have to listen to, like, pained cow moos this whole time? The unfortunate animal in this case was a 3-year-old Appaloosa horse named Lady. She belonged to Nellie Lewis, who grazed her on the ranch land belonging to her brother, Harry King. On the night of September 7th, 1967, Harry King said goodnight to Lady, not knowing he would never see her again. It was Lady's normal routine to go back to the ranch, where her mother Snippy was corralled for water. Lady did not go back to the ranch on September 8th, and Harry King found her the next day, lying on her side near the edge of a small flat clearing in the Chico bush. Lady's body had been stripped of flesh from the neck up, leaving a gleamingly clean and white skeleton. The rest of her body was untouched. Harry King remarked that the cut of the neck was so smooth that it couldn't have been done even with a sharp hunting knife. When Nellie Lewis visited Lady, she thought she smelled an odor like incense or something medicinal. Strange lights in the sky. One of the strangest things about Lady's death was the fact that her tracks stopped some 100 feet southeast of her body. 40 feet south of her mutilated body was some broken bush surrounded by a 3-foot circle of 6 or 8 holes in the ground, about 4 inches across and 34 inches deep. That summer, there had been reports of strange lights in the sky over the San Luis Valley. On the night Lady disappeared, Mr. King's 87-year-old mother, Agnes, claims to have seen a large object pass over the ranch house. Another man, Dwayne Martin, reported witnessing small jets zoom at terrific speed over the area Lady was killed. Laser technology. Doctor of Pathology and Hematology, Dr. John Altschuler, was taken to Lady about 2 weeks after her death. He said the edges of the cut looked and felt as if they had been cauterized. The cut skin was firm and leathery. It was now said it was as if the incisions had been made by lasers. However, laser technology did not exist in 1967 and did not come into use until the late 1970s. Dr. Altschuler examined tissues from Lady's body under a microscope and saw that at cell level there was discoloration and destruction consistent with changes caused by burning. Also remarkable was the lack of blood, both on the skin and on the ground. It was discovered that Lady's internal chest organs had been removed, the heart, lungs, and thyroid, again all bloodlessly. As any doctor will tell you, it is impossible to remove a heart without blood seepage. UFO involvement. Nellie Lewis became convinced that Lady's mutilation was in some ways linked with UFOs, and spoke to the Pueblo Chieftain newspaper on the subject. They ran the story, which soon made international headlines. However, some newspapers got Lady's name mixed up with that of her mother, Snippy. As the story spanned the globe, it was Snippy's name that was used and has stuck as the first animal fatality of these unexplained mutilations. The mystery continues, with animals, mainly cattle, suffering these strange mutilations all over the world. Aliens collecting stem cells for growing meat. Why do they want to eat horse? I guess they started with horses and realized that they didn't taste like as good as cows, and then just decided to do cows from now on. A UFO! The Manhattan Abduction. What? They're gonna just slideshow. That's icky. I don't like that guy. They're slideshowing at me. What makes this case different and a possible breakthrough in abduction research? Why are we flashing? Breakthrough in abduction research is the events that followed. In March 1991, Bud Hopkins received a letter from 2 men claiming to be police officers. They would not meet the ufologist face-to-face, but claimed to have been parked in a car in the early hours of 30th November 1989 when they saw a woman floating out of her apartment window in Manhattan and entering a UFO. They saw it fly into the nearby river. Mermaid aliens! Submerge and never come out again. The men thought they had witnessed a woman being space-snapped by aliens, and felt guilty that they had, despite their training, been helpless in the situation. They told Hopkins that they could point out the exact apartment from which they had seen the woman float out into the sky. In fact, one of the men was in the early stages of a nervous breakdown, having spent weeks parked outside the building trying to summon up courage to go and knock on the door and see if the woman existed and knew what they were talking about. Okay. Page down. Page down, not work. Okay. I think it might have frozen again. No. Okay, open. Success. Okay, we might have to exit. What? Error opening sound output device. Is the sound card being used by another application? I don't know, man. What do you mean? Are we good? Let's try and see if we can get more about the What are we doing? What's happening here? The thing to check is my other thing. Yeah, my mic is working. If audio is being captured, nothing is like stopped. I'm learning so many fun new things about how the many ways in which DOSBox can break, I guess. Can we? Okay, we can move. Oh, the movement. Okay, let's see. Will it work? Okay, the Manhattan abduction. Oh. Oh, it broke. No! I wanted to learn about aliens! They're hiding alien information from me. They're trying to keep it from me. Okay, let's see if we can open it again. What's small in that window? Okay. Let's see. A lot of things you gotta skip past. Okay, open. Okay, all my saves are still there. Success. There. Okay, let's see if it works. At least nothing catastrophic has happened. Okay, don't waste time. Come on. I think they're trying to keep this Manhattan abduction thing secret from me. Okay. We have successfully paged down. The police officers had no idea that Hopkins had already researched the story and had interviewed the woman herself. Scary. He warned Napolitano that these men may visit her, as indeed they did. They were reputedly stunned by the fact that she was actually expecting them. Eventually, the two men revealed to Hopkins that they were not police officers and were in fact secret bodyguards for a leading politician. They were taking him to a New York heliport when their car stalled and the incident occurred, so there was another witness to this abduction, a world-renowned statesman. In the meantime, another witness had contacted Bud Hopkins to say that she had been driving over the Brooklyn Bridge on the same night as the alleged abduction when her car and the other traffic's engines stalled. The streetlights went out, and a group of people witnessed Linda's abduction from her high-rise apartment. She told Hopkins the same story as the two men had before her, although none of the other drivers had gone public with their story or had reported it to the police. These guys look so much like they're just taking a bro photo. A strong claim published in American Ufology is that the politician in the car with his bodyguards was Javier Perez de Cuellar, the former Secretary General of the United Nations. This allegation has not been endorsed by Hopkins, although he does admit that he received a non-committal letter from the third man in the car, stating that he has decided the time is not right to tell the world. When asked to comment, de Cuellar gave a flat denial and insistence that he was not even in New York on the night in question. If the third man does go public with what he saw in the future, this may be seen as the most important abduction that has ever occurred. Linda Napolitano has gone public and now speaks at UFO conferences. Many say she appears genuine. The other witnesses remain anonymous. Okay. I'm not going to spend too much time clicking around in that because I feel like I might break the game. What is this one? A rock. The Loch Ness, I guess that's the Loch Ness Monster's foot. What video do we have?
Unfortunately,
it's this guy
my
again.
credibility as a cryptozoologist,
and it's weird
I
sheep.
don't really believe in the Loch Ness Monster. At least I don't believe in the idea that there's a giant prehistoric reptile lurking in the waters of a lake in northern Scotland. I believe there's something there. I mean, I've been to the lake and I've looked out over it and I've interviewed eyewitnesses. One of my best friends has taken a photograph of the monster, but I don't believe it's a living, breathing plesiosaur. The lake is too small. There's too many people watching it. There aren't enough fish living in the lake to be able to support a viable population. There are, however, a number of bizarre phenomena associated with the lake. Some of them zoological. It's like more seals exist in the lake than anyone really gives credence to. The eels grow bigger in the lake, and I think it's very likely that there are a small population of giant sturgeon living there. But there's also a paranormal aspect to the Loch Ness Monster sightings.
Ghost.
Earlier this century, the black magician Aleister Crowley, using his name Frater Pernudavo, was living at Boleskine House on the shores of the lake, and it's a matter of history that while he was there, he was involved in a magical ritual of Abramelin the Mage, which was supposed to summon his personal guardian angel. We know from the writings of some of his followers that earlier on in his experiments, when he was living in Brighton, he'd managed to summon some half-formed animate creatures which haunted a house in Brighton for many years afterwards. And it seems quite likely to me that probably without knowing what he was doing, Aleister Crowley managed to raise something that would have been better left alone out of the waters.
Okay, Aleister Crowley invented the Loch Ness Monster, I guess. Sightings. The legend of the Loch Ness Monster goes back centuries to an account recorded in AD 565 of St. Columba banishing the beast to save a man's life. Back then, the beast was said to be a ferocious man-eater, but none of the more modern sightings have revealed this side of its nature. Although the legend has persisted for several centuries, sightings have only really become more common since the building of a road along its north shore from Inverness to Fort Augustus in 1933. It was in this year that a most unusual sighting was made. A reputable couple named Spicer were driving along when they saw the monster actually crossing the road. They could see a huge body and a 10-foot-long undulating neck ahead of them before it disappeared, startled towards the loch. This and many other reported sightings at the time led to a great deal of interest in the monster, even to the extent of the circus owner Bertram Mills putting up a large reward for its capture, dead or alive. Nobody has done more to further the legend of Nessie than Alex Campbell, the water bailiff on Loch Ness. He claimed to have seen it on at least 18 occasions, the first time being in 1934 when he saw what looked like a prehistoric monster rise out of the water. He described it as being about 30 feet long, with gray skin, a long swan-like neck, and a large hump. The mention of a hump is very common in sightings, although the quantity varies between 1 and 12, and the shape either rounded or triangular. Descriptions also differ on the matter of whether it has flippers or legs. In 1936, Mrs. Marjorie Moore caught a fine view of the creature when she and her sister spotted the 30-foot-long form casually idling at the same spot for 5 minutes before shooting off at great speed. She clearly remembered its small head and seeing its 3 humps, which straightened out as it moved. An appearance by the monster in 1965 was significant because it was witnessed by 9 people at different points around the lake, one of them an ex-policeman, Ian Cameron. He actually observed it for almost an hour, commenting on its similarity to an upturned boat, a reference common to many other sightings. In 1975, a rare sighting of 2 monsters together was made. The question of just how many Nessies there are is even more difficult to answer than the question of there being one at all, but either it is a creature of numerous years, or there has been a family there breeding a horde of the little monsters for generations. Dedicated Nessie hunter Alistair Boyd is quite a key figure in the Loch Ness saga. In 1979, he became convinced of the existence of a monster there when he saw a great deal of turbulence in the loch, followed by a glimpse of its hump as it turned around under the water. As he went to reach for his camera, the monster disappeared as though it had never been there. This newfound certainty in the monster's existence wasn't to stop him being instrumental in discrediting a major piece of Ness evidence some years later. Others have dedicated their lives to proving the existence of the monster. In the 1960s, Frank Searle and Tim Dinsdale both gave up their careers to prove that the monster was real. Their continual vigilance was rewarded with several sightings apiece, although another full-time observer, Steve Feltham, has not been so lucky. Despite giving up his job in 1990 to monitor the lake full-time from his van at the edge of the loch, he has never once seen the monster. The closest he has come has been to see an unusual wake for about 10 seconds, not much to show for 6 years of watching and waiting. Yet still he watches, still he waits. It is difficult to say just how many people have been more fortunate than Steve and seen the monster, but reported sightings number in the thousands. Can so many people have been deceived by the strange wave patterns of the loch, or are they all liars and pranksters? The alternative is obvious and far more appealing. I get a whole bunch of articles. Was that one even, visible at all? 16 people yesterday claimed to have watched for 5 minutes as the Loch Ness Monster swam by, and none of them took a picture. It was first spotted by Kate Monroe, whose Craigdarroch House Hotel is on the edge of the Highland Lake. She alerted her husband Dave and 14 guests. The object was hidden beneath the surface, but left a large whitewater wake. Tourist David Neild said it was the monster. There were no boats on the loch, yet the wake was as big as comes from a cruiser. Fine view of monster seen off Brackla. An 8-minute appearance by the Loch Ness Monster, during which it cruised along the surface of the loch at great speed, was watched at about 9 p.m. on Wednesday by 5 members of the staff at the Clansman Hotel and 2 of their guests on the shores of the loch at Brackla, about midway between Inverness and Drumnadrochit. The loch was almost glassy calm when the monster was sighted, and Mr. Richard Spence, a barman at the hotel, said that along with 3 of the hotel waitresses, a kitchen maid, and 2 guests, they were attracted by the commotion in the water. He says the object, which he believes was the monster, was near the opposite side of the loch, but from the speed it was moving and the wash it created, it appeared to be a creature of considerable size. The monster was too far from him to identify any humps, he added, but he watched it as it swam towards the door's end of the loch, then seemed to turn back again before disappearing. He estimated it had been on the surface between 7 and 8 minutes. Memories are made of this. Highland headlines from 25 years ago. A barman and 3 waitresses claim to have spotted Nessie. Is that the same one as the other one? The staff of the Clansman Hotel beside Loch Ness were convinced it was the genuine article. Barman Mr. Richard Spear said, I was serving 2 customers at the bar when I looked out the window and saw a huge object in the water. I watched it for a moment but didn't say anything. Then I turned to the 2 men at the bar and asked, what do you think that is? They immediately agreed it was the monster. According to Mr. Spear, the object, which was definitely not a boat, traveled at some speed before disappearing as suddenly as it had appeared. Nessie's back in business. Again! A group of English tourists on a pleasure cruiser claimed they saw the Loch Ness Monster yesterday, 300 feet down in the murky depths of Scotland's deepest loch. A sonar trace on the pleasure boat, Caledonian Queen, beamed up a giant shape from the bed of the loch at 2:45 yesterday afternoon. The astonished English tourists, making their first visit to Loch Ness, snapped away with their cameras when the ominous shape loomed up on the screen. Yesterday's sighting is the first of this year and happened as the boat made its way past Johnny's Point. Owner of the Caledonian Queen, Norman Mackenzie from Fort Augustus, said the boat had recently been fitted with a new color sonar machine, so there was no mistake. Nessie showed up as a 40-foot-long blue blob slumbering in the depths. She was having a nice little nap. Nessie's real, says man who exposed Photocon. I saw her roll around. The man who exposed the most famous Loch Ness Monster picture as a con still believes in the creature. Researcher Alistair Boyd is convinced he saw Nessie 15 years ago. Yesterday he revealed that the Nessie seen rising out of the loch in the 1934 Surgeon's photograph was the century's biggest hoax. The monster was nothing more than a toy submarine fitted with a plastic wood serpent's head. Mr. Boyd, who has hunted the creature since he spotted it in 1979, said last night, I saw it roll around in the water like a whale. It must have been at least 20 feet long. That's why I'm skeptical of people who claim to have taken photos. When you see it, you don't have time to fiddle with a camera. You're too busy picking your jaw off the ground. It's ironic, but I still believe there are creatures in the loch. The photograph, supposedly snapped by Harley Street Surgeon Colonel Robert Wilson, was an elaborate setup by his pal, filmmaker Marmaduke Wetherill. What a name. It hoodwinked Fleet Street and the rest of the world, but it will remain on display at the Loch Ness exhibit in Inverness, North Scotland. It is the most famous image people have. Nessie dead. Shock for young Americans. What? No, Nessie! They killed her! Okay. Legendary creature perishes in Scotland as hundreds watch. The Loch Ness Monster is dead, dismayed Americans have been told. The Weekly World News carried a story entitled Loch Ness Monster dies in Scotland as hundreds watch, along with a dramatic photo of Nessie dying on a beach. The news brought shock to high school youngsters in the California town of Vacaville, who nearly cancelled a Highland holiday as a result. Nessie's not there, what's even the point? It led to a Welsh woman living in Vacaville making an urgent trip to the school to convince the disappointed kids that Nessie was still alive. Catering firm president Valerie Horton saved the day when she addressed a parent-teacher association meeting and confirmed that the report was untrue. Valerie checked her facts beforehand with her brother Vincent Martin, a former Queen's Own Highlander and regimental sergeant major of Bridge of Don Barracks, Aberdeen, now living at Strathpeffer. That's what this name. British names are so hard to read. Strathpeffer. Vincent showed the press and journal a copy of the article sent by his sister. The caption, so the largest of 4 accompanying pictures, reads, Legendary creatures perishes, dying Loch Ness Monster attracted a huge crowd which could only stand by hopelessly as the creature eventually died in agony. The clever picture, however, shows onlookers dressed in 1950s bathing suits. In the text, marine biologist Dr. Carl Kramer is quoted as calling the beast's demise a tragedy of this century or any other. Dr. Kramer claims that witnesses kept silent because the livelihoods of so many depended on tourists visiting Loch Ness. The only consolation for Nessie fans is the statement that the monster left behind a 3-year-old baby to take her place. A half-amused, half-annoyed Mr. Martin said yesterday, it's a real con, and in a way, quite funny, but there could be thousands in California, like the pupils in Vacaville High School, who believe the story, and it could damage the tourist trade. My sister had a hard time trying to convince her friends that it's all a lot of lies. How could they do that? How could they make a news article where they tell lies? Look, there she is! Zoom enhance! Okay. I can only zoom enhance one. I can zoom enhance Bigfoot like 10 times each. Only one for Nessie. What is this? Another one! Hoax example by Nigel Hills. No, but it looks so real! Oh, there's the surgeon's photo. Okay. Any serious attempts to discover the truth behind such a mysterious beast as the Loch Ness Monster are always hampered by that hardy breed known as the practical joker. Many people like to try and outsmart supposed experts in a successfully executed hoax, playing to much self-satisfaction. One of the more unlikely hoaxes at Loch Ness occurred in 1933, when unusual footprints were discovered at the loch side. Excitement grew as experts from the British Museum were called in to identify them. Much to almost everyone's surprise, they were found to be those of a hippopotamus, a rather baffling state of affairs, until a hippopotamus foot umbrella stand was discovered at the home of one of the locals. I guess he has anti-zoom technology. That's why people are so bad at taking pictures of her. It was probably the most well-known evidence that pointed to the existence of the Loch Ness Monster was the famous surgeon's picture taken by Robert Wilson in 1934. He claimed that he had spotted the creature's head and neck appear from the water as he was driving by. He had a quarter-plate camera with him, and with the aid of his telephoto lens, he photographed the beast from a distance of 200 yards. 4 plates were printed by a chemist in Inverness, and these were declared genuine by photographic experts. It was not until 1994 it was finally revealed that the whole thing had been a hoax, executed with the aid of a toy submarine. Christian Sperling claimed he was asked by filmmaker Duke Weatherall to fashion a fake head and neck, which were then placed on a clockwork submarine and filmed. They asked Wilson to take the resulting photos to be developed for them, as his status as a respected physician would add credence to the hoax. Thinking it all a light-hearted jape, he agreed, not realizing that his testimony would make fools of many experts for 60 years. Okay, that was hoaxes. Material evidence. More photos. Possible photograph of Loch Ness Monster taken by Canadian holiday maker Jennifer Bruce in 1982 from Temple Pier, looking across Urquhart Bay. She did not see the monster when she took it. What about this one? That's Just a Shape. Loch Ness Monster by Hugh Gray, 1933. Oh, okay, wait. Get that. No. Material evidence. Oh, did I click on that? I did. Okay, like most creatures of mystery, the monster of Loch Ness has only ever revealed itself for tantalizing cameo appearances in front of the cameras, just long enough to give a glimpse of something, yet briefly enough to make sure that nobody has time to get evidence that would be conclusive. The first photograph purporting to show the Loch Ness Monster was taken in November 1933 by Hugh Gray. He was strolling along by the shore of the loch when he suddenly saw a tremendous disturbance in the water. What appeared to be a 40-foot-long creature could be seen, thrashing about wildly. It was visible for just over a minute, long enough for him to take his ground-breaking shots with the small box camera he had with him. The one shot that was eventually printed had been slightly damaged by light, but was confirmed as being genuine by experts at Kodak. It was not until 1951 that a picture was taken that allegedly showed the famous humps of the beast. Lachlan Stewart, a worker for the Forestry Commission, took the shot when he saw a long neck and head, the size of a sheep, emerge from the loch one morning. His account, combined with the photo, appear very impressive, but skeptics argue that the shape of the waves suggests it was taken near the shore and could depict something no more monstrous than a trio of rocks. 1960 proved to be a significant year for documentary evidence of the Loch Ness Monster, as it brought forth probably the best moving pictures of it, filmed by the dedicated Nessie hunter Tim Dinsdale. On April 23rd, towards the end of a 6-day search, he saw a strange reddish-brown object in the loch. He quickly began filming the object as it moved along, reminiscent, he thought, of a submarine. But submarines didn't have dappled skin like this object did, and he was sure he could see a rhythmic paddle motion. His footage shows a distinct wake being left by something in the loch, but it is difficult to make out the object. This film footage of this encounter, along with a more recent video shot in 1992 by a tourist at Urquhart Castle, has again divided expert opinion, but believers in the monster have no doubt as to what is captured in these films. We gotta believe. Scientific investigations. Operation Deep Scan at Loch Ness, October 1987, fleet of 24 sonar boats in line abreast, scanning the loch. And then some guys on a boat. That boat looks like really... I would not trust that. That is a scary boat. Academy of Applied Science underwater camera being lowered into Urquhart Bay during mid-1970s search for Loch Ness Monster. Dr. Robert Rines at right. What about the other guys? The first serious attempt to discover whether the creature was fact or fiction was made in 1934 by Sir Edward Mountain. He organized a 30-day-long experiment where 20 men continuously observed the loch all day. Although some photos were taken, the results were inconclusive. In 1961, following his sighting and subsequent filming of the beast, Tim Dinsdale set up the Loch Ness Investigation Bureau with David James, an MP, to collect evidence of the monster. The following year, the organization had 26 volunteers manning a set of searchlights to try and spot the monster at night, but it was not until the next day that it appeared just under the water and was, of course, filmed. The resulting film led marine biologists to state that they believed there was a large unidentified creature inhabiting the loch. Over the years, the LNI set up numerous expeditions and gathered huge amounts of data, suggesting something extraordinary was occurring, ranging from abnormal wave patterns to unusual sonar. At one point, members even spent their nights lying in wait for the monster in rowing boats, hoping to obtain a tissue sample with a crossbow and specially constructed dart. In 1969, a mini-submarine called Pisces was sent down to investigate the loch from within, but, as always, Nessie proved frustratingly elusive. The following year, Dr. Robert Rines of the Boston Academy of Applied Science used a sophisticated technological approach to hunting the beast when he added a high-definition side-scan sonar to the efforts, which detected echoes indicating a large shape under the water. It also discovered several large ridges in the walls of the loch, which could possibly provide cover for a large beast. It was to be a pair of underwater shots taken with an Edgerton underwater flash camera in in 1972 that were the most convincing result of Dr. Ryan's efforts. 2 photographs showing what appeared to be a large diamond-shaped flipper taken in Urquhart Bay created much media attention at the time. These were followed up 3 years later by more spectacular shots, this time of what appeared to be the monster's head. Sadly, both sets of pictures have been largely discredited. The original flipper shots were found to have been considerably enhanced from the originals, and the headshots are believed to show either the head of a model Nessie that had been used in a film some years earlier, or a rotting tree stump that was later brought to the surface during the famous Operation Deep Scan, possibly the most ambitious of the many searches for the monster, which was conducted in 1987. It was a mammoth undertaking to get to the bottom of the nest mystery once and for all, involving 22 echo sounders strung between motorboats across the loch. While it did on 3 occasions discover inexplicable soundings made by a moving object larger than a shark, it too failed to come up with any concrete evidence of the monster's existence. Gosh darn. There's, again, just like Bigfoot, there's so much Nessie. Oh god, they're making me read script now? What is this? Whoa, look, it's Nessie, they found her. There she is. All the sideways text is hurting my neck. Theories abound as to the identity of the mysterious denizen of the depths of Loch Ness. The most commonly held view is that if there is something in there, it is most likely to be a plesiosaur, a long-necked saurian reptile that's been believed extinct for 70 million years. The scarcity of sightings above the waterline would tend to make this unlikely, as plesiosaurs were air breathers, and whatever is in the loch would have to extract its air from the water, or it would be seen more often. A giant eel of some sort has also been suggested, or even an unknown kind of long-necked seal. Roy Mackall of the University of Chicago has suggested that it may in fact be a stellar sea cow, an aquatic elephant-like beast which can grow up to 35 feet long. Not all the theories are zoologically related. A Canadian neurophysiologist named Michael Persinger has suggested that geological fault lines there could cause electrical activity which could affect the brainwaves of people in the area, causing hallucinatory effects. Alright, that sounds crazy, but I don't know enough about neuropsychology, physiology to dispute it, I guess. More down-to-earth theories have also been put forward. Skeptics suggest that the abundance of sightings on the loch can be attributed to the unusual formations of the waves made there, which can look very much like some humped beast to those looking for such a sight. More cynical skeptics also suggest that the whole legend has been preserved by those with vested interests in luring vast numbers of tourists to the area. Goodbye, Nessie. The elephant foot was a weird choice. Okay, what is this one? Swalt? What are you? What's happening here?
There can be no doubt that people love a good mystery. Equally, there can be no doubting our propensity for a good hoax. The saga of the Minnesota Iceman probably satisfies those looking for both. In May 1967, a most fascinating exhibit, an ape-man encased in a block of ice, went on display in a refrigerated coffin throughout the United States. Its keeper, showman Frank D. Hansen, didn't help its claims of authenticity by the fact that he continually changed his story about how he came by it. First he claimed to have shot it, then he claimed that he found it floating in ice in the Sea of Okhotsk, and later he claimed that it had been bought in Hong Kong by its owner, a mysterious Hollywood filmmaker known only as Mr. X. In December 1968, it was examined by Dr. Bernard Heuvelmans and biologist Ivan T. Sanderson in a poorly lit trailer. They concluded that it was indeed a genuine unknown hominid
You couldn't have
that
turned
had
on
been
a
shot
light?
through its right eye. Heuvelmans gave it the title of Homo pongoides, while Sanderson gave it the nickname of Bozo.
Rude.
Dr. Napier of Birkbeck College was asked by Heuvelmans to give the creature a full scientific examination before it went on exhibit for a second tour, when Hansen sensationally stated that he had substituted the original for a latex model, which, although very similar, did look slightly different from the original, thus preventing a conclusive examination. Hansen never did properly explain why he had this latex replica made, or kept switching the replica and the original around. His final version of events was that he had shot the beast whilst out hunting in the woods and later placed it in a freezer. An earlier news headline had told the story of a woman named Helen Westring who claimed that she had shot an ape-like creature that had tried to rape her whilst in the woods of Minnesota.
Wow, okay.
Heuvelmans, however, still maintained that the beast he had examined was genuine. No dummy, he claimed,
90s,
would
huh?
have given off the odour of putrefaction that he could smell while examining it up close.
Ew, gross.
One thing is for certain, there was definitely something very fishy about Homo pongoides.
Alright. Why am I glad that he's frozen in there and we're out here? Okay. What is this? What are you? The famous actor Sir Alec Guinness told the story of how he met James Dean in a restaurant, and upon being shown the young actor's new sports car, had a chilling premonition. He told young Dean, "Please, never get in it. It is now 10 o'clock, Friday the 23rd of September 1955. If you get in that car, you will be found dead in it by this time next week." The next Friday, James Dean was found dead in his new sports car. What about this indicates sports car? Put a Hot Wheels in the tube. What is that one? What is this? I have no idea what that is. A snake? Mr. Potter's Museum of Curiosities! Oh boy.
Potter's Museum of Curiosity in Cornwall, England, is one of the most amazing treasure troves of strange and bizarre creatures that I've ever been to. It's a reflection of its
just petting the
times,
sheep.
because when Walter Potter assembled this collection in the 19th century, he, like most Victorian naturalists, had a fascination with the bizarre, with the unusual, with the deformed. The Victorians called it teratology, the study of monsters, and it's something that has been almost universally ignored by zoologists ever since. Interestingly, as we approach the new millennium, the study of teratology is beginning to interest mainstream scientists again, as they're finding, in studying these deformed and bizarre creatures, they're finding answers to some of the great mysteries of life, the cure for cancer, for example. And
it's been a while since then, I don't think they found it.
After 150 years, that the old Victorian scientists were probably right after all.
Alright, what curiosities can we find in this museum? What is it? The Victorian fixation with curiosities, such as kittens with 3 heads or 6 legs, led to the preservation of many interesting artifacts at the time, but there can be few collections of such items as comprehensive as that housed in Mr. Potter's Museum of Curiosities at Wolventor, Cornwall, England. Nestling amongst the most bizarre tableau of taxidermy of the period, schoolrooms full of tiny stuffed rabbits all in human poses, or tiny kittens holding a tea party, and unusual objects from around the world, such as the 4,000-year-old mummy of a crocodile, are some genuine anomalies of nature, such as the 2-headed lamb that was donated in the early 1900s, or the amazing 4-legged duck, who lived for 16 years until it was killed by a hailstone. The sight of rats sporting long gnarled tusks is not a common one, yet here at Potter's they seem the most natural things in the world, while even the tusked rabbits look almost normal. A visit to Mr. Potter's Museum of Curiosities will reward you with a glimpse into a world that is quite different to the one you're used to, unless, of course, you're a 5-headed sloth, in which case you'll feel right at home. Alright. There's the fire exit takes us out. Okay, what is further in? Cribs! Okay. Let's just look at gross things. Let's just look at sad, gross things. Show me a funny taxidermy, I'm gonna get upset. Oh, that's better. That's just a rabbit with overgrown teeth. That one's normal. That one's icky, but still pretty normal. See, what other VTuber will give me this kind of content? You're just gonna show me a slideshow of, like, sad, deformed creatures. I don't like it. Show me something funny and Victorian. I want to go back to the crab claw taxidermy. Take me back! Okay, that's it. Okay, bye. What if I... Oh no, that just takes me back in. No, just release me! Okay. We fire exited. Very, very strange. I thought that they were gonna show me more silly taxidermy after they showed me the crab claw men, but I guess not. Okay, let us teleport once more. Should I have done that? Actually? Wait, if I go back here, will the door be open because I solved the puzzle, or would I have to solve the puzzle again? Okay, no. Was there another one? Because before when I teleported, there was a green one and a red one. Was there a red one hiding somewhere around here and I just didn't see it? This is possible. Can I look at that? I cannot. Ah, I gotta hate navigating through screens. Okay, there's Communist Bigfoot. Oh, there's a red one. Okay. I found it! Give me a second, I found it! At least they don't make me do the puzzle again. What's the red one? Aha. A new area. Whatever that is. What's happening here? Oh. There's a head. Ah! If a bullet was to enter the back of your head, go straight through your brain, and exit just above your eye, you'd be forgiven for thinking that your number was up. Yet when it happened to a man in South Africa in 1955, he just walked himself to the hospital and suffered no ill effects other than a headache. Frank Brown, a soldier who suffered a similar fate, could actually blow cigarette smoke through the hole above his eye. Fun! Is this the room where they tell me about Phineas Gage, or are we just going to learn about Phineas Gage adjacent characters? What is that, a bomb? It is a big cartoon bomb. In 1976, a psychic from East Anglia, England, named Maureen Baker had two visions of a newspaper placard reporting a bomb at Olympia. She later advised a colleague against going to the Ideal Home exhibition there, and saw another image of a bomb being placed in a litter bin. The next day, a bomb that had been placed in a litter bin exploded at Olympia. It's just like cutting off explosion sound effects at me. Okay. What else we got? What are these? Anything interesting? No? An abacus. They've got effects in this one. A survey carried out in the 1970s by William J. Cox, an American mathematician, revealed that trains that were involved in accidents were always carrying less passengers than they normally would at that time, especially the carriages directly involved in the misfortunes. The only way to explain this would suggest some form of mass premonition. Or, like, if they weigh less, they're, like, a little bit more likely to get into some sort of accident because of, like, the weird weight distribution. Listen, I like spooks as much as anyone else, but sometimes things just explode. What is this? Microwave. There is a tiny village in France that has earned the nickname the Devil's Microwave because of a spate of mysterious fires that cannot be explained. Investigators are completely baffled, ruling out any suggestion that arson or electrical faults could have started the fires. In this absence of any natural explanation, the villagers have begun to look to the supernatural for the cause. No further information will be given. Are you gonna explode? No, you're just gonna beep at me? Okay. Lightning. 47216. Is that something I should be writing down? 47216? Hello? I'm getting my paper.
In England in 1981, a psychic had a vision that a locomotive with the number 47216 would be involved in a crash. She contacted British Rail with details. 2 years later, there was a train crash that bore many similarities to the one that the psychic had seen in her vision. The main discrepancy was the locomotive number.
Oh, well then what's even the point?
Which was 47299 rather than the 47216 that she had predicted.
Would have been more impressive if she got the number.
The amazing fact was that the locomotive, although known as 47299 then, had formerly had a different number. The number was 47216.
Okay.
But had been changed
That's a little
after the
impressive.
psychic's earlier warning.
Okay. So they changed the number because they believed her, but they didn't think that, like, it would carry over? Come on, you guys. Think a little. Use your brains. Stop flashing the number at me. What if I have epilepsy? What is this? Hello?
Hazard. Hazard. Droid sequence activated.
Excuse me? Am I in trouble? Am I suddenly in danger? Oh god, what on earth is that? Put that away. Leave me alone. I assume that's another puzzle. I'm gonna have to watch a cutscene of it going away now. Dang it. I should have thought before I clicked. Bye-bye. I'll come back and puzzle you later. I want to look around a little bit first. Okay, I gotta look behind the door that's right there, and also the door that I came in led to a hallway, and I want to see what that is. And also that looks like a slide puzzle, and I'm gonna try my best to avoid it. Okay. Is that a bear trap? I can view the bear trap. American Indians tell stories of strange beings living in Pyramid Lake, Nevada, known as water babies. These, however, are very different to the water babies of Charles Kingsley's famous novel. A trapper is said to have unwittingly caught one of these babies in a steel trap one day, only to return and find his trap reduced to a heap of twisted metal smeared with water baby blood. No further information about what on earth a water baby is even supposed to be. Oh, let's see what's back here. There's so much stuff everywhere. Okay. I'm gonna save again. I don't know, puzzle room? To remind myself of where I am. It didn't save. Well, save as. Okay, puzzle. Maybe puzzle room is too long. What? Puzzle. Okay. Oh Jesus! What is all that? Oh, that's almost worse. Okay, let's go back. What is this? Ah, explosions! David Booth could gain no satisfaction from being proved right, but he knew it was going to happen. He warned people it was going to happen, and when it did happen, he just wished he'd been wrong. For consecutive nights, he dreamt of a three-engined American Airlines plane losing its power, rolling over, and crashing in a ball of flames. He knew he had to do something. Fraught with worry, he called the Federal Aviation Authority and American Airlines to warn them of his dream, but there was little they could do, and tragically, just days later, his dream came to life. On May 25, 1979, one of the worst aviation disasters in history happened at Chicago Airport, when a three-engined American Airlines DC-10 crashed on takeoff, killing nearly 300 people. Most remarkable was the unusual way that it rolled over as it crashed, just as David Booth has seen in his dreams. Well, that sucks. A lot of the premonition stuff is just somebody died horribly. What's with the bear? Did that, just splat on the ground? I didn't see that earlier. Why is there a splat? Animals on the Caribbean island of Puerto Rico have been terrorized over the last 2 decades by a frightening creature known as the goatsucker or chupacabra. The local newspaper El Vocero reported that it had sucked 5 goats and 20 parakeets to death on Halloween 1995. These were just the latest in a long line of unfortunate animals to come to a sticky end at the hands or mouth of the creature that has a habit of draining its victims' blood and relieving them of their guts. A mechanic recently claimed to have narrowly escaped becoming its first human victim when he turned up at a hospital for treatment to some claw marks on his abdomen. He described his assailant as a 5-foot-tall, gorilla-like beast. Other witnesses have commented on his glowing red eyes and the flashing lights that have sometimes been seen overhead, suggesting a possible alien link. Most concerning to the younger inhabitants of the island, however, is the recent report that it senselessly destroyed a poor teddy bear, leaving a pool of slime behind it. No, not the bear! Anything but the bear! Okay, do I need to turn around? Where did I come from? I forget. Was it here? Is that where the maze was? Wait. Did I get turned around? Okay, that's the maze. What was behind me? Wasn't there another door behind me that I came in through? So many things making spooky noises. Okay, this away. What was here? Hello? Oh god. Why am I trapped in a puzzle room? What's going on? Hello? Oh god, what is this? Okay, wait. What on earth is this? I'm gonna look at the manual again. What is this puzzle supposed to be? Okay, okay, this is Radio Puzzle Part 2, so the Part 1 is the thing that I thought might be a slide puzzle. In the radio chamber, I guess that's where I am, you'll need a keen ear to solve this two-part problem. Radio Puzzle Part 1. Use the green arrows to audition the sound effects and try to decipher the audio key. Here's a clue. One of the sounds is different. Radio Puzzle Part 2. The exit to the radio chamber is sound-activated, requiring the input of the correct audio key. There are exactly 1,000 different combinations, so don't bother guessing. Oh god, I'm trapped. They've trapped me. Okay, so I need to do the thing with the drone first. And I guess find sounds that are different somehow. And then that would make the door code, I think. If I'm understanding it correctly. So I guess we're watching this cutscene again.
Hazard. Hazard. Story sequence activated.
I was gonna try and do the robot voice and then I choked. I choked on robot voice. So we're not doing that. I've talked too much, I can't do silly voices. This is a very taxing video game. It's so long. Okay. Okay, so let's bubble and thunder and bells. What are we doing here? What is this? What am I supposed to be doing? What is happening here? These last a long time. What am I supposed to be listening for? Just making sounds at me. Is that that like little click that I've heard in a couple of them? Because there was like a weird extra click noise during like one of the horse galloping parts and the eagle. I don't know. I'll write down horse and eagle. I don't know if that's anything. They sound like they have a little extra noise. But the sounds are all like overlapping, so I can't tell if that's what I'm actually supposed to be listening for. Okay. So many of these. for that crack again? Is that not what I'm looking for? So it sounded like it was just in the horse twice. It's so strange. What was that cracked like fire sound effect that's playing underneath this? What's happening? Hello? That crack sounds like it might be coming from the fire sound. I think it is. Okay, so my hypothesis is probably not correct. I'm deeply confused. Okay, I can skip that cutscene. What are we doing here? What's going on? Excuse me? What was that noise? Okay, I might have to actually look on the like website that I downloaded this from because I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe somebody in the comments will help. Scary noises. Yeah, just keep making sounds at me. The guy who wrote the article on it said the audio clip puzzle is a bugger to solve if you're tone deaf. Okay. I might be a little bit tone deaf. Does anybody in the comments have anything to say about this? I don't think I can do this. I'm like trying to search the word puzzle on the page. um, oh man. Oh, I don't think there's anybody in the comments that can possibly help me. I might have to try and brute force the 1,000 permutation puzzle. Okay, well, let's get this guy out here again. They're showing me 4 sounds, but there's only 3 uh like boxes to put a sound in. on the other part of the puzzle. Does that mean anything? Should I be looking for ones with only 3 of them? Do they have different numbers of stones? That's also 4 of them. That one's bell, horse, waves, I guess, and then like growl. So if I'm looking for ones that are only 3 of them, I guess that is not correct. What am I meant to do here? Well, the page said that it was hard if you're tone deaf. Should I be looking for, like, are they going to be at a different pitch or something? Yeah. Go back home. Okay, well, let me return to the... Man, I should have just explored in this direction before I came in here, huh? Foolish of me. Oh, I don't know anything about anything at all. It's maybe the point where I get confused and stop. Okay, let's see if I can get through that maze. Let's see if I can get one small win before I try to suffer through whatever this puzzle is supposed to be. Maze time. Yeah, everybody's favorite. Maze time. Woo! Another maze for the compilation. Okay. Okay, what is this? Alrighty. The mysterious origins of mazes or labyrinths have puzzled archaeological experts even more than the constructions themselves. As images, they date back to 2500 BC, with the spiral designs inscribed on a burial mound at Newgrange in Ireland. But mazes have actually been built since around 1800 BC, when King Amenemhet III had a gigantic example constructed beside his pyramid. The great mystery of the mazes centers around the fact that they seem to have appeared all over the world almost simultaneously, and often bearing remarkable similarities to each other. Perhaps crop circle-esque. But how? How could such images, significant for the fact that they were possibly the first pictures to be non-representational, appear so far apart from each other when obviously there can have been no contact between the various civilizations at that time? Sumerian seals, Cretan coins, Babylonian tablets, Hopi Indian symbols, the maze was most prominent in ancient times. But why? The most common theory suggests the designs were representative of a journey of resurrection, linking the worlds of the living and the dead. It is easy to see how the difficulty involved in navigating a path through all the twists and turns of a labyrinth could be related to a spiritual journey of one kind or another. There appear to be 2 basic forms of maze: rectilinear designs that often form baffling constructions to frustrate and confuse travelers with their numerous false endings, which enjoyed renewed popularity in the 16th century, and the more spiral-shaped designs, which are the most commonly found in ancient carvings. The most famous of mazes must surely be the one said to have been built by King Minos at Knossos to contain the man-bull known as the Minotaur. Human sacrifices were regularly sent into the dreaded labyrinth to appease the beast until the heroic Theseus slew it with a sword given to him by King Minos' own daughter Ariadne, who had fallen in love with him. He had also given him a ball of thread so that he could leave a trail that he could follow to find his way back out of the maze once he had slain the Minotaur. Sadly, no remains of such a construction as the labyrinth have ever been discovered at Knossos, suggesting it was probably no more than an entertaining myth. Successfully negotiate the hazardous maze by guiding the Cybertrak Industries Class 2 Explorer droid to the drawbridge engagement mechanisms. Oh my god. Oh, Jesus. What do you mean hazardous? How hazardous? How many hazardous are in this maze? Krypton halogen bulbs, infrared video camera, super grip tread, trademark. Why is this an advertisement for their, cool robot? Initiate droid remote operation? Freaking, I guess. Oh, good. There's a whole bunch of them for me to kill. What is happening here? Oh, I don't like this. I just wanted to learn fun facts. There it is, my droid. My little friend. Oh, this is not a good portion of the game to be playing at 2 a.m. I am not firing on all cylinders. RoboCam online. Okay. Am I just supposed to, guess? Let's go forward, I guess. Let's go to the side, I guess. It's the only way I can go. Oh no, 2 possible ways. Okay. Let's break out the paper. Let's go left first. Let's see what happens if I go left. Okay, left is okay. Forward. Oh, I failed. Okay, left is not okay. So we need to go right. We need to go right there. Okay. Go until I come to the crossroads, then go right. If they, change up the maze on me and make it random, I'm gonna scream. Right we go. Oh my god. Okay. We have left, forward, and right. Let's see. Okay. Left is okay for now. Another choice. Right? Okay. Go forward, I guess? Okay. Let's go left again. Okay, left appears to be safe. No, left is not safe. Okay. Okay. This way. This is fun, you guys. I'm having fun. Okay, right. Left. Right again. Forward. Keep going forward. Let's write down an F. Okay. That looks like it like drops off into darkness. Let's go forward again. Okay. Let's go forward, I guess. Okay, still going forward. Still going forward. Okay, let's try right. Okay, that's not it dropping off into darkness, that's shadows. Let's go right again. I'm just like writing down every direction that I go in, so I have to think with my brain. Okay. Oh god, 3 directions. Jesus. Let's go forward. Have I done this before? Is this... Okay, this is not like a linear labyrinth maze. It does, I think, curve back in on itself, maybe. Let's go forward again. I don't remember which direction I went, so... Actually, wait, maybe... let's go left. Let's see what happens. Will I die? Probably. Okay. Oh, I have no idea where I am. Oh, I failed. I'm dying. What? Did I not? What was that? Hello? Excuse me? Huh? Okay, well now I have no idea where I am. Oh, the other puzzles were like okay, but what, I don't know what's going on here. I'm not even writing anything down anymore. I'm just pressing buttons. Let's go right. Oh, okay. Spikes. I didn't know they had those. Okay, so my entire path that I was going down is worthless now because I got turned around and I don't know where I was. So I'll just scribble down my entire paper. Why even live? Should we just... I'm just gonna press random buttons until something good happens. What? Oh, I closed out of it by accident. I was trying to see what would happen if I went backwards. Actually, wait. Maybe... Do you think I can look at it from above here and try to see... Where do we think the thing starts? In the middle, probably. That's the middle. I don't know what would be the end of it. Maybe I should just be drawing the shape. Because it drops me down in a place where I can only go forward, I think. So this square in the middle is where it drops me down because it's right below this thing that looks like it might be the conveyor belt. Is there a way for me to, like, science out what that looks like? You keep making horror movie sounds at me. But what way would be the end? There's no indication of what the end is. Are there any clues on the walls? No, nothing? Dang. Honestly, looks like a guessing game, probably. I mean, but the other puzzles were like... It might be like a memory thing where you're supposed to remember everywhere you've gone, but like I had to write down the Simon Says, and that was... probably would take significantly less time than this. I'll try and just go through a couple more times and see if I accidentally do it correctly. And then if I don't, I'll try and see if I can cheat. But this is kind of a weird, obscure game, so I'm not sure if I'll be capable of cheating. I'm not sure if anybody will have cheats. Okay. Let's go forward. To the side. Forward again. Wow, I'm really getting somewhere. Let's see what happens if I only go right or as close to right as I possibly can. Let's just, like, hug the right part of the maze. Oh, okay. That doesn't work. Don't go all rights, or you get hit by spikes. I wrote all right, and then I put a big X next to it. Let's try only left. Time for things to get really quiet. I'm resting my voice. Okay. All left is a bad choice. So, the middle for that one is the only way to go. Where am I? Already I've confused myself again. Okay, let's go forward. Right. Forward. This is gonna be nothing. Ugh. I'm not writing things down anymore. I don't have the brain power to remember which directions I'm going. We're just gonna press buttons. Good thing we have like an infinite supply of these little droids. Let's just keep going forward. Keep moving forward. I love going in straight lines. This maze has become a corridor. This is just a corridor. I don't care about the other directions. Oh, I guess now I have to. Okay, sideways. Oh. Why even live? Oh, I was so proud of myself for the stacking a triangle thing. Or stacking a cone, I guess. And now I've just devolved into pressing random buttons. My last hit of dopamine was like 2 hours ago. It's such a weird thing to put into like a I don't know, a weird happenings and cryptozoology and stuff edutainment game is just like do mazes now. Mazes build character. Not mine. They actually break down my character. They chip it away, piece by piece, until I am naught but an empty husk. I hate this. If I don't magically get it this time, I'm gonna try and see what the internet might possibly have to say about it. I mean, this one's been going on for a while. I don't know if that's a good omen or a bad one. Watch me immediately die. I'd say good. Man, I hope so. I'm probably just going around in circles, though, realistically. I know it would defeat the purpose of a maze, but I do wish there was some kind of landmark somewhere. Everything looks exactly the same. Oh, time for me to get smushed. Or not. Okay. At least it recognized that there was a hazard. I wonder if that's random or if it happens if you, like, click the back button fast enough, because I did click it that time. I'm in hell! This is real hell, true nightmare. Get me out of here! Oh no! I didn't know there were holes in the ground as well! No! No! Okay. Google, help me, Google. Save me, Google. Oh my god. Does it say the word maze anywhere on this page? Oh. No. It's just... He just says there's a maze in it. Thanks. Thanks, man. Okay. Let's see. Somebody on the internet. Please help me. Anything anywhere? No, that's a different game. Oh, I don't think there's gonna be a guide for it anywhere. Is there like a YouTube video I can follow? Oh, I might have found something! There's a whole lot of advertisements on this page. Okay, let me look for the word maze. Oh my god, why do every single time I try to type the word maze, I accidentally write mazewa. Like, I put a W in there instead of an E. There's something wrong with me. Okay, The maze. Okay, scroll down through the screens and agree to start the maze in the layout below. You start at a blue square, you must make your way to a green square, avoiding the traps at the red squares. A bridge will then be lowered. Step forward onto the bridge and look at things. Okay, let me... Of course, this guy put his little map upside down from the way I will be viewing it, so now I need to turn my paper upside down, trying not to get too confused. Okay. Drawing a little "you are here" dot. Oh wait, is it upside down? Oh, I don't think it is. Wait, okay. Sorry for disparaging you, guide man. Listen, I went around in circles so many times. This is actually a really short maze if you're not a complete idiot moron. Okay. Initiate. Get me in there. Okay, forward. Until I have to make a choice. Wait, right? Does that count as a choice? I don't know. Left. And just keep going forward for a while. Or not. What's happening here? Forward. Left. Well, that's just not true, is it? What does this map say? Am I reading it wrong? Okay, wait. Maybe I am. Okay. Sorry, we're gonna have to sit here and wait while I draw on my piece of paper. Down and to left. What am I doing? Oh, I hate mazes. I hate them so much. The map makes it look like it's easy, but I'm not so sure about that. Okay. Don't go left here. Okay, don't go either of the directions. There. This is stressful. Oh my god. I hate mazes. I hate them so much. Okay, I might also be reading it wrong again, but I put some more little indicators on my paper. And I'll hope for the best. Another Rhythm Maze Con. It's literally impossible for me to finish a maze on my own, like, in a timely manner. It just doesn't happen. Get me in there. Okay. Forward. And right. And forward again. Then right again. Left. Okay. Forward, right, forward, right. When I come to the... Oh, but there's a crossroad. Do I go... right? Okay, I think so. Okay, don't go to either of those. So I've made it to the crossroad area. Don't go right or left, only go forward. Right. Then right again. Up. Do not go left. Left leads to horrible death. Left here. Then upwards. Why is there another way to go? This was not on the map. Am I stupid? I'll put my paper up on that. I'll put my screen again. Okay, I think I go forward one... Wait, no. Do I? Where am I? Okay, I can't go forward again. I guess just go left and then go... Up. The map. Oh no, what am I doing wrong? There's like more turns than there were on the map that this guy wrote. Okay, well now I've gone completely off of that map. Where? Oh, okay, time to go around in circles again. Found a channel that did a walkthrough of the game. Is there a way to, like, put that in convenient directions for me? Or you can just, like, send a link to it and I'll watch a YouTube video about how to beat this horrible game. This was not on the map that I found. Sent it in Discord, okay. Well, I've gotten killed, so I guess that's fine. Good. I'm gonna scream and cry. Okay. What time is the maze? 23 minutes. Okay. Horrible, horrible, horrible. This is just like the other 90s game that I played. Why do they always put mazes in them? It's 3 AM. Okay. let me look down at my phone. Okay. Forward. Right. Forward again. Right again. Okay. Oh, mazes, my favorite. I'm having a wonderful time, everybody. Okay, which way is this? Right. Okay. Camaraderie through YouTube videos. Me and Vert Climber. Okay, now we go forward. Forward again. Forward again. Sure, I feel like I went that direction already. But whatever, that's fine. Every time I do a maze, I'm like, haven't I been in literally every direction I could possibly go? But somehow, the most important direction always eludes me. Anyway, engage. How did I not come across that by accident? I was going through that maze unmolested. I did not fall into any traps for like 10 minutes. And somehow, I just missed that one. I hate the 90s. I'm glad I wasn't conscious back then. Yay. Computer screens. Can't believe you did that with no help. First try. Is this... Roy Stemmen, editor of Reincarnation International.
Reincarnation is basically a belief that we all live more lives than one. How many lives that is probably depends on how quickly we learn the lessons in life, but the theory behind reincarnation is that one life is not sufficient. If it were, really the injustices of life wouldn't make sense at all. But if we come into this life and we have certain health conditions, and then in the next life we live a happier life, it all balances out in the end. And I'm not a Buddhist, but the Buddhist belief and Hindu belief is generally that you are heading towards the Godhead, that you're trying to perfect yourself and get better until the time comes when you don't need to
As a
incarnate on
reward
Earth anymore.
for the maze, the teacher is going to show a video.
Reincarnation is...
Okay, so it's just the same video. There's not, like, additional videos. Dennis Stacy, UFO investigator.
Refers to an alleged incident along the Texas-Mexico.
An American, thank God.
December 6, 1950, in which a UFO was alleged to have crashed in that area, in which the American and Mexican military authorities cooperated in retrieving certain pieces of it. And then, according to this government document, which is known as the alleged government document, which is known as the MJ-12 document, the remains from that wreckage was taken to the Atomic Energy Commission facility in Sandia, New Mexico. And this case sort of connects with the Roswell case, and both cases were mentioned in this purported MJ-12 document. And the Roswell case was the reason for the initiation of the MJ-12 conference or group to study UFOs, to research what material we were getting back, and then supposedly to continue to maintain the cover-up. We investigated the El Indio Guerrero crash on 3 separate occasions, and we were not able to confirm any local witnesses that actually saw it. We did have one person that described events similar to what we would expect, including military authorities in the area. Unfortunately, we were later able to determine that in 1944, during World War II, a Civil Air Patrol plane had actually crashed 7 miles from Guerrero. And we believe that the local population may have taken this case, and that it's now sort of passed along into myth or folklore. It may have transmuted itself into a UFO, in other words.
Thank you so much, UFO investigator. Honestly, I wasn't even really paying attention. I was just sitting here and letting the American accent wash over me after all these Brits that I can't understand.
One of the best proofs of reincarnation is where there's a physical element involved, particularly a birthmark or birth defect which coincides with some sort of wound or even the cause of death in a past life. A particular case that comes to mind is Titu Singh in Delhi, near Delhi, who remembered being shot through the head when he lived in his past life and ran a video shop. When he was born, had 2 marks on his head, quite incredibly. One was smaller than the other and is exactly like the autopsy report on the man who died that he remembered in his previous life. So the smaller wound is the entry wound, a larger wound is the exit wound, and they are exactly the same as the autopsy report. Not only that, but his wife and his parents from that past life are satisfied that he is the person they knew and has been reborn as Titu Singh.
Spooky.
One of the
They really
recent cases
gave this guy like 1,000 interviews. He had a lot of things to say.
Called Jenny Cookel, who remembered a past life in Ireland, and she could recall having many children. She could remember their names. She was able to identify on a map of Ireland the village where she lived, which was Malahide, and she eventually went back and found the family that she had left behind in that previous life when she lived as Mary Sutton. The incredible thing about this is that she appears to have been born in this life with an urge to complete some unfinished business, and that unfinished business was that the family had been sent to orphanages and been split up. In this life she has gone back to Ireland, found the family, some of whom were living within half a mile of each other and didn't know it, and has reunited them. There was a tearful reunion when they all came back together again, and she tells that story in her book Yesterday's Children. It's a quite remarkable case.
Where are my aliens? Tell me more about aliens.
Skeptics
Thank
argue
you!
that there was
UFOs!
scientific proof of the UFO phenomenon. Well, they're wrong. In the mid-1980s in Norway, in central Norway, it's a place called Hessdalen, the UFO phenomena, the light phenomena, these strange lights, manifested itself in great profusion in the Hessdalen Valley, surrounded by 3 mountains. The UFO groups of Norway and Sweden obtained assistance from the universities of Bergen and Oslo, from the Norwegian Defence Research Establishment, and from various individual bodies, and set up several month-long observation in the Hessdalen Valley in the winter. Not only did they record the phenomenon on radar, they took literally dozens of clear, still photographs of this phenomenon down in the valley below the mountains. They also recorded it with other instruments. They even fired a laser at this phenomena. It was flying along and it was pulsing at a certain rate. And they fired the laser at it, it seemed to change its pulsation as if in a reaction to the laser beam.
You're shining a laser into the
These
driver's
findings were made available
eyes.
to the scientific community. The late father of ufology, if you like, Dr. Alan Hynek, said that the Hessdalen project, as it was known, was a UFO laboratory, and that's exactly what it was. But because it took place in a small place in central Norway, and not in America or in the UK, it's been largely ignored. But it is the most scientific project that's ever happened by UFO groups to come to terms with the UFO phenomena. So there is scientific proof that the UFO phenomena does exist, and Project Hessdalen proves it.
Imagine being an alien and you're like UFO, or you're driving to the alien store or whatever, and some like punk human like shines a laser pointer in your eyes.
Rennes-le-Château, in the south of France, is the story of a French priest called
I wish the
Baron
cameraman would back up.
who arrived at the village, a little mountaintop village
We're so
on the
uncomfortably
foothills
close
of the
to these
Pyrenees,
men.
just to the west of the Corbières, in 1885, and he was practically penniless. By the time he died in 1917, in rather mysterious circumstances, he had
No
been
wonder they don't
spending
talk to
money
us.
like water in very ostentatious and conspicuous consumption.
If they came down to
Princess
try and have a
Maria
conversation, we
found
just throw rocks
something
at them.
in Rennes-le-Château. It is possible that what he found was Templar treasure. It is possible
Oh, this is the
that what
money,
he
the whole
found was
guy.
something that had
I was
come
like, who's
from
this
ancient
one?
Egypt, from a civilization
He's just marked
older
as
than
author.
Egypt, that it had
Very
gone
vague.
with Moses to Palestine, that it had come back when the Romans looted the Jewish treasures, that it had been taken from the Romans by the Visigoths, for whom Rennes-le-Château, which is now just a tiny village, was once a medieval citadel with a garrison of 2,000 men. And it is possible that that treasure was rescued by the Templars before Philip le Bel destroyed their order in 1307, that those same Templars took it to the Orkneys, where they were befriended by Prince Henry, and that Prince Henry enabled them to ship it to the New World, because Henry had help from the Zeno brothers, famous Venetian navigators of the time.
So many characters in this guy's
closing
monologue.
decades of the 14th century.
Who are you people?
Henry and the Templars may have taken part of an ancient treasure from Rennes-le-Château in France,
And they put it in the money
and
hole.
sealed it in the money pit on Oak Island.
He's like, I think maybe that these guys had treasure and they met up with some other guys, and these other guys met up with some other guys, and then they knew a guy who knew a guy who knew a guy, and then they knew a guy who was going to the New World, and then they knew a guy who knew another guy who knew about this island, that he had a friend on the island, and then they buried money in a hole. I like how this is like a video game about like strange paranormal things and also the money hole, and the thing I find least believable is the money hole. There's too many guys who know a guy in that money hole story.
I was responsible for investigating UFO sightings for the British government, working at the Ministry of Defence. When I came into the job, I was a skeptic and I knew very little about it, but Throughout my 3-year voyage of discovery, I became gradually more and more convinced that there was something very strange going on. And although I still maintain that 90 or 95% of the sightings have conventional explanations, there was a hard core that defied any attempt to come up with a rational answer. And these sightings, I believe, do, in some cases, represent objects of extraterrestrial origin.
Wonderful. What a reward for going through the Hell Maze.
Most
Oh, hey
UFO
again.
sightings have conventional explanations, but there's a hard core that defy any attempts to find a conventional answer, and Rendlesham Forest is perhaps one of the great holy grails of British ufology. This was a case from December 1980, where over a series of nights, United States Air Force military personnel at the twin bases of Woodbridge and Bentwaters in Suffolk, England, saw lights in the sky and indeed a craft in the forest. Now, the thing about the craft that was seen in the forest was that it left trace evidence. It left tree damage up the side of the trees boundarying the clearing, and it left indentations in the ground in a perfect triangular formation. When these indentations and the tree damage were checked for radiation readings, abnormally high levels were found. And a case like that, where you combine multiple expert witnesses with hard evidence that you can actually put your finger on, those cases are absolutely gold dust to UFO researchers.
Right. Wonderful. It's the end of the maze hall. Oh wait, no, there's 2 more. Okay.
There
Did
are
that say
two
Mothman?
types of
Lock in.
large flying phenomenon of an animal nature. Fortean zoologists with a sense of humour refer to them as UFOs, unidentified flapping objects. And one type are reported as large or oversized birds of prey, and the others are reported as flying humanoids, people or creatures whose shape is essentially human, but can fly through the air either with wings or with some sort of gliding power. Some of the most interesting of all paranormal zooform phenomena fall into this category. One of the most well-researched ones was the outbreak of sightings in West Virginia in 1967,
Yeah!
which were researched by John
Mothman!
Keel, a famous ufologist. These sightings of an apparition which became known as a Mothman,
This one makes it all worth it.
seen usually in conjunction with UFO activity and other paranormal activity, including strange telephone calls and bizarre electrical accidents.
Mothman. What's this one?
Strange creatures which appear to be kangaroos have been reported across many parts of the world where kangaroos have never existed. They've been reported in many of the counties of the
I
British
like how we go
Isles
from
and
Mothman
across the
to
Midwest
that
of
kangaroo
America.
shouldn't be there.
One of the strangest things about the American mystery kangaroos is that not only do they exist where kangaroos have never existed, but they behave in a most un-kangaroo-like manner. Wild kangaroos eat grass and small herbs. Some of these kangaroos from America, including ones reported in Chicago in the 1930s, were reported as eating meat.
Violent
Some
American
kangaroos have been
kangaroos.
linked with cattle mutilation, with the appearances of strange winged creatures in the skies, and
Mothman?
also with UFO activity.
It's always strange winged creatures and UFOs. Okay, let's save. No maze. Yay! Okay, did that actually save? No maze. Okay. Space. Fun. Okay. Yeah, space! Whoa! Are there more aliens in here? Okay, I guess that's where I came in from. The door looks strange. They're like confusing me with their mysterious new doors. What's this one? Ah! Eh! flashing. What's that even say? Oh, that's so hard to read. Can I click on that? Okay. The idea that there might be life on the moon has been popular with writers for many years, but now the man has visited it, we know that it's nothing more than a desolate, lifeless ball of rock. Or is it? UFOlogists would have us believe that we're visited by hundreds, if not thousands, of alien spacecraft per year, but astronauts never seem to see them. Or do they? It has been claimed that ever since the first manned space missions that astronauts have not been alone out there, and many seem quite willing to tell of their experiences. This file looks at some of their stories. At no time when the astronauts were in space were they alone. There was a constant surveillance by UFOs, said Scott Carpenter from NASA. Okay. Major Gordon Cooper, one of the original Mercury astronauts, was the first to report a UFO sighting. On May 15, 1963, he set off on a 22-orbit journey, and it was during the final orbit that strange events took place. Machea Tracking Station near Perth, Australia, received reports from Major Cooper that he had witnessed a glowing green object ahead of him approaching his capsule at high speed. He described the UFO as solid. His sighting was corroborated by radar signals at the tracking station. Reporters awaiting Major Cooper's landing were instructed not to question him about the UFO, even though NBS, National Broadcast Company, which had been covering each stage of the mission, had reported his sighting as it occurred. Major Cooper made the following testimony before the UN. I believe that these extraterrestrial vehicles and their crews are visiting this planet from other planets. Most astronauts were reluctant to discuss UFOs. I did have occasion in 1951 to have 2 days of observation of many flights of them of different sizes, flying in fighter formation, generally from east to west over Europe. In a taped interview with J.L. Fernando, Major Cooper stated, "For many years I have lived with a secret, and a secrecy imposed on all specialists in astronautics. I can now reveal that every day in the USA our radar instruments capture objects of form and composition unknown to us, and there are thousands of witness reports and a quantity of documents to prove this, but nobody wants to make them public. Why? Because authority is afraid that people may think of God knows what kind of horrible invaders. So the password still is, we have to avoid panic by all means." I was furthermore a witness to an extraordinary phenomenon here on this planet Earth. It happened a few months ago in Florida. There I saw with my own eyes a defined area of ground being consumed by flames, with 4 indentations left by a flying object which had descended in the middle of a field. Beings had left the craft. There were other traces to prove this. They seemed to have studied topography. They had collected soil samples, and eventually they returned to where they had come from, disappearing at enormous speed. I happen to know that authority did just about everything to keep this incident from the press and TV, in fear of a panicky reaction from the public. NASA pilot Joseph Walker claimed on the 11th May 1962 that one of his tasks during his X-15 flights was to detect UFOs. He believes that he filmed 5 or 6 UFOs in April 1962 whilst making his record-breaking 50-mile-high flight. While speaking at the Second National Conference on the Peaceful Uses of Space Research in Seattle, Washington, he stated, "I don't feel like speculating about them. All I know is what appeared on the film, which was developed after the flight." Ed White, the first American to walk in space, reported along with fellow astronaut James McDivitt a sighting from their Gemini capsule in June 1965. They were passing over Hawaii when they saw a strange-looking metallic object with long arms sticking out of it. It is claimed that McDivitt took pictures with his Cine camera, but these have never been officially released. In December 1965, James Lovell and Frank Borman reported witnessing a UFO during the second orbit of their record-breaking 14-day Gemini flight. Having made the report, Borman was told he was mistaken by Gemini Control at Cape Kennedy, and that what he had seen was in fact the final stage of their own Titan booster rocket. However, Borman argued that he could see the booster rocket, but could also see something completely different. Oh, that's hard to read. Why is it like that? During James Lovell's flight on Gemini 7, Lovell, bogey at 10 o'clock high. Capcom, this is Houston. Say again, 7? Lovell said we have a bogey at 10 o'clock high. Capcom, Gemini 7, is that the booster or is that an actual sighting? Lovell, we have several actual sighting. Capcom, estimated distance or size? Lovell, we also have the booster in sight. Ooh, spooky. Apollo 10. It is claimed that the astronauts of Apollo 10 were witnesses to a UFO sighting on the moon. They also allegedly experienced strange noises, beeps, etc., which actually interfered with their communications with mission control. Just before splashdown in the Pacific, the astronauts reported seeing another UFO over Burma. The most amazing of all these claims must be the claims made following Neil Armstrong's historic landing on the moon. Armstrong maintains there is an alien base on the moon. He further claims that this is the reason NASA has ceased its lunar missions, having been told they were not welcome. Allegedly, both Neil Armstrong and Edwin Buzz Aldrin saw UFOs shortly after the historic moon landing on Apollo 11 on 21st July 1969. The details of their encounter have never been officially released because of national security implications. However, Otto Binder, former NASA employee, says that radio hams with their own VHF receiving equipment access the communications. NASA. What's there? Mission Control calling Apollo 11. Apollo 11. These babies are huge, sir, enormous. Oh my god, you wouldn't believe it. I'm telling you, there are other spacecraft out there, lined up on the far side of the crater edge. They're on their moon, watching us. The following exchange took place between Neil Armstrong and an unnamed professor during a NASA symposium. Professor, what really happened out there with Apollo 11? Armstrong. It was incredible. Of course, we had always known there was a possibility. The fact is, we were warned off by the aliens. There was never any question, then, of a space station or a moon city. How do you mean warned off? I can't go into details except to say that their ships were far superior to ours, both in size and technology. Boy, were they big and menacing. No, there was no question of a space station. But NASA had other missions after Apollo 11. Naturally, NASA was committed at that time and couldn't risk panic on Earth, but it really was a quick scooping back again. Armstrong's claims were confirmed in 1979 by Maurice Shedlane, former chief of NASA Communication Systems. Shedlane said that Armstrong had reported seeing 2 UFOs on the rim of a crater, and felt himself that the UFOs may even have come from within our own solar system, specifically Titan. The encounter was common knowledge in NASA, but nobody's talked about it until now. Armstrong has confirmed the story is true, but has refused to talk about it further, except to imply that the CIA was behind the cover-up. Buzz Aldrin was soon complaining bitterly about having been used by NASA as a traveling salesman. Just 2 years after his moonwalk, following reported bouts of heavy drinking, he was admitted into hospital suffering from emotional depression. Do you think YouTube is gonna put like a one of those little fact check cards underneath my video because I've been saying UFO so many times? Apollo 15 broadcast back to Earth on the 7th March 1971 that a signal had indicated a wind of water had just swept across the moon. What could be the explanation behind a cloud of water vapor measuring 100 square miles? Searching for an explanation, NASA scientists speculated that the vapor cloud could have been astronauts' urine, which had been dumped into the lunar skies. Gross! They peed on the moon! However, 2 Rice University physicists from the Superthermal Ion Detectors team, whose detectors had indicated the discovery, noted that the 2 detectors were located 180 kilometers apart. This led them to the conclusion that the water must have come from inside the moon, findings that were confirmed by the University of Cambridge lunar science team. If the water had originated from the moon, the finding would be of great importance. Dr. Farouk El-Baz, a lunar expert and then a leading NASA geologist, went as far as to say, if water vapor is coming from inside the moon must be hollow. In my head, it would be funny. Listen, it's not my fault. The video game is about weird claims. It's for fun. Eugene Cernan, commander of Apollo 17, said in a Los Angeles Times article about UFOs written in 1973, I have been asked about UFOs, and I've said publicly I thought they, UFOs, were somebody else, some other civilization. I mean, isn't that kind of the point of a UFO? You didn't really need to say that. It's sort of implied. Other NASA employees, not just astronauts, are willing to talk about their experiences and confirm allegations that have been made. These corroborative stories provide important background information. Also unrelated, but the little squeaking noise that they keep playing just sounds like somebody is playing basketball behind me, and it's a little distracting. I don't think that's the sound that the moon makes. Okay, NASA stated that the sightings made by our Apollo astronauts must remain in the category of UFOs. No Russian or American spacecraft can move that fast, either on or near the moon. Some NASA employees are prepared to make statements involving alleged cover-ups. Maurice Shedlane, former chief of NASA Communication Systems, all Apollo and Gemini flights were followed both at a distance and sometimes also quite closely by space vehicles of extraterrestrial origin. Flying saucers, or UFOs if you want to call them by that name. Every time it occurred, the astronauts informed Mission Control, who then ordered absolute silence. Everybody shut up! Don't alert the aliens. I think that Walter Schirra aboard Mercury 8 was the first of the astronauts to use the codename Santa Claus to indicate the presence of flying saucers next to space capsules. He's in his sleigh! However, his announcements were barely noticed by the general public. It was a little different when James Lovell, on board the Apollo 8 command module, came out from behind the moon and said for everybody to hear, please be informed that there is a Santa Claus. Even though this happened on Christmas Day 1968, many people sensed a hidden meaning in those words. According to Robert Dean, a popular UFO researcher and lecturer, there are aliens mining the moon. They have bases on the moon. All of our astronauts know it, and many are having nervous breakdowns. The guys are being forced by the government to keep the greatest secret of our time. Oh boy. It's a good thing I don't have epilepsy. Why are they flashing lights at me? Oh, like the moon. He looks so friendly. That's, like, scary. I don't like that. He's gonna move at me? I hope not. Okay. Thank God, it's not alive. Some people believe that the moon is far more than a barren ball of rock orbiting our planet. They claim it is an artificial construction, possibly even a giant alien spaceship. The following evidence is cited to support this theory. The moons belonging to the other planets in our solar system have orbits which are elliptical, whereas ours is perfectly circular. This would suggest that the moon was not captured by the Earth's gravitational pull. The side of the moon facing the Earth is the most heavily cratered. This is the opposite of what one would expect. The Earth should shield the moon from meteor impact. Perhaps this impact damage happened further out in space. Some of the rocks found on the moon's surface are thousands of years younger than the soil surrounding them. The composition of the moon is completely different to that of Earth's, so could not have been formed from earthly particles. The far side of the moon, which we can't see from the Earth, has a large bulge, which could have been caused by the strain of resisting the Earth's gravitational pull. The moon should have been pulled into the Earth's gravity thousands of years ago. Structures have been reported to appear and disappear on the moon's surface over time. The surface layers of the moon are abnormally radioactive. The moon appears to have great internal strength. The moon would seem to contain enormous bands of iron and possibly other metals in bars up to 1,000 kilometers long. Some scientists have speculated that the moon is hollow, suggesting a protective inner hull. The moon suffers from massive internal vibrations and tremors that last for hours. I mean, couldn't you just say that that's just an earthquake? Because of the exact position and size of the moon, it is exactly equal in size to the sun's disk, therefore blanking out the sun totally during a solar eclipse. Earth is the only planet where this occurs. That takes a really long time to disappear. Bye-bye. Okay. What is this? Clocks? Are you gonna make me tell time? Are these different things? Okay, I thought it looked like it flickered. I think these are probably all just gonna lead to the same thing. Ooh. That looks cool. That's stylish. That's a cool effect.
A clock in Denver, Colorado, had the alarming habit of stopping whenever its owner died.
Stop flashing.
It stopped at the exact hour and minute of
Oh,
Charles
it's a
Spellman's
skeleton.
death. Then it was passed on to Emerson Spellman, and precisely the same thing happened again.
Oh, my eyes. I feel like I'm getting brainwashed.
R.J. Spellman, he must have had half an ear listening constantly for its ticking. But when he could hear it no longer and his time was up, the clock stopped again, at that precise minute.
I mean, interesting, but that's not space. I thought this was space area. Is that gonna be the same? Okay, it's the same thing. It's a very big area. I kind of thought it would have multiple things hidden in there. What's up with the sun? Why is he pursing his lips like that? Why is he so creepy looking? Eh! Could not load all the image data required for the book. Returning to the time and space room. Okay. Don't look at me like that. Okay, I think I need to reload again. Open. Okay, let's go back to space room. We'll see if we can interact with the sun, or if that's just permanently broken somehow. Can I look out at space? Okay, no. It just is. Look closer at the door. Okay. Oh, good. I gotta walk around. Okay, forward, 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 sun. What does that mean, the book? Okay. Yeah, I think the sun is just broken for some reason. No fun sun facts. Gosh darn. Yes? Astronauts are playing basketball again. Oh. I think the space room might be a little bit broken. The space room isn't looking so hot right now. Okay, one more try on the space shuttle. Okay. Sit for a minute, I'll let it think. It's okay, take your time. No? Okay. It doesn't feel like it. It's a good thing I had the mental strength to remember to save after the maze hell. Top secret! Unidentified flying objects. One summer afternoon in 1947, businessman Kenneth Arnold observed 9 disc-shaped objects in the sky while flying his own plane near Mount Rainier in Washington state. The objects were moving 2 abreast at a speed only then attained by rockets. The completely round entities moved in an undulating flight path. and Arnold described them as looking like saucers when skipped over water. An inventive reporter coined the phrase flying saucer, and it soon became a household name, capturing the imagination of the world. The popular term is not used by serious investigators. They prefer the more exact term UFO. This was not the first sighting of strange objects in the sky, nor the first time the objects were described as saucer-like. On January 24, 1878, a Texan farmer witnessed a fast-moving object in the sky and was reported to have said that the only way he could describe it was as a large saucer. Most evidence for the existence of UFOs is currently in the form of photographs. A lot of these can be discounted as fakes, and many others are so blurred and ambiguous that they add another dimension to the UFO mystery. If UFOs do not exist, and most people these days own a camera, why do we not have better photographic evidence? If UFOs are physical objects, they must come from somewhere. In the new era, 1940s, of UFO sightings, it was initially assumed that they must be coming from somewhere on Earth, a German or Russian secret craft, perhaps. No evidence to substantiate these theories was forthcoming, and ufologists began to look beyond our Earth to worlds in other solar systems for the answers. It seemed reasonable that other civilizations might have a similar interest in us. After all, our own space programs were progressing. Alternative theories claim that saucer fever had gripped the nation, causing ordinarily cautious people to see UFOs in everyday objects. Report after report was explained away as balloons, birds, meteorites, planets, conventional aircraft, or natural phenomena by the authorities. So why were the same governments who repeatedly denied any existence of UFOs secretly investigate these reports? Because a small but significant percentage of UFOs remained unidentified and unexplained as natural phenomena after experts ruled out every known possibility. These were also often the best reports in terms of the reliability of the witness and the standard of supporting evidence such as radar reports. Physical evidence appeared and was gathered in the form of photographs and film. When the first decade of flying saucer activity was over, the puzzle remained. But the experts were no nearer solving the flying saucer mystery than they were when Kenneth Arnold's sighting hit the world's headlines. Then the Soviet Union launched the first man-made satellite on October 4th, 1957. Humankind was on the verge of exploring space and setting our own UFOs to other worlds. We were the aliens all along. Okay, if I go to another region of this space orb, is it going to be something different? Or is it just going to be... Okay, no, it's UFOs again. I gotta check, I gotta be thorough. God, I hate those 3D models. They're evil, they're horrible, they're scary, I don't like them. Why are they pursing their lips at me like that? Ah! Okay, forward, 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 continue, forward. Is that not working? Okay. Wait, what's... no, I don't want to read about UFOs again. I've got my fill. I guess that is the door that I came in through. It looks incorrect. Is that right? I guess it is. Wait, am I insane? I feel like that looks like a different... like a different hallway. It is. That's what that moving was. Aha. Ooh. They're gaslighting me. Okay. That sure is something. Okay. Well, since I found kind of a walkthrough, let's see if I can get them to solve the sound puzzle for me, because honestly, I have no idea what any of those things were supposed to be telling me. Radio chamber. There are 10 groups of sound effects, you can loop through them. Look around the room at the various exhibits. Head to the door at the far end. When you try to open it, you'll see the second half of the radio puzzle. You need to select 3 symbols that match one of the groups of sound effects you heard earlier. Only one of the groups contained only 3 sounds. Okay, so I did have kind of the right idea. The website that I downloaded the game from seemed to indicate that, like, some of the sounds would be different somehow from the way that they were supposed to be, and that would be the clue. But no, I was right in thinking, does one of these only have 3 sounds. Okay. It's nice to know that sometimes I can get something right by accident. I'm not listening to all of them again, though. Fire Clock Eagle. Thank you for the convenient list. Guy on the internet, I appreciate you. Okay. Oh, it's the one behind me. I semi-solved the puzzle by myself, so that makes it okay. I solved it in my brain and in my heart. Okay. What was it again? I forgot. Fire Clock and Eagle. Okay. Fire Clock. Yay! Are you just gonna play sick riff? Okay. Yay, another area! Okay, save again. Sound. Okay. Okay, sound is in there. Ooh, what is all this? I may have been trapped again. Let me reload. Don't touch anything, let it think. Oh god, is this area broken? Okay. Okay, I can still open it up. Sounds are playing. What? Oh no, why is it being weird? No! It's mad at me for cheating. Yeah? Does the bird do something? Hello, the bird? Okay, it's thinking every time like an animal makes a sound. Let's try and save it again and bird. Okay. Does this work the other time that it froze like that? No, I think this area is just broken. Oh no. Where's my sound? There it is. Okay. Maybe if I walk around a little bit more. I think we're reaching a point at which the game shows its age. Because things I feel are starting to break a little more than they were previously. I don't know, maybe it wants me to listen to the sounds. Look, game! I listen to the sound. Don't worry about it. I totally didn't cheat. Please let me through. That looks like kind of an interesting area. I'm intrigued. Ah! Why is it doing that? I'm so upset. I'm not gonna touch anything. I'm just staring into the eye of my cursor. He blinked. I saw you blink. Okay, Okay, I'm moving it around without incident. Bird has made a noise, nothing froze. Are we good? Are we good on this? No, we're not. We're not good. It's broken. No! Okay. Well, I guess we're not seeing whatever this is. That's sad. Let's get out of here. Oh, no. What interesting factoids are gonna be in the other side? This is distressing. After I kind of solved the puzzle a little bit, if you squint. Maybe I can go through the... What? Did I turn myself around? Or am I being gaslit by the game again? I'm confused. Isn't that what led to the space room? Am I insane? It's possible. I might be insane. I don't know. Hard to say. I have been reading a lot of wacky conspiracy theories. Okay. This leads to the hallway. A whole lot of clicking to walk forward. Let me in! Okay. Into space room. I guess we'll go out here then. Or not. Okay. Let's see if I exit it. If I exit it and then reload. Okay. The opening cutscene. The opening cutscene. The other opening cutscene. There's so many of them. Okay. File, open. Let's just go straight into the bird one. Oh. Oh, I think it worked. Alrighty, I'll take it. What's over here? Nothing? Question mark? There's a bird what is this, like a... This feels maze-esque. Are things changing when I'm not paying attention to them? I was... Sorry, Ghost, I accidentally clicked on you. I got confused. I thought I would have to interact with you.
When
Continue.
Evelyn Garrett and her daughter saw the dark, shapeless figure walk through their walls, they didn't really mind. They were used to it. The figure, which daughter Diane described as being a bit like a man wearing a cape, had often put in appearances at their house, sometimes even in front of their guests. So in 1969, when Evelyn was driving through a storm in California and sensed a voice warning her to slow down, she did just that. It saved her life, for immediately afterwards she discovered that both her rear tyres were punctured and was told that if she had been travelling any faster, she might well have been killed. She was very grateful that night to the dark, shapeless figure that had warned her.
I know that they're showing me like a pale white ghost, but let's call that a Shadow People mention and mark that down as a win for me. Shadow People mentioned... What is this? Bed of nails? All over the world, people have displayed remarkable resistance to pain in varied and often spectacular ways, more often than not in a belief that putting the body through acts of suffering will increase their spirituality. The practice of firewalking on burning coals is an old and spectacular one, but research has shown that it requires no supernatural powers or great religious belief to do it, although lack of preparation could result in serious burns. Back in 1935, Harry Price studied the firewalking of the young Indian Kuda Bucks, and observed that his feet made contact with the coals only very briefly. He ran across them. Other more recent experiments by Professor Carlo Fonseca involved putting the foot on a hot light bulb to show that some feet can withstand tremendous heat for much longer than Price imagined, as long as they are feet hardened by a lifetime of barefoot walking on rough terrain. Another explanation points to some walkers wetting their feet before entry, which research has shown can help due to the Leidenfrost effect, where the water would briefly form a semi-protected layer. Many of them, however, refuse to use water, so this would only account for some cases. I don't like that. That's icky. There can be no doubt that some feats performed require a genuine mastery of pain. Stomach-turning demonstrations where long spikes are pushed through every imaginable part of the anatomy are not uncommon in some parts of the world, but how is such control achieved? Experiments have been conducted at the University of Tübingen, Germany, that study the brainwaves of a fakir as electric shocks were administered to him. The results suggested that the fakirs can induce theta waves at will, which has the effect of deadening pain response. Tests also indicate that they are able to somehow alter the consistency of their bodies so that they do not bleed as one might expect. It has been claimed that they can staunch the flow of blood by creating a state of detachment so that they do not feel that the pierced areas are a part of their body. Great, I'm not zooming in on that. No, more? That's even worse! Some scientists suggest that some trials of pain are specifically devised so as not to cause the bleeding one might expect. Both the famous bed of nails and hook hanging, where people hang from hooks inserted into their flesh, distribute the body weight evenly with the nails of the hooks, reducing the stress on the skin. Great. That guy's just got his head in the sand, like a cartoon ostrich. This theory does not help to explain perhaps the most impressive of the fakir's feats, the ability to practically stop their heartbeat and cease breathing temporarily in a physical state known as samadhi. In 1837, a fakir named Haridas was buried alive in a box sealed with the Maharaja Runjit Singh's personal seal, without food, water, or air for 40 days. When the chest was dug up under the supervision of the guards that had been watching over it all the time, Haridas was discovered alive, having demonstrated this astonishing form of human hibernation. Many similar demonstrations have been performed by others, proving as conclusively as can be the ability to exert astounding levels of control over the human body. A warning should go out, though, to anyone considering attempting such exercises. A remarkable gentleman known as General Townsend once demonstrated his ability to control his heartbeat when he stopped it for 30 whole minutes, only for it to stop permanently 8 days later. So don't try that at home, kids. Is this spooky cloth? Spooky ghost cloth? Hello? Ah, floating! Okay, what do we got here? The gravity-defying act of a human staying afloat in the air with no means of support has been a long-time source of much conjecture and divided opinion. Yet Christian saints and Muslim levitators could do it, spiritualists could do it, and Indian fakirs can do it as well. Or can they? The fact that magicians can also do it casts doubt on the subject of levitation in much the same way as their deceptive abilities question the authenticity of both psychokinesis and extrasensory perception. On the other hand, does the fact that magicians are capable of jaw-dropping acts of levitation by means of trickery rule out the possibility of some people having the genuine ability to float on air? It is difficult to comment with any authority on the authenticity of the reported flying feats of saints centuries ago, although there are numerous well-documented cases. In the 17th century, the youth who was to become known as Saint Joseph of Cupertino achieved fame for flying through the air and even levitating other people, although it often appeared as though he had little control over his flights, taking to the air involuntarily in moments of great excitement, much to the disdain of his superiors. Possibly the most famous spiritualist to demonstrate this impressive feat was Daniel Douglas Home in the 19th century. In front of many witnesses, he would float in a trance-like state, once even moving from room to room by floating in and out of the windows. While many dismissed him as a fraud, there has never been any proof to substantiate this claim, though skeptics emphasized the fact that Home insisted that the 3 witnesses to his window-traveling performance should not leave their seats to see him while moving externally between those windows. Eastern mystics have long been performing their own versions of levitation. They are distinctive in the way that they usually use a stick wrapped in cloth as a support. Certainly the most photographically recorded exponent of this practice was Sabaya Pulavar in the 1930s. Many pictures exist of this fakir balancing horizontally on his stick, though intriguingly, a tent was erected around him at the beginning and end of his performances, so he was never actually seen in the act of rising or descending. The East has a long history of teaching the achievement of levitation through yogic means, using special breathing techniques and meditation. It is well documented that some people, using the same or similar disciplines, can control their bodies in remarkable ways, but the question of whether they can extend that control to a mastery of the external elements such as gravity remains to be answered conclusively. Here's a picture. It didn't even mention light as a feather, stiff as a board. Teenage girls love levitating at sleepovers. Okay, is there anything behind us? There's a sad eyeball. Also, I could go over there. What's this? There have been many cases of religious statues seeming to weep or bleed, only to have some perfectly simple scientific explanation. However, there are many cases that have never been successfully explained. In Japan, the statue of Blessed Virgin Mary at the Institute of the Servants of the Holy Eucharist was seen to sweat and to shed tears from its eyes. Scientific examination of the fluid taken from its eyes proved it to be identical to human tears. These tears were seen to appear 101 times between 1975 and 1981. She was really quite upset. A similar case in Syracuse in 1953 led to the Vatican recognizing the event as a genuine miracle, and a shrine was subsequently set up to contain the statue. Figures have also been found that weep not tears but blood, as in the case of the statue of the Virgin Mary in Porto San Stefano, Italy, and blood has also been discovered flowing from the palms of some statues, such as the statue of Christ in St. Luke's Episcopalian Church near Philadelphia. This first began bleeding when it was in the home of Mrs. Anne Poor. She had been given the 28-inch high plaster statue as a present, but gave the figure to the church because of the large amount of people that were coming to see it, and the bleeding continued in the church. The blood was duly analyzed and discovered to be of great age. Further examination of the statue itself failed to find any possible explanation for the mysterious oozings. Alright. Oh. Hey, Mary. Is that gonna happen next time I click off of this? Okay. It doesn't count. That's not like a thing that I can click on. That's just to creep me out. Okay. Okay, yeah. Can I go into the interior part of this too? No. Okay. I think it might just be over here. Can I? Or no. Okay, I hallucinated it looking forward. It doesn't actually look forward. I can't go between those pillars. The chat translated your Latin. Well, it translated it accurately, at least.
When Evelyn Garrett...
No, I already heard about you people. Caw. Okay. We have a diamond. Gimme. Thank you. Ooh, rocks.
Can an inanimate object...
Oh, always with the skeleton.
...influence the course of several people's
Always with the
lives?
flashing skeleton.
The story of the Hope Diamond would give anyone cause to ponder that question. Ever since it was allegedly prized from the head of an Indian idol, misfortune and tragedy has befallen those who came to own it. From the hands of the
I can
French
see it through my
government,
eyelids.
torn to pieces by a pack of wild dogs, it found its way into the possession of Marie Antoinette, only to disappear upon her execution. Other owners met with similarly violent deaths. A French
there's so many
Jacques
shapes on the
Lotte
screen.
killed
Ow,
himself.
my eyes.
Prince
Ow, my
Ivan
brain.
Kanitovsky was murdered after lending the diamond to an actress and then trying to shoot her the first time that she wore it. Jeweller Simon Monterides was killed with his wife and child when their horse-drawn carriage went over a cliff. Sultan Abdul Hamid II was dethroned after he found his mistress murdered, and a gentleman named Habib Bey...
I think we might have to put an epilepsy warning on this stream.
However, the curse did not prevent Mrs. Evelyn Walsh McLean from purchasing it, only subsequently to have a son die in a car crash, a daughter die of an overdose, and her husband become an alcoholic and die in a mental home. In 1949, it was given to the Smithsonian
Stop
Institute.
strobing me!
Still not help Miss Evelyn McLean.
The Hope Diamond is gonna kill me!
She was found dead at her home at just 25 years of age.
Are we done? Okay. Never speak to me again. What is this? Oh no, a font! In the small German village of Campbell lies a body with an incredible tale to tell. It is the body of a knight named Christian Friedrich von Kalbitz who died in 1702, but what makes this corpse so remarkable is the fact that it has never decomposed. Local legend tells that he was accused of a murder in the village and in his defense swore that if he were truly guilty, then may God never let his body rot. Evidence suggests that he was guilty, for his undecomposed body remains for all to see. Experts have failed to explain this bizarre lack of decay. In the early 1900s, Sauerbruch and Virchow, two respected pathologists, thoroughly examined the corpse, but could find no presence of preserving agents whatsoever. Spooky symbols. Yes, hello?
The mystery of the eerie events that took place in an otherwise ordinary house in Mulhouse, France, continues to baffle the experts to this day. They began in 1977, and the occupants, a couple named Carla and Thierry, were so disturbed that they called for professional help in the shape of physicist Dr. Fleur. As soon as he had set up his equipment to investigate the strange extremes in temperature that had been occurring there, his instruments behaved in ways that he was completely unprepared for. The temperature recorder showed inexplicable activity in the house, giving remarkable readings that were not technically possible, yet he could find no fault with the equipment. He called in Professor Hans Bender of the Freiburg Institute of Paranormal Research, who began to conduct tests involving, amongst other things, glass tilting, a method which was successful in establishing communication with a spirit that called itself
This looks like a deep-fried meme image. You even got the, like, zoom-in effect on the edges.
Markings, found in an equally unusual way. Having established that it was Carla who was the focus of the poltergeist activity, they called in a hypnotist who claimed that he had received a message via Carla to look to her bed. Underneath, they discovered two symbols drawn on the floor, similar to some that had mysteriously appeared on her legs some days earlier. Later, the floor in the cellar became strangely active. Much to everyone's amazement, the ground level inexplicably rose, so that 8 inches of soil had to be dug out before the door could be opened. This followed the eerie appearance of a dark figure in their apartment, and preceded
Shadow
Carla
people
falling
mention.
into a sudden trance. Then the mysterious symbols made a spectacular reappearance. As Thierry grabbed his camera to photograph Carla, he became aware that the film he had inserted earlier was no longer there. He opened the camera, and there inside was a piece of folded paper. This proved to be one fright too many, and both Carla and Thierry fled to Antibes, with no regrets at leaving their poltergeist behind them, or so they hoped.
Or so they hope makes me think that there was, like, more to that. Did the poltergeist follow them? Aren't poltergeists supposed to be, like, attached to people more than houses? To my vague knowledge of poltergeists. The tiny village of Belmez de la Moraleda in Spain was the center of a fascinating modern enigma. Faces kept appearing on a concrete kitchen floor with no explanation. I think I read about this. When the first disturbing face appeared, the occupants were so frightened that they dug the floor up and laid new concrete. But more faces, a total of 18, mysteriously surfaced, once even in front of an investigating parapsychologist. It will come as no surprise to most to discover that the house had been built over an old graveyard. Oh boy. That's where the bird was coming from. Dastardly creature, you froze my game. Okay. Is it gonna close again? Of course. Okay. Just noticed there was other stuff behind here. I get it, bird. I know. I understand. But there's a sick katana over here I gotta look at. You understand, I can't just pass up a sick katana. The waters of a certain fishing port in Japan contain an eerie tribute to those that died in a battle there long ago. On the backs of many crabs that live there, the faces of the samurai can be clearly seen, molded into their hardened shells, an ever-present reminder that though their bodies may be gone, their souls live on. Okay, that's it. Don't worry, bird, I'm coming back for you. I just need to learn about the samurai crabs. Okay. Bird! Bird? Bird cutscene. Am I gonna be trapped in the cage forever? Is that what's happening? Am I the bird? Gonna give me motion sickness spinning around like that. That's scary. I don't like that noise. Ooh. Okay, let's save again. Cage. Okay. Check to make sure. Cage, okay. There's a glowy thing over there. What's this? It's a photo of another Nessie-esque creature. Cornwall is a place that is swathed in mystery, its fairy landscape conjuring up images of giants and Arthurian knights, so it will come as no surprise to anyone that this most beautiful part of England plays host to its very own sea monster. Known as Morgawr from the Cornish word for sea giant, there were sightings of it reported as far back as the 19th century, but it came to prominence again in the mid-1970s, largely due to some photographs of it being sent to a local newspaper, the Falmouth Packet. Taken by someone known only as Mary F., they were supposedly shot in February 1976, just as several other people had begun to claim seeing something strange in the sea around those parts. She wrote that the beast was dark brown, black, and large, with the part of it that was photographed out of the water being about 15 to 18 feet. Doubts, however, exist as to the authenticity of these photographs, as some experts believe them to be hoaxes made by Irish wizard Anthony Doc Shields, a controversial figure in the paranormal world. A few months later, the crew of a fishing boat caught a close-up view of Morgawr just off a place known as the Lizard. Fisherman George Vinicombe described it as being of a similar length to that described by Mary F., with black leathery skin and 3 humps. One expert, Martin Angel, has suggested that what he saw was in fact a turtle, but the fisherman described this beast as having a long neck, which makes that theory unlikely. Several holidaymakers in the area believe that they saw Morgawr that summer, but reported sightings of the sea giant have become more rare in recent years. Alright. There he is. Is this just me, or does that just look like a bikini top? Is there like a booby bar in here? What's all this? Over the years, there have been many people claiming to demonstrate paranormal abilities only to be exposed as fakes. One method popular with hoaxers was that of psychic photography, claiming to project images from the mind onto film. The advent of Polaroid made it more difficult to cheat in the old ways, so the amazing feats of Ted Serios were all the more remarkable, and have never been proven to be anything other than genuine cases of photography. Bikini bar down the hall. Oh boy! After learning about Bigfoots and ghosts, time to see some boobs. That's Bigfoot is in there. Girl Bigfoot. Remember, the picture, the famous classic Bigfoot picture is a girl Bigfoot. Okay, anyway. Darius would point a Polaroid camera at his face, take a shot, and try to imprint a mental image onto the film with remarkable success. Often, instead of revealing a photo of his face, the print would show some buildings, but often with minor variations from the real place, such as slight misspelling or alteration in the brickwork. The main bone of contention was caused by a cylinder he called a gizmo, which he waved in front of the lens as the shots were taken, to keep his fingers from obscuring the lens as he gesticulated. Some experts claimed that this could have been used to conceal transparencies, which would have been the true source of the photos, but none of the experts that closely monitored him could ever prove any foul play. We may never know for sure whether he was genuine or not, as he stopped demonstrating his ability in the 1960s, claiming that he'd lost his powers. Okay, that doesn't show us, like, more pictures. Well, I'm definitely intrigued by whatever this is. In 1934, an Italian asthma patient named Anna Monaro became famous when it was discovered that her breasts emitted a blue glow while she slept. Okay, she became known as the luminous woman of Pirano. What a fact. What a factoid. Okay, it's not a bikini bar, but it's still pretty funny. Imagine having nightlight boobs. Okay, what is this? Different folks. We all know that no two people are alike, although recent developments in the science of cloning may soon change that. But there are generally accepted views of what normal people look like. These views can change quite dramatically, depending on the country or culture, as demonstrated by the ancient desire for tiny feet in China that resulted in the binding of women's teeth to prevent them growing from an early age, or the elongation of necks, achieved by the Padang people in northern Burma by the wearing of a series of metal rings. There have been some people, however, who would not fit into the normal category in any country. These special people, curious anomalies of nature that in many cases science still can't explain, like the woman with the glowing boobs, were often derided for their uniqueness in the past, and not so long ago they were collected and put on display in cruelly titled freak shows. As long ago as 1598, Francis Trouvelot was exhibited in Paris as the Horned Man of Mézières. You will not be surprised to discover that he was given this title because of a horn he had growing from the center of his forehead. Apparently, it had begun to grow on him at the age of 7, and by the time he was 35 years old, it had reached the size of a ram's horn, curling back so that when it reached the top of his head, it had to be trimmed. In 1629, Barbara Ursularin, later to be known as the Hairy-Faced Woman, was born in Augsburg, Germany. Her face and hands were said to be covered with hair, to the extent that she sported a beard of considerable growth. She was, in later life, to marry Michael Van Beck, who was determined that she should be put on show, a fate that was to befall most of her kind. Jojo the Dog Man, as he was billed, was another such person. Fyodor, as he was baptized, was said to have been found living wild in the forest of Kostroma, Russia, where he had lived on wild berries and small animals. To add to the myth, it was said that he lived with the wolves in the forest, when in fact he had been brought up in fairgrounds by his equally hairy father, who was billed as the man-dog and had been exhibited as a freak from the age of 8. The hereditary nature of such hirsuteness can again be seen from this photograph of a whole family who appeared in Mandalay. Lionel the lion-faced man was almost identical to Jojo and spun in equally dramatic yarn. When he wasn't roaring like a lion, he would tell the story of how the shock of his mother seeing his father torn to pieces by lions while carrying him had resulted in his distinctive appearance. And while undoubtedly exploited, many of the curiosities, as P.T. Barnum described them, seemed to quite relish their celebrity. There was a legion of fascinating characters on display, such as the unique Pascal Pinon, born in 1887 in Lyon, France, and known as the Man with Two Heads, shown here in 1927 at the age of 40. Frank Lentini, known as the Three-Legged Man for obvious reasons, and Serpentina, the boneless woman who, apart from her skull, was supposed to be devoid of any bones whatsoever. There were a number of performers who did have bones, but could do all manner of amazing things with them. Known as dislocationists, these people could easily rearrange their skeletal structure, popping bones in and out of sockets with alarming ease. The master of the art was probably Joseph Clark, who lived in the 17th century. He had a wicked sense of humor, as he demonstrated on any unsuspecting tailors who tried to measure him for suits. He would be measured up the first time with a large hump rising from one shoulder, and when the garment was made up, he could shift his hump over to the other shoulder, causing much embarrassment to the apologetic tailors when he tried on the now ill-fitting garment. That sounds kind of like just a waste of everyone's time and money. When he tried on the remade jacket the next time, his deformity would have completely disappeared. By all accounts, Clark's face was as changeable as his body, just as well bearing in mind the tricks that he obviously liked playing. It was unlikely that he could achieve the unusual feat performed in the early 18th century by the character known as Old Boots. His nose and chin were so long and close together that he could hold a coin between them, a feat that was so popular with his public that he would make quite a considerable sum by his performance. It could certainly be said that his face was his origin. The same could be said about Grace McDaniels, who was described as having flesh like red raw meat. Her huge chin was twisted at such a distorted angle she could hardly move her jaws. She used this to her advantage by earning her living in sideshows billed as the Mule Woman, and proved that being different needn't also mean being unappreciated, as she received numerous proposals of marriage before finally taking her pick from a horde of hopeful young men. Good for her! Okay, what's this? I'm drowning! Tales of haunted houses are legion, but ghosts appearing on the waves are rather more rare. Yet in the 1920s, the strange case of the SS Watertown provided a fascinating tale of just such an occurrence. Two men, James Courtney and Thomas Meehan, were tragically overcome by fumes while cleaning one of the cargo tanks, and in keeping with tradition, the men were both buried at sea, though it appears they were far from at peace. The following day, the captain was shocked to be informed that the faces of the two dead men could clearly be seen in the waves following the ship. The next day they returned, and the next, always appearing in the same position until all the crew had witnessed this disturbing vision. Upon docking at New Orleans, the captain informed his company, the City Service Company, of the incidents and was advised to take a camera on the next voyage to try and record the apparitions on film should they return. Rather surprisingly, in cases of this kind, the faces duly obliged, and 6 photographs were taken, though upon developing them, only one shot actually recorded the spirits. The whereabouts of the film and photos were to become strangely unclear over the next years, but Fate magazine did publish the spectral shot in the December 1963 edition. And we've got big white arrows pointing to them, just in case you missed the spooky ghost faces. If only they had color back then. They could have put a big red circle around them as well. Okay, what is in here? A tire, and a jack-in-the-box, or an explosion box, or possibly both. What is this? Lizard Man claims a casualty. Bishopville, South Carolina, August 12th. I think that's South Carolina, probably. There's no proof that the Lee County Lizard Man really exists, but a man who admits he fabricated a story about shooting it faces up to a year in prison and a $1,000 fine for unlawfully carrying a pistol, the sheriff said today. Lizard Man mania swept Bishopville after a 17-year-old reported being chased by a large, green, red-eyed creature. Sheriff Liston Truesdale said Kenneth Orr, 26, of Florence, admitted he concocted a story about shooting Lizard Man because he wanted to keep the legend alive. Orr, an airman at Shaw Air Force Base, turned himself in and was charged with unlawfully carrying a pistol without a permit and on the seat of his car. Truesdale said he was real sorry he caused all that trouble. Leapin' lizards! Driver says speedy reptile chased him. Some say it's Bigfoot. Some say it's only a bear. To some, the creature described as 7 feet tall with red eyes and 3-fingered hands that quickly became known as the Lizard Man is simply a hoax. Whichever explanation one believes, there's no question lizard mania has seized this rural community this summer. It all started when 17-year-old Christopher Davis told police he had been attacked by a creature while changing a tire in a nearby Scape Ore swamp about 2 a.m. one morning back in June. The creature, he said, was more than 7 feet tall, was black-green, and grabbed the door of his car, running as fast as 35 miles per hour as he fled. Davis said he swerved along the road before the creature, which had jumped on his car, was thrown off. It was strong, and it wasn't an animal, and it wasn't no man, he told Sheriff Liston Truesdale. As word of the sighting spread, hundreds of outsiders came to walk through the swamp west of town. A Columbia radio station offered a $1 million reward, and reporters descended on the quiet farming community of about 3,500. Sheriff's Department spokesman Billy Moore said he has no doubt there was something on the road with Davis that night. I believe he saw something. What it was, I have no earthly idea, but it wasn't no lizard man, he said. It may have been a bear, Moore suggested, or he said it could have been people stopping by an artesian well in the area. He said locals are known to frequent the well at all hours of the day and night. Scape Ore Swamp got its name in Revolutionary War days. It was near a British encampment, and when the Americans moved against the area, the British camp followers escaped into the swamp. What became known as Escaped Ore Swamp became shortened over time to Scape Ore, Moore said. Since the sighting, however, the Sheriff's Department has received dozens of calls from townspeople when their dogs bark at night. I think most of the people think it's a prankster or a joke, Moore said. You're dealing with a skunk ape, which is a colloquial name, said Eric Bechtard, who has researched the creatures for 10 years. You can call it anything you want, but it's a Bigfoot. Authorities say there have been hoaxes as lizard mania spread. Deputies made plaster casts of large tracks purportedly made by the creature. Moore said wildlife biologists determined the tracks were man-made. Billy Moore, spokesman for the Lee County Sheriff, rests a hand on a pair of lizard stilts and holds a can of lizard repellent recently. Good. They were having fun with it. Okay, there's only 2 news articles for this one. They're keeping them short and sweet. What is this? Explosion. Compared to the vast Loch Ness, Loch Fada in Ireland is tiny, 1.5 miles long, as opposed to nearly 22. But there have still been several sightings of an unusual creature there. In 1965, Captain Lionel Leslie decided to try and shock the monster to the surface by setting off an explosion in the loch, which resulted in a thrashing dark form surfacing briefly. Unfortunately, the surrounding turbulence of the water left the shape of the creature indistinct, and the determined captain little the wiser as to the secret of the loch. Okay, bye. There's too many loch monsters. Every 2-bit loch has got a monster now. Okay, I gotta make my way back around. What is it here? What is this? Japanese Bigfoot. Or Chinese, I guess. The Chinese Wildman Institute is not a plush, high-tech laboratory like some of those which investigate Western zoological enigmas, but it does house several footprint plaster casts, hair samples, details of sightings, and even a pair of severed hands said to be from the creature known as the Chinese Wildman. Rather like the Alma, it is described as having red hair, but it is much taller than its Russian counterpart. On many walls in some regions of China, posters can be seen asking people, "Have you seen the Wildman?" in just one of many attempts to find irrefutable evidence of its existence. In 1977, over 100 people set out on a year-long expedition to track down a wild man, and in 1989, anthropologist Professor Frank Poirier from Ohio State University also led an expedition, which led to him concluding that it was more likely than not that the Chinese wild man really did exist. Certainly the 10 railway workers who saw a whole family of them in the Shenongjia Mountains in 1993 would confirm this. One theory suggests that it could be a surviving descendant of Gigantopithecus, as some bones from this extinct creature were discovered in a nearby cave. There he is. Bye-bye Chinese Bigfoot. Everybody's gotta have their own Bigfoot. Loch monsters and Bigfoot. 90% of the game is Loch monsters and Bigfoot. Scotland may be most famous for its Loch Ness Monster, but it has 1 or 2 other interesting, mysterious species, such as the big grey men of Ben Macdee. Living on the mountain from which it takes its name, it could be said to be Scotland's own abominable snowman. A local legend has it that this version wears a black top hat. Oh, he's so dapper and fancy. Unlikely though that may seem, there's been no shortage of witnesses who claim to have seen or heard something strange up there. Professor Norman Colley stated that in 1891 he was climbing down the mountain through mist when he heard a crunchy noise that suggested heavy footsteps behind him. This persisted until he fled with fear, not waiting to see what was making the noise, but he could tell from the pacing that whatever it was had a much longer stride than he had. Many other mountaineers have recounted similar tales, each one commenting on the overwhelming feeling of fear that it generated. Local figures who claim to have seen it describe the beast as being gray and over 10 feet tall. Another Bigfoot, I see. Is that just bullets? Hello? I'm getting dialogue now. Hello?
Do monkeys that
There
walk
she
like
is.
men, a remnant from another age, really exist?
Big
In
feats!
1920,
Again!
a Swiss geologist named Francois Deloy believed so when, returning from a 3-year-long expedition, he
Oh, I
was
think I
attacked
recognize
by
that
2
picture.
of them.
Is that the
He
one where
and
like
his
its head
men
is being held
were
up by a
near
stick?
the Tara River, on the borders of Colombia and Venezuela,
Oh, it
when
is.
they saw 2 large
I remember
tailless
you.
monkeys
I've
walking
seen you
upright
before.
towards them. They were in a wild rage, shrieking and gesturing threateningly, which provoked the explorers to shoot at them, killing one, a female. They took many pictures of the ape's corpse, but only one photograph survived the capsize of their boat.
There it
on an
is.
arduous
There's a full
return
picture.
journey. It showed a strange-looking ape, about 5 feet tall, propped erect by a stick. Professor George Montadon acclaimed it as a previously undiscovered species and named it Loy's American ape. Other experts were more dubious of its origins, suggesting that it was more likely a hoax based on a spider monkey of some kind than a beast from another age.
I just like, take a good long look at sad dead animal picture. I will never be free of sad dead animal picture. Okay. I think that's everything that's down here. Yeah, I believe that is all. I believe that is all. Where's the front of my cage? How do I get back in here? Let me in. Okay, this is still looking sideways. Am I trapped down here? Okay. Yeah, I can go back. Okay. Caca. Alright, I don't think there's anything for me to touch around the birdcage. Okay. Is that everything that's in here? I believe so. Right. Is this how I leave? The ghost. Okay. Back to here. Maybe we can try... Hello? Okay, maybe we can try clicking on the sun again since I closed and reloaded the game. Maybe it'll work. Sun. File, open. Is sun in there? It is. Okay. Let's see. Alright, time to walk forward 50 times. How many more areas are there, do we think? It's been kind of a while. This is a really big game. I mean, most of it is just spending a lot of time reading things. But there's a lot of stuff in this. Okay, let's see. Do you work now? Ah, it does! Space Shuttle Discovery Mission STS-48. We have text and video. On the 12th of September 1991, strange events were broadcast back to Earth by the Shuttle Discovery mission and captured on the videotapes of many space enthusiasts around the world. Precisely what was revealed on these tapes has become the focus of much intense speculation involving UFO researchers, NASA, and even primetime TV, hard copy, and the Larry King live show. With how most of these games go, we're either near the end or 12 hours away. Oh well, it's a 24-hour stream! Okay, it was standard practice for all the space shuttles to transmit continuous live video back to Earth. This was broadcast via NASA's Select TV channel, available on satellite and cable TV, and avidly watched by many devotees of the shuttle missions. An interesting point to note is that since the controversy caused by this particular mission, NASA no longer provides a continuous live downlink. They now use a delay system, allowing the editing of tapes before the public gets to see. Ufologists argue that this allows for censorship of the tapes, and that further evidence even suggests that NASA have deleted sections of footage from the official archives. NASA are a publicly funded body with a charter to make all their findings available, and this does not seem to be in the best interest of the public. There were 6 anomalous events captured on video, referred to by researchers as events 1 through 6. Makes sense. Event 1, 13th September. A series of 5 lights travel up, one at a time, from behind the tail of the shuttle until they form an arc. A 6th and larger light appears from behind the left engine, which is considerably brighter than the others, and appears to be flashing. It moves to the focus point of the arc created by the others. Then, for some unknown reason, the video pans down to show the cargo bay. Ground control requests manual control of the camera, which then pans up to reveal that the lights have vanished. Event 2, see video clip. 15 September. The first part of the video shows a nighttime view of Earth. The lights of cities are visible, as well as clouds and an electrical storm. Several glowing objects can be seen moving seemingly above the atmosphere. Some of these are larger than others and appear to be traveling upwards towards the shuttle. Another moves slowly from lower right to upper left, parallel to the Earth's horizon. A bright flash seems to fill the screen from the lower left. The object, traveling parallel to the horizon, makes a very sharp turn and accelerates off into space, fading as it goes, just as 2 streaks of light head towards its previous location from lower left. The overall impression is that someone, or something, had fired at the object, which then immediately changed course and accelerated away to avoid being intercepted. Event 3, 16 September. A view of the cloud-covered Earth fills the screen. Above these clouds, frantic action appears to be taking place. Literally dozens of objects seem to be moving in all directions. Many seem to be descending into or flying upwards through the atmosphere. Are we having, 6 space fights? Then there seems to be a similar streak of light as seen in Event 2, which actually intercepts one of the objects. Approximately 40 seconds after this, a large elliptical white object appears in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. The camera view swiftly changes to show the side of the shuttle. Event 4, 15 September. Note the reason that Event 4 would appear to occur before Event 3 is that researchers named these sections of tapes before precise dates and times were known. The descriptions of the remaining 2 events are based on the reports of NASA researcher Vince DiPietro. Originally, DiPietro stated that he could find no obvious explanation for these anomalies, although he has since changed his mind and agrees with NASA's official explanation detailed later. Event 4 seems to depict a large bell-shaped object with smaller oblong shapes moving from the bottom to the top of the screen. Some sections of these objects would appear to be rotating at high speed. Event 5, date and time unavailable. A large tubular-shaped object moves from the left to the right while a pulsating light can be seen at the top of the screen. This event appears to have been removed from the official NASA STS-48 video archive, resulting in a 14-second gap in the time code. Event 6, date and time unavailable. A brightly illuminated object appears from the left and flies across the middle of the screen at high speed. If viewed in slow motion, this mysterious object seems to change color from red to green to white. The official version. Despite the amount of interest and controversy caused by the screening of these video sequences, NASA have been unable to come up with a credible explanation. Their official explanation is that these sightings are ice crystals breaking away from the body of the shuttle and being propelled into space by the attitude thrusters. Unfortunately, examinations of the flight logs show that the thrusters were not being fired at times of the incidents. Additionally, the relative position of the shuttle to the Earth does not change during these events, as it would be expected to if the thrusters were being fired. According to ufologists, this and other pieces of information all add up to some form of cover-up. Experts who have studied hundreds of hours of NASA tapes say that they have never seen anything similar. When James Oberg, a NASA representative, went on the Larry King Show to discuss these events, the tape provided by NASA was of extremely poor quality, at the very least, a copy of a copy. If there is nothing to hide, why not make good quality copies of the tape available? Okay, let's see the description of the one that they say is in the video. See video clip. Glowing objects can be seen moving seemingly above the atmosphere. Some of them are larger than others and appear to be traveling upwards. Another moves slowly from right to upper left. Let's see.
The view from the shuttle shows the Earth sky at night time and the city lights below. An electrical storm can be seen over the city, accounting for the first few flashes of light. At the top center of the screen, a dot of light appears and
My
begins
circle's
to
not red.
move
What's the
towards
point?
the left. In an apparent response to a flash from the lower left, the dot suddenly breaks to the right and rapidly moves away.
There he goes.
A few
Bye-bye.
seconds later, 2 streaks of light move sharply upwards, following the object.
Man, this is crusty. I'm blind. Well, there sure was at least one light floating around in there. They're moving the video around and pointing at things. I feel like I've been misdirected. I feel like the video game is lying to me as well. Will the cover-ups never end? Does this work? Ah, the book! We found it! How would you feel if you were to walk through a usually familiar place, only to find that the architectural features had suddenly changed and the people were wearing clothes from another century? A shift in the very fabric of time, perhaps? The concept of time slipping in such a way seems impossible, yet two English ladies in August 1901 believed they had just such an experience. Miss Moberly, the principal of St. Hugh's College, Oxford, and Miss Jourdain were strolling along a near hidden path that they discovered in the grounds of the Petit Trianon in Versailles, just outside Paris, when a strange atmosphere descended upon them. I believe I have read this before. As they continued walking, they encountered a variety of people dressed in strange attire, some gardeners wearing green clothes and tricorn hats, some ladies wearing old-fashioned dresses with full skirts, and one particularly menacing man wearing a dark cloak and slouch hat. One young man advised them to follow a particular route, which took them across a rustic bridge by a small waterfall, and eventually toward the Petit Trianon itself, where Miss Moberly saw a woman sketching, crowned by a large white hat. Strangely, as was to become apparent from their later recollections of this bizarre journey, Miss Jourdain did not see this artist, even though she passed right by her. The feeling of gloom became nearly intolerable at this point, and they passed through the little house as quickly as they could, pleased to get away from there and back to their hotel. They subsequently discovered that other people had seen similar glimpses of the past there, always in the month of August, so they surmised that they had seen people that were in the grounds 100 years before them. Later, they researched the history of the grounds, and discovered to their amazement that many of the architectural features that they had seen had not existed there for over a century, such as a kiosk and an Anglo-Chinese garden, which matched descriptions dating back to the 18th century, but had long been gone. Also, they identified the clothes worn by the gardeners as being those worn by staff over 100 years ago, and discovered large rhododendron bushes of many years' growth in the very spot where the lady had been sketching. Skeptics suggest that they actually saw a costume party being held, but dates of such parties do not tally with the date of the lady's visit, and that wouldn't account for them seeing the architectural features which were no longer in existence. You can just zoom in on their, Photoshop ghost photo. Yay, don't look at me like that. Okay. I've seen so many places in this game. I feel like we must be nearing the end just because I've gone through so many doors. Alright, this is the outside again. I assume that the doors open as you get to them. Oh, have I been through? I don't know if I remember this place. Hello? Okay, no, I have been here. I just did not remember the... Don't do that. Okay. Okay, so that one I've been through. That one I've also been through. Yeah, I think that how this game works is just, you eventually just run out of doors and that's the end. It's not like a linear story or anything. It's just, here, explore these weird areas and learn cool facts. So I think once you've unlocked all the doors... Okay, there's space room. Once you've unlocked all the doors, that's basically like you've seen all there is in the game. All it has to offer. Here's my teleport button. I remember you. This one. There's the room with the fire. Can I go further down this hallway at all? No, I don't think so. I think it just automatically turns me to the side. Yep. Alright, well, that appears to actually... We have actually reached the end. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I checked all 6 doors. And now I am trapped in the hallway for all eternity. I did it! We finished the game! And I only had to reload the DOS box like 5 times. That was a lot of video gaming, but I think we have read all of the text and seen all of the videos that there are to see. I don't think there were any puzzles that I skipped. So, if all the doors are open, that should be it. Yay! I like exploring. I have fun exploring, even though I had to suffer through maze. But, you know, maze is the price for exploring. I mean, it seems so many exploring games just throw a maze in there. Ugh. Okay. Yay! I feel so accomplished. Well, that was a fun little experience. Lots and lots of reading, but I do love feeling like I'm learning something. Uh, um, the constant weird noises are odd. It is a little sad that there's no, like, bombastic end thing. Like, alright, you saw all the stuff. Sit in the hallway for the rest of your existence and think about what you've done. It was fun. I had a fun time. I I I do really like just like weird old stuff. I've been afraid to try and my eyes like getting scared and blinking. I've been like afraid to. I'm gonna turn the sound down. Afraid to download all of the stuff necessary to play a old game, but since this worked out relatively well and nothing broke my actual computer and I just had to reload the emulator a few times, I'd call that good. I'd call that a success. So yeah, thank you for coming and listening to me just read Wikipedia articles basically for almost 7 hours. I had a good time. Definitely a success. Yay! We've achieved, all of us together as a team. Baby steps into old games. Yeah, I found a good website where there's just a lot of old stuff on it. So I will comb through it, and since this particular like download installation thing of a game worked, probably the rest of the ones that are on it will work reasonably well since they're all done by the same guy. I'm sure he's quite a skilled individual. So I will scour around for more possibly interesting old games, and maybe we will play some more interesting old games. um, yeah, that's it. That's the end. I hate just staring at a blank, empty screen, but that's all we're gonna get. I can't find a credits anywhere. An end credits. Actually, wait. Maybe that room. Let's just waste some time. That room with the fire in it. Didn't that have a little button where you could see the credits? Would that just play like the opening credits again, or do we think it might actually play like a new ending credits cutscene? Which one is it? I forget which one it is. Let me just walk around for a minute more. Just one. There's only 6 doors. It can't possibly take that long. It's gonna be the last door that I click on, by the way, just to make it life harder for all of us. Where is it? Here it was. Okay. The flames, the spontaneous human combustion. I remember you. Okay. Which door was it? I think it was X. How many Bigfoot facts does this game have? So many, man. We were inundated with big feet. Oh my god, it's so hard to move around in this room. I forgot how difficult it was to move around in this room. Okay, X. I think it was. I think it was X. No, it was not. I love dying. Is it VII? Alice gets lost in a round room again. Classic. No, it was right before VII. That. Or not? Okay, you know what? Maybe I won't find it. Maybe I won't be able to find it. Oh, actually, what's behind the first door? Yeah, yeah. I always go to bed. I always sleep. Whatever. It's the weekend. It's fine. I don't have to. Here it was. Okay. Credits? The end credits. Look at all those credits. There's only 3 of them. Okay. Contributors? We've got a bunch of paragraphs on these guys. I'm not gonna read all of that. I'm done reading. I'm sick of it. You pause if you're interested in the various characters. Wait! A note And wait, David Heppel is the curator of mollusks. He wants me to click here. I must. David Heppel would like to hear from anyone who has information about mermaid sightings or fakes. Please contact him. Department of Mollusks, the Royal Museum of Scotland, Chambers Street, Edinburgh, I can't read what that says, that's a horrible font. Scotland. I'm not sure if David still works there. It's been a while. Thanks to museum people, a bunch of guys, a bunch of very nice people that helped on the game, I'm sure. Electronic Arts for FIFA 96 on the PlayStation. Thanks, EA. And a fond farewell to MDI as the crew embark on a new set of adventures aboard the all-new Starship 2.30. Okay, this is good credits. Sources and further reading. If anybody wants to hear about all the sources, maybe we can figure out which one has the Chinese guy with the transparent skin. Oh, you can click for details on other things. Wait. Considering this was made 30 years ago, he might not be living. No, we have to believe. He didn't look that old. Reincarnation International. Past life memory as daughter of the Taj Mahal. Okay. 14 Times magazine. Dinosaurs alive! Exclusive film evidence reviewed! Ouch, ouch, ouch! Zanzibar's bat-winged sex dwarf. Trout to lunch, man who thought he was a fish. Psychic sleuths. Clued up or clueless? This is great. How to subscribe. If anybody wants to subscribe to the 40 Times, we got the information right here if they're not out of business. Animals and Men magazine. The Journal of the Center for Fortean Zoology. There it is, there's that. The Owl Man. A CD-ROM of Monsters and Miracles. A CD-ROM, you say? And photo credits. For all the many photos. There's so many photos in this video game. Oh my god. Okay. That's it. That's the credits. Yay! Okay, now we're really done. And we get... At least we have, like, nice fun outro music. A lot of this reminds me of A Man's Life magazines, and it's a shirtless dude being pinched out by crabs and lobsters, and he has a rock face who had to strike one of them down at the beach. Is that the one that, like, someone edited it so that it's, like, the crabs are purple and, like, have runes on them? And it's, like, level 1 in an RPG, and it's just guy fighting regular crabs, and then it's level 100 in the RPG, and it's the guy fighting purple crabs. Just because that put the image in my mind, I think that might be it. Okay, anyway. I spent too long. I spent too long, talking about nothing. We found the credits. We found a nice little ending song. This is a good place to stop, especially since it's now been 6 hours and 54 minutes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh dear lord. It's so early late. I will see you guys next week. Good night, goodbye. Good night, goodbye, good night, goodbye, good night, goodbye. I'm gonna go pass out until 3 p.m.